Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Full Council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council's website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing S in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand, and if you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be taken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you join the meeting so that we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to the recommendation. Members may note that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, for example, Councillor Smith, so it is clear who are councillors and who, by process of elimination, are officers. We have a scheduled break for lunch around 1 p.m, which will be assessed as we proceed through the agenda. I intend calling on regular comfort breaks throughout the agenda also. Given the large number of items we have on the agenda today, I would seek members' cooperation in asking their questions, waiting for an answer and confirming if they are happy with the response without introducing supplementary questions. This will allow us to move in an efficient manner. Before we move to the start of the agenda, we do have some excellent achievements to celebrate, although I note, Councillor Wood, you have your hand up.
Just a point of order. If we look at the front page of the document, you'll see the convener should be Malcolm Johnson and the deputy convener should be Gail McGregor. Could you explain why we have yourself in as the convener today?
So these papers were published prior to my appointment of the full council on the 16th of June. So that's why they were published previously. They will be amended for the final minutes.
Can I also ask then why it is in item 17 on the first sentence it repeats itself? And is this a matter of we are not having these proofread, or what is happening with our papers?
So as I say, these were published prior to mine, so I can't comment on the proofreading of papers prior to that, but we can certainly address those comments on item 17 if you wish to raise that on item 17.
Thank you. It's just I do have concerns about the way things are being run, and I have noted that you'd written in the paper or stated in the paper that you were going to be steering the ship through difficult times. I do wonder if the ship was maybe the Titanic you're steering.
So, Councillor Wood, I will stop you there on that point. I think I've made very clear the process going forward, and I'd ask all members of the Chamber to treat everyone with respect going forward. We're not yet onto the item. As I said, I'm going to go through some excellent achievements of Dumfries and Galloway Council, and then I will open it up to debate. So I'll take no more questions. I do know Councillor McFarlane wants to come in, but I'll come in after I've gone through the excellent reports. Thank you. So, if I may move on swiftly, as I said, we have, before the start of the agenda, we have some excellent achievements to celebrate. Firstly, a huge congratulations to our wonderful Council's Youth Work Team for winning the UK Local Government Team of the Year at the Local Government Chronicle LGC Awards in London on the 11th of June. The LGC Awards celebrate excellence in local government across the UK, recognising the dedication of teams and individuals who make a real difference in their communities. The Large Team of the Year category honours high-performing teams that demonstrate exceptional collaboration, leadership and impact. The award highlights the incredible work of volunteers and youth workers involved in the delivery of Youth Beats Festival and our community-based youth work programmes. It also reflects the excellent work of those who deliver in communities every single day, making a significant impact on young people and locals, as well as the huge achievement in delivering Youth Beats and the tune. The judges were hugely impressed by Dumfries and Galloway Council's entry for the Large Team of the Year. By turning a popular event into a service across education, they have inspired young people and boosted their confidence. What most impressed the judges was the real lived experience of the team and the difference it made across the region and beyond. We are so proud of the team for delivering the largest youth event in the UK for young people in Dumfries and Galloway, and a well done to everyone involved. Secondly, Dumfries and Galloway Council's innovative approach to tackling the housing emergency in the region has been recognised as national best practice, winning Innovation in Housing category at the 2025 Municipal Journal Awards in London. Selected as one of just 6 finalists in these national awards, officers from across the council presented their One Council plus communities plus partners times creativity to equal better housing, with a panel of independent judges recognising our council's approach as unique. While the council has no housing stock, housing is a key issue in our council plan, with work already underway before declaring our housing emergency in 2024. Since the housing emergency declaration, all council directors have increased efforts to develop ideas, solutions and build on positive approaches to housing across all tenures, private, social and community. Huge congratulations to this team and well done to everyone involved also. So as this is my first full council from the start as your new convener, I do want to take the opportunity to set out how I intend to take forward business. As elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council, the public have placed their trust in each of us to deliver the very best outcomes. I take that responsibility very seriously and I will endeavour to demonstrate my integrity in this role at every opportunity. As your convener, I have the responsibility to take, at times, difficult decisions relating to matters of full council. I will always seek advice from the proper officer, however, the final decision will sit with me. Our code of conduct is there to guide us all, and we all sign up to it when taking up office. It is clearly set out, and I want to reiterate my duty as per Section 3. I will treat with everyone with courtesy and respect and will not discriminate. While we may not agree on all matters, it is vital that respect across this chamber is maintained, and I look forward to healthy debates ahead. Thank you. I can advise members that I have agreed to take one item of business deemed urgent due to the need for a decision today at item 20A on the agenda, being the appointment to outside bodies. This report is presented as a late report due to decisions taken at a special full council meeting on the 16th of June 2025, which was after the agenda and papers for this meeting were published, and nominations need to be made prior to the next full council meeting. I intend dealing with this item immediately following item 12, prior to addressing the COSLA annual conference on the agenda item as 13. I can also advise members that I have received requests for 3 urgent items of business, one relating to the National Park, one relating to maternity services, both of which were already part of the agenda in terms of relevant notices of motions, and therefore I deemed them not necessary. In addition, I received an urgent request for an item of business yesterday relating to a housing development. However, having fully considered the request, I have deemed it not urgent, but have asked officers to ensure that an exempt report is taken forward to the next Economy and Infrastructure Committee on the 2nd of September. I have also asked officers to continue to update ward members on the progress, and finally that officers consider a briefing for all members, if appropriate, during the summer months. And now moving on to the tabled agenda for today. However, before I bring you in, Councillor Carruthers, I did say we'd come back to Councillor McFarlane. So, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's really just in relation to Councillor Wood. He did say it was a point of order, and I would expect that he would then tell us which point of standing orders that was that he was challenging. And I would ask that all members familiarise themselves with Standing Order 10.1.4 before they decide to try and disrupt this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. And yes, if any member has a point of order when raising the point of order, can you please be explicit which point of order, which standing order you're referring to? So I will take that going forward. So thank you for the contribution. Councillor Carruthers, you wish to come in.
I am. No, so thanks very much for your explanation in regards to the request for the last item in particular. So that the housing situation. So that's a housing situation that was requested from myself specifically on behalf of all Annandale South councillors, being Councillor Brody, Jimison and Marshall. So I suppose I'm unhappy with the fact you're not willing to take that. We're in a situation which I won't go into the detail because I did ask for that to be taken in private session, where things need to be addressed. But I have got alternatives, Standing Order 6.6b, which I think I'll have to implement unless there's action taken I would say by Monday in real terms, because I think appointments to outside bodies being an emergency item in comparison to the issues that are actually going on in Annandale South Ward at the moment, how that needs recognised and satisfied with speed, to say the least. I think it's absurd, to say the least. So I'll leave my comments at that. I'm being very respectful towards yourself and other elected members. So I'm just very disappointed in the fact that you haven't taken that business forward.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Just for clarity, I did ask last Wednesday for your written emergency notice of motion, where the proposer and seconder are both on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and obviously that wasn't brought forward, and then the request was for an urgent item of business today. So just for clarity, I was expecting that in writing from you last week, which I didn't receive. But
absolutely. So just so I can respond to that, because we're in the public domain, I need to, because I did respond to you via email. You've got that in writing. The reason that I didn't do that, because one of the councillors was away on holiday. He couldn't respond. So I was waiting for a response, and I got that. As soon as I got that response, you got it the following morning. And it wasn't a notice of motion I was asking for. It was an extra item of business in private at the end of this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. As I say, we have addressed that, and there will be a request coming. Obviously, it's in members' hands should they wish to take forward any other matters. So, moving on to the main item or the main agenda today, I will move to the first item, which is the Sedern apologies and the Chair's approval of members' remote participation. So, Vlad, can you please provide the Sedern and any apologies, please?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. We have 42 members in total. I can confirm we have 31 members present in the hall. We have 11 members present on the Teams platform. No apologies as far as I'm aware, and members not present to start the meetings. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Davis may be late to the meeting, Chair.
Thank you. We will note that. Thank you, Vlad. And I confirm my agreement to the participation of those members recorded as participating remotely. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do any members have declarations of interest or a statement of connection they wish to make? I would, just before I open it up to the floor, make a statement of connection myself as per items 5, 13 and 18 as Causal Resources spokesperson responsible for local government budgets and digital. But it is just a connection and not a conflict of interest. But Councillor Hislop, you have raised your hand.
Statement of connection with regard to item 15. I'm a board member of Swestrans currently. I don't know if I'll be at the end of the meeting, but we'll find out later on. So it's just a statement of connection. At this stage, I don't think it's a reason to leave the room because it's not intertwined.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell and then Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Yeah, same statement of connection with the agenda item 15. Swestrans is in the report.
Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Convener. Statement of connection, item number 6 in relation to integration joint board. Thank you. I'm a member.
I've got Councillor Scobie and then I've got Councillor McGregor and a few more, so I'll get them in order. Thanks.
Item 15, Chair, again, statement of connection on the Westlands board.
What I'll do is I'll go on my list here because there's a number of hands, so I'll just work my way down. So Councillor Dempster, you're next, please.
Statement of connection, Convener, I'm on the Westlands board as well.
Councillor Dorward.
Morning, Convener. Thank you. Statement of connection, IGB voting member.
Councillor McGregor.
Statement of connection, item 6, IGB voting member.
Thank you. I don't... Oh, Councillor Ferguson, you're next.
Thank you. Statement, I'm a substitute member for the IGB.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Statement of connection for item 6. I'm a substitute member of the IJB. Thank you.
And Councillor Walters.
Thanks. Just a statement of connection with item 15. I'm also a Westlands board member.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks so much. I think it's implicit, my understanding is it's implicit if you're a member of an outside body. That statement of connection is already there, so no statements of connection to make, but it's implicit and it's on the public website.
And Councillor Brodie online, please.
IGB member and a substitute Westlands member. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I don't see any other hands or on my list, so hopefully that's all been captured for the minutes. So item 3 is the minute of the meeting from the 27th of March 2025. Can we approve the minute of the special meeting on the 27th of March 25? Hearing agreements in the room. Thank you. Item 4 is our unaudited accounts for 24-25, and the report is approved by the Chief Financial Officer. This report is to ensure compliance with the Local Authority Accounts Scotland regulations of 2014, which states that the proper officer under Section 95 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973 shall ensure that the draft accounts are submitted to the Council by no later than the 30th of June, following the relevant financial year end. As in previous years, the unaudited accounts were made available prior to the committee. I have Gillian Ross, Corporate Finance and Account Manager, to assist members with any questions on this report. So I will take members' questions and contributions, please. Councillor Dryburgh, please come in.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener, and I'm happy with the recommendations on this particular report, especially in 4.2 with the 5 bullet points that the audit's going to look at. I just wanted to make sure that timing-wise, the Audit Scotland have got the resources to come back with a timetable suggested, but happy to agree with the recommendations.
Thank you. I'll just turn to Gillian on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dryburgh. Just to confirm that the accounts are normally considered usually by the end of October, but in light of the resources, that meeting is now considered to be, it has been scheduled for the end of November. So that is the timetable that we are working to, which is slightly extended, but reflects a bringing forward of the pre-COVID extensions that we had. So as you're aware, Audit Scotland, or auditors across Scotland, we are struggling for those across the regions at the moment, and that is the resource timetable. So they will start with the Swestrans and the IJB and the pension fund audits first, before completing the council one at the end, which will be available for consideration at Audit and Risk in November.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gillian. I'm not seeing any other hands up, and certainly Councillor Dryburgh has recommended that we go with the recommendations, which is to note the annual accounts. So if members are content to note. Thank you. Item 5 is the update of the budget process and timeline, and the report is by the Executive Director of Enabling and Customer Services. Members are asked to consider and approve updates to the budget development process and timetable for future years, reflecting feedback and consideration by the Council's Budgets Panel. The report also asks members to agree the consultation mandate for the Council budget for 26-27 and future years. Lorna Meehan, our Executive Director for Enabling and Customer Services, and Kirsty Peden, our Community Engagement Manager, are here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I will open it up to members' questions and debate. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. It was with regard to, I think, part of the budget motion that was put forward this year was to, if there was opportunities to bring forward in-year savings, we would take that. How do they fit in with this timetable?
I'll turn to Lorna, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. The motion that was agreed by members at full council has a series of actions which officers will bring through service committees. So there's opportunity both at the service committee and indeed at full council later in the year to take the outputs from that work and the motions and the outcomes from that, if members were so minded to take those at earlier stages. So they're in members' hands, but they will be brought through committees in the first instance.
Do you wish to come back?
It's just with regard to consulting with the public. If we're taking a saving early, I realise a lot of the savings might be sort of more operational rather than policy-led ones. So does that affect any of the chances of taking something early if it has to go to consultation, or can they be taken out with that process?
So thank you, Councillor Hislop. Many of the motions, as you'll recall, relate to items that were presented and had been out for public consultation. So depending on the level of change involved with that, we would go out and seek further engagement if they were substantial, or we would take advice around that. So that would be in the face of the papers as the individual items are brought forward, but to reassure that if further consultation was required, we would try and capture that through the appropriate process.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Juicy looking to come in, please.
Thank you, Convener. I've been asking recently of officers about zero-based budgeting, and I would like a wee bit more information on that and how we can approach that as a council if the council has an appetite for that. I've been told that it's a large piece of work that would require a full council buy-in for us to do it, but just to get the officers to give us information on that for the time being, please.
Lorna?
Happy to provide a briefing to members on zero-based budgeting approaches through the Chief Financial Officer's office and circulate that to members.
We can certainly take that as an action. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Convener. Don't have any issues with agreeing the recommendations on this report, and Councillor Hislop's obviously touched upon the in-year savings, which I think we're all keen to take. The feedback that we've given has been included in this report. I think the consultation is a valuable tool, and I appreciate it's a big piece of work, so I'd just like to put on record our thanks to the team that undertake that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you from, I think, everybody, but really appreciate those comments. Councillor Thompson, Leader.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so I'm glad that the feedback's been taken on board. I know there's been a bit of work done at the budget panel and feedback from members on how the process could be improved, certainly after February's budget setting meeting. I think there is something about the timelines for the consultation in terms of the public. So we do get an update in this timetable in the December meeting of full council from the first part of the public engagement exercise, and then there's subsequent feedback in January when we're already in our budget setting mode, if you like, as members try to put forward our political proposals. I'm just wondering if there's a role for the Enabling and Customer Services Committee, potentially the early February one on page 51, because I don't see anywhere where it concludes the public engagement at a committee level, although it does talk about stakeholder engagement feedback provided to all members in January. So I'm just wondering if there's a way we could capture that formally at committee, so that's the end of the consultation, it's all in, and it's really just maybe a finer point about the detail in the process. So I don't know if that's maybe one for Lorna. Thank you.
Lorna?
Thank you, Leader. There is a two-phase approach to the response, and generally in committee in December you receive the full analysis of the survey responses, the focus groups, etc., and that provides members with feedback to go in to consider over the December and January period. The January phase of that feedback is generally the comments, which take a bit longer to both redact and to provide a greater depth of analysis. So a summary will be provided in December with greater feedback coming in January. If the February Committee of Enabling Customer Services Committee would be preferable, we could look at the timeline on that. But certainly, currently the process is that members would receive the high-level analysis in the December, which I think is slightly earlier this year also.
Do you wish to come back on that one?
Yeah, no, thanks, Convener. That's helpful. I think it's more just at the December one, we actually receive it in the public, at a public committee. And subsequent to that, we don't really receive the final bits in a public way. And I think it would just be helpful for members of the public to know that their views have been recognised in a public committee. So I think it's maybe just about crossing the T's and dotting the I's, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, Councillor Campbell, come in, please.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, it's just on the back of what Councillor Thompson was saying about the timeline. I'm happy with the recommendations on the timeline. During the engagement, public engagement and things like that, we have an ECS committee meeting on the 18th of November. I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity to get some interim update? I don't need an answer today. I'm happy to take that offline if necessary, but thanks, Convener.
Thank you. I don't know if Lorna wants to comment on that one, but certainly I think we can note the comments.
Thanks, Councillor. We are in the habit of updating members on a regular basis throughout the public consultation through members' briefings. It may be tight to be able to produce something for the report for that committee. However, we can look at that, and certainly we would continue with the approach which has been to provide members with a kind of regular, I think it's been a weekly briefing in terms of the activity that's been taking place through the public consultation period.
Thanks, I'm content with that.
Thank you, Kirsty, and thank you, Lorna. So if members are content, we can move on to the recommendations as they are, which is to note the consideration of the budget process, agree the 26, 27 to 28, 29 budget setting process, and agree the consultation mandate for the council budget and future years. Are members happy to note and agree? Thank you. Moving on to item 6 is the update on the review of the integration scheme, and the report is by the Executive Director of Enabling Customer Services. Members are asked to consider a further update on the review of Dumfries and Galloway Health and Social Care Integration Scheme, the integration scheme, which is followed by a request by Dumfries and Galloway Health Board, NHS, D&G, and Lorna Meehan, Executive Director of Enabling Customer Services, is again here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I shall open it up to questions, but Councillor Scobie, your hand's up first.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm looking at 4.42 in this one, where it says the review, the potential impact of delegated budgets and delegated function. It goes on to say in the bullet point, the work is ongoing and information on the potential impacts on delegated budgets and resources, and then says for the NHS functions proposed to be removed from the scope is being analysed. Could this mean, Chair, that there could be a greater demand or an expectation for the Council to put in more financial resources to cover health and social care if some of the clinical services are being removed from delegated powers to the IJB?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I'll turn to Lorna for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. So the purpose of the review, I suppose, is to decide which organisation will direct the strategic requirements for those services. So the proposal from NHS is that they would direct certain services that are currently directed through the IJB, so that, you know, on the face of it, and I don't have any other information and no expectation from any of the discussions we've had that this would move resource demands from one organisation to the other. So this is simply about where strategic direction and oversight comes from for certain services and functions.
Thank you. Do you wish to come back, Councillor Scobie, at all?
No, Chair, I accept that as an explanation, but if there is any changes, I'll expect the council to be alerted in good time.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Councillor McFarlane and then Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report, Lorna. It's really good to see the level of engagement that we're now having with the IJB in relation to the processes and some of the structures around it. The fact that we're now looking at appointing a chief officer and a chief financial officer for the IJB, does that mean that there will be additional cost incurred by the council in relation to that, i.e. will it become from our core budget as part of the funding for that, or will it be part of the funding that we provide to the IJB in relation to that? And ever sort of moving on to sort of page 60, where it talks about the numbers of current voting members. Certainly, I personally would be happy with that dropping to 4 if it was to accommodate the health board. It would also be in keeping with the traditional approach, whereby it was about 10% of the council electorate, and with our numbers dropping to 43 from 47, that would appear to be in keeping. And just lastly, in relation to 4.5.4, where it was talking about appropriate persons being introduced, I've expressed this view previously that I would be averse to executive directors being voting members on the IJB, because I feel that there would be a conflict of interest and they have a vested interest. And I do understand that that does apparently take place in other parts of the country, but certainly I don't think it would be a valuable move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. There's a few questions there, but I'm going to come to Lorna first. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. In terms of the new roles that are being proposed that the Integration Joint Board itself is looking at for a distinct Chief Officer and Chief Financial Officer role, that will incur costs. The ability to fund them is something we're examining. When Integration Joint Boards were set up, Government provided and has sustained recurring funding through the Integrated Care Fund, which was a provision to allow joint boards to set up the infrastructure needed to operate. Now, some boards set that into appointing a Chief Financial Officer and a Chief Officer and other roles. Within our structures, that was invested below that level into other requirements. At the moment, the current Chief Financial Officer is preparing a note on where the investment of that additional monies was placed in terms of the infrastructure. And one of the things we want to understand is by potentially agreeing to the proposal 1 on the change in NHS services, what impact does that have on the structures, and therefore does that free any resources to be able to fund the further Chief Officer post? So that's a matter that would come back for the IGB to consider, and I'm sure if the IGB feels that there is a further demand or requirement from either of the parties or both parties on the back of this, it would come back, but it's still very much a piece of work that's been concluded with the current Chief Financial Officer. But I'm happy to share that with members as soon as it's available to us, and I'm sure the Integration Joint Board will receive a report on that to consider it from their own circumstances as well, but very mindful of that additionality and where that will be funded from at this stage. We don't have a clear answer.
Thank you. Hopefully that responds to the first point, and your comments on the numbers and other ones are comments that I think we can note going forward as well. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, and I've got Councillor Dorward coming in.
Thanks very much, Convener. I agree with a lot of what Andy McFarlane was saying there about executive directors of the NHS not holding a position, because currently they are advisory members, not voting members. So I think that should stay. My real question, though, is if you go to 4.3.3 on page 58, it's there's 10% membership and 47 local councillors. Now there's a paragraph there, and then there's a paragraph further on, and then in the very last page, on page 68, there is the planned stakeholder engagement. That shows today as the last bit of engagement. What happens now? Because my view is quite clear. The statutory instrument that set out Dumfries and Galloway's IJB set out that it was no more than 10% of local authority members. That was when we had 47 councillors. We've got 43 now. Is it 43? Yeah, 43 now. Yeah, which rounded down comes to 4. So why are we actually going to agree something that's 5, right, when it goes to the next stage? It could very easily be put back down to 4. Because as I'm reading the legislation as it stands, is we are actually got one more member than we should have. So no more than 10% is what the statutory instrument said when it was introduced. And I appreciate it's quite a moot point here, but there's only 2 or 3 of us in the room who were actually in that original IJB that remember that that was exactly how we came to 5, 4.7 rounded up to 5.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Lorna, is there a comment from yourself on that one, please?
Yeah, pick up both points. In terms of the consultation, the work so far, we had a meeting of the officer group this week actually to check any further stakeholder engagement, and there is some follow-up in July on a couple of areas, particularly with the strategic planning group, which brings across a number of partners there. So there's been a number of meetings, but a kind of follow-up to make sure there's nothing else that has to be communicated as part of the review. We also have trying to schedule a meeting with Scottish Government officials, because we're aware that there may be some further guidance emerging around the development of integration joint boards. You know, some of those points members have made about some differential between integration joint boards and the use of non-executive voting members, and whether they might be tightened up. So twofold, we're meeting with Scottish Government officials to give them an update on this process and the timeline for potentially concluding that, and to also understand if there's any other matters that they might want to bring to our attention that we can bring back to make sure we do this. We're not back here next year with something else to do. In relation to that then, I understand obviously the local government boundary review, which was some time ago, and this council moved from 47 members to 43. There was other changes both up and down in other places, and we've not picked up that there was a change really in joint board memberships as a result of that. So it is a matter of housekeeping, and I think that's possibly one of the reasons why the NHS have raised the issue as a proposal, not least that they are struggling to meet the quorum from their 5, given the numbers of non-executive members they have, but also recognising there had been a shift in the council previously as well in terms of numbers of members here as well. So we're in the stage where those matters can get picked up, but to reassure members, the NHS position is coming from their ability to fully participate and have full membership at the IJB and participate in that and meet the expectations that are in the scheme itself. So they're keen to work with the council to find a solution to that.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thanks. I'm talking about the practicalities here, because if we agree 5 today, later on today, okay, I appreciate it's another part of the agenda, and it then carries through and goes forward, the council will is 5 as it stands just now, where in actual fact the statutory instrument is saying it should be 4. So we'll need to take that into account when we look at the external bodies at a later date here, because if we go through with all the changes and leave it at 5 and the Cabinet Secretary signs it off, we would then have to take it back to the Cabinet Secretary again, go through the whole process again to change the numbers. So why don't we just change them now? And agree with the NHS and just change them now and make the decision today that we'll put in the new structure it'll remain 5 until the new structure kicks in. When the new structure kicks in, it should be 4.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So my understanding is the structure is currently set at 5. So that's why today on a later item we will be appointing 5. But I'll maybe just check with Lorna to see whether we can make the decision today that if that changes, that we move to that without bringing another paper back to Council. But Lorna?
So the process for the integration scheme review is we would intend to bring the proposals for change from the review to the October committee. And thereafter, if it was agreed by both the board, the NHS board and this council, it would move forward to Scottish Minister's approval. So our expectation is that this would probably, if there was a change in membership as part of that, wouldn't come into force until sometime later this year at earliest. And the last time we carried out an integration scheme review, the response back from Scottish Government took 6 months. So the potential for this to kick in, for any changes to kick in, would probably be the start of the next financial year. So just to manage members' expectations around change at this stage, this is not agreeing a change, it's just simply asking members' view to feed into that review.
Thank you. I think it is clear in the report that as part of the next stage that the outcome will be presented to full council on the 2nd of October. So we will be coming back to this. No. But one final point, Councillor Ferguson, before moving on.
If you just bear with me, I would have thought it would have helped the officers as they take it through the next processes if the will of this council was that we should stick to what the statutory instrument says, and it should be 10% of membership, which would be 4. It lets the officers know when they're talking to the NHS that we've already agreed to going down to 4 in the next iteration of the IGB when that goes forward. That's what I'm getting at. Why would we then have to come back again to be discussed all over again?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I think these points can all absolutely be noted as part of the paper here. As I say, there will be the outcome report anyway on the 2nd of October, but I think your points absolutely can be noted. So moving on, I've got Councillor Dorward and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. Proposals that are summarised at 4.3, page 58, and at Appendix 1, page 64, they're reasonable and proportionate to our group, broadly speaking. Reducing the scope of services to those that both benefit from an integrated approach to planning and delivery and require an urgent focus by local authorities and NHS in a region, i.e. services, broadly speaking, that relate to pre- and post-hospital admission, along with an increasing focus on prevention and early intervention, which should be the mantra of every public sector organisation and department going forward, we agree with. In terms of Proposal 2, which moots reducing the amount of voting members, this appears reasonable, as stated by Councillor Ferguson. A reduction by a local authority of 1 member to 4 is proportionate, given that council numbers have reduced to 43 from 47. So we agree in principle with this, but understand that it has to go for further consultation. And in terms of Proposal 3, this may come with costs, as alluded to by Councillor McFarlane, by having a tripartite review of these vital roles, which highlights the benefits and costs of distinct IGB chief officer roles we consider to be essential, given the significant challenges facing us in adult social care and the urgent requirement to focus on this from an objective and unencumbered perspective. One question: what are the arrangements across other IGBs relating to chief officers? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dorward. Lorna?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. The arrangements largely, I couldn't specifically give you information on some of the islands which have got very, very particular arrangements, but generally across Scotland it is for a chief officer as distinct and a chief financial officer as distinct roles and not attached to other responsibilities or roles, so they stand alone. So we are fairly unique in Scotland, and that's been the case since the IGB was established.
Thank you. Hopefully that answers your question, and thank you very much for the contributions as well. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Convener. So most of it's been said. It's probably in reaction to some comments that have been made. I'll be as brief as I possibly can. So I think I'm not adverse to it moving from 5 to 4. My understanding, the Joint Public Bodies Scotland Act 2014 refers to at least 10%, not a maximum of, but I could be corrected in that. I've read it a number of times, but I could be corrected, but I'm not adverse to going to 4. But to try and put that in perspective, as it stands, we've got 5 voting in substitutes as it stands, with a body of 10 and 10 substitutes. So it's integration joint boards like a council, it's like full council, and from that as a committee structure below it, it currently has 4. It's looking to move to 2, and that's on the back of this potential change, going from 5 to 4. But I have to make it clear, I've kept my powder dry, so to speak. I've said plenty of integration joint board, but I'm not adverse to anything in regards to what's being put forward today and what other members have said. I just think it's the workload it potentially put on elected members who are on that can be tremendous, to say the least at times, and that needs to be part of the consideration going forward. Lorna, Ken, looking at that, the impact it will have on each, because it is difficult, not just for NHS, to get members of the board to sit on the integration joint board. It's very difficult for the council to find them at times too, because of that workload and the complexities around it. Just more of a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. And certainly, yes, all outside bodies will bring with them their workload. And I think we've got over 100 outside bodies that we sit on. But your comments are absolutely noted in terms of the workload, and we'll capture those going forward. Any other comments or questions? I don't see anyone. So I will move to the recommendations, excuse me, which are to note the progress, note the engagement, and to consider providing the council's response to each of the proposals. So hopefully that has been captured as part of the minutes. Thank you. So moving on to item 7, this is the review of the Chief Officer recruitment process and the report by the Chief Executive. This report provides members with an update on work to progress the review of the Chief Officer recruitment process as agreed by full council on the 12th of December 24, and to consider options which will strengthen and improve the recruitment process. I have Dawn Roberts, our Chief Executive, Stuart Clanacan, our HR Manager, and Vlad Valiente, our Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources, all here to answer any questions on the report. Before opening up to debate, I would first like to invite the Chair of Employment and Appeals Committee to address the meeting on this matter. So I'll bring in Councillor Little, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'll begin by referring to page 69, paragraph 3.2, regarding the 12th of December full council agreement. Now, Council agreed to defer the recruitment process of the post of Assistant Director Transport and Infrastructure to allow a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the Council that the existing Chief Officer appointment process is fit for purpose. Now, this work was led initially by the then Chair of Employment and Appeals Subcommittee, and as the brand spanking new Chair of this committee, I was not responsible for that work, but I am leading from this point and did so at Leaders Panel last Friday. We have before us a report listing each stage of the Chief Officer recruitment process, containing proposed improvement actions aimed at enhancing and supporting the current recruitment, selection and appointment process, aiming to make the process more effective and efficient. These are positive improvements which include the development of a Chief Officer application form for each individual post, elected member briefing by the recruitment Chief Officer and HR to provide full and detailed information on each specific role and job description, a move to a 6-month probation period for those appointed, improvements to the assessment centre role. There are several improvements here that I think are very positive. They're all there in the report, Appendix 1, page 75. So I am satisfied that we should not be holding up the Chief Officer recruitment process any longer. We need to be moving this council on. So, Convener, I move that we go with the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I've got Councillor Johnson and then Councillor Carruthers, as just indicated. Oh, excuse me, Councillor Bell, you're first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener. I certainly got concerns with this report anyway, but looking at page 77, you know, talking about the offer employment probationary period for 6 months for a Chief Officer. Well, obviously, you know, there's new legislation come out, employment legislation is going to be coming out through the Labour government. I feel this is, you know, this report is out of date, this section is out of date, so how can this be implemented? There's going to be changes in employment legislation. Obviously, as employment legislation, there's going to be you know, if a member of staff's off for day one, they're entitled to sick pay. You know, there's going to be a lot of red tape and bureaucracy coming out of this legislation. So I've got concerns about that. So maybe you could clarify on that point on the employment legislation and the 6 months probationary period.
Thank you. I'll maybe turn to Stuart to come. Stuart, are you able to give us an update? Yep, I'm saying no, so I'll come to you first. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Yeah, in terms of the impending Employment Rights Bill, which is likely to introduce a probationary period, the advice that is coming out from UK government and indeed through our kind of HR channels is that employers need to start adapting policies and procedures now to be ready for that statutory probationary period. It's something that's it's been introduced UK industry-wide for a number of years anyway, and it's anything that we would agree to now would complement what we believe is coming through the new legislation. However, we would have to recognise that if there was anything coming through the legislation, that we will need to be in full compliance with that as and when it happens, which we anticipate will be at some point in 2026 onwards. Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, does that answer your comments?
Moment, thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Johnston and then others.
Yeah, thanks, convener. It's page 73. It's the first bullet point, actually, about the probationary period. And it was just perhaps to get a bit of clarity about what's meant by fit. It says both parties to assess fit and performance. Now, predominantly, perhaps the new employee would maybe deem themselves that the organisation doesn't fit for them. But how do we as a council assess whether an employee fits with the council, and is there a risk within that some actions could be taken that might be seen as discriminatory? Thanks.
Thank you. Stuart, can you come in on that one? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, in terms of that kind of probationary period, it is a two-way process, and it is about assessing whether an employee is that right fit, but it also allows the employee to determine whether or not the organisation is the right fit for them. In terms of how it would work in practice, what we would want to see happen is a very clear process so that there was no room for ambiguity. We would have a clear and detailed review process that would happen during that probationary period, and that's important to create the transparency, providing regular feedback through those probationary periods and setting achievable objectives and making sure that those objectives are achievable through that process. So it is an objective process rather than a subjective process, and that would underpin this particular aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your comments?
It answers it up to the point that we haven't addressed the fact that certain actions there is an element of risk about perhaps appearing discriminatory, but the other issue with this is it crystallising what we actually do at the moment as part of our onboarding procedures with new members of staff. Do we carry these sort of actions out at the moment? Because that does actually sound quite positive going forward, but is it not really something we should be doing as a matter of routine with a new member of staff anyway?
Stuart, I'll bring you back in.
Certainly, thank you, convener. And the point's well made in terms of discrimination. However, regardless of whether employers have a probationary period or not, all employees have a day one right not to be discriminated against. That's very much a focus and underpinned by legislation, very strong legislation. So we're clearly minded and compliant with those scenarios. In terms of onboarding, yeah, the council does have a formal induction programme. That induction programme is comprehensive. However, what it doesn't take into account is necessarily the opportunity for both parties to consider whether or not the first 3 or 6 months, I think the 6 month is the the industry standard for probation, that it's working for both parties, and certainly by making it explicit and having a clear and transparent process provides that expectation and that framework for making those decisions specifically around fit and performance during that first 6 months of employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Come to yourself, Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks again, Convener, and again, good morning to members. And Councillor Little's outlined some of the stuff I was going to say, but I'll go over it anyways. So I would first like to thank a number of councillors who helped me with the work undertaken as part of the decision taken at item 9, full council, December 24. Those being Councillors Brodie, Malcolm Johnston, Howie, Little, Thompson and Wilson. Without your help, the task I was given by full council would have been just almost an impossible task to be undertaken by one individual councillor. So firstly, I want to reflect back to the reason this report is in front of us today. October 23, the council made a decision. They agreed a restructure presented to them by the Chief Executive. As part of the restructure, we agreed new Chief Officer positions and the appointment process. Employment Appeals Committee, it was tasked with the job of appointing new positions that couldn't be matched, and this was done successfully. But for some reason, as identified at the full council December past, one of those appointments indicated that there may be deficiencies in the appointment process because of the short length of time the then Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure stayed with the council. Decision of the full council, as outlined earlier, it was that we agreed to defer the recruitment process for the post of Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure to allow for a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the council that the existing Chief Officer appointment process is fit for purpose, to be led by the Chair of Employment Appeals Subcommittee, myself, which will include a review of the job description and so on and so forth. But ultimately it is about that piece of work and what we agreed to do. I made it clear at the time of the motion that I would report my findings back to the Leaders Panel, and then they would be able to request a report to come to full council based on the information contained within my recommendations to them. This has not happened, so the first question that has to be asked is, why is the report in front of full council today that is only officer recommendations, not members, and doesn't reflect the decision of full council of December past? Secondly, I still haven't presented my findings to the Leaders Panel, but for the avoidance of doubt, the one thing I am willing to share with the council today is I didn't find any faults at all with the Chief Officer appointment process as part of that review. None. Group leaders, with the exceptions of Councillor McGregor and Campbell, for personal reasons, and myself, carried out an interesting piece of work where we discovered procedures that we weren't aware of existing taking place. Because of the procedures taking place I've just referred to, getting to a proposal, I formally move we defer this report until we have had an independent investigation carried out by Audit Scotland or the likes into what happened here and is reported back to full council for consideration. My last point, Convener, to all members, I wish to make a public apology. Going back to the decision in October 2023, I'd like to have it in public record, my apology for supporting that decision. I will be specific about who I'm apologising to, and that is, firstly, the Labour Group, the residents of Dumfries and Galloway, and the staff of Dumfries and Galloway Council. That is a decision that I regret and should never have been part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. You referenced an amendment there, so it would be useful maybe to see that in writing. If you could maybe put it in the chat or pass it to governance, that would be helpful. In regards to why the report is before us today, I think was your first question, and certainly as stated in the report, and as said to yourself, this has been reported to the Leaders Panel, the last panel of which was on Friday, which Councillor Little referred to. And maybe just come back to Councillor Little in terms of the report and the findings of that, and then I'll come back to you. But if we do need to take a short recess in terms of considering any amendments, we will do so. Councillor Little.
Thank you. I don't know what you're asking me, Convener.
I think that the question was, why is the report before us, in front of us, when it's not been fulfilled? And was that not your first question, Councillor Carruthers? Do you want to repeat just your first point very clearly for me and the other members?
I think it's for the sake of accuracy as well. I'll read it out. It says, firstly, question has to be asked, why is the report in front of the full council today? So it's certainly not for Councillor Little, but although you will make the judgment, as you outlined at the beginning of the meeting. But why is the report in front of the full council today that is only officer recommendations and doesn't reflect the decision of full council December past? So a decision was made at full council in December under item 9, 2024, where I undertook, as Chair of Employment Appeals, a piece of work, I undertook that work, and I've done that work, and I was to reflect back to the leaders panel, that's not been done yet. On the basis of that, a report would then come back. So this report's here and hasn't been through the process that we agreed. That's my point.
I will bring in Vlad, but certainly from looking at the agreement that we agreed on paragraph 3.2 on page 69 of our papers, my reading of that is that it has gone to Leaders Panel in the first instance, and the updated position and options have been progressed to come to today. But I'll bring Vlad in on that one.
Yes, thank you. Convener, just to confirm that it has been to Leaders Panel 3 times now, and the report in front of members has been through Leaders Panel, including the options for improvement of that process.
Councillor Carruthers.
The question's got to be asked. If it was presented at Leaders Panel, by whom? And what come back to the decision that was made? My point is specifically in regards to the decision that was made in item 9. So I'm not going to go around in this, but I'm being quite clear and specific. I will get to the bottom of this through time, and I think it's part of the recommendations. Exactly what the decision was in the process that was agreed by full council hasn't been adhered to. That's not for elected members to decide that. We've got schemes of delegations in place, and they've not been adhered to as far as I'm concerned. But that, you can even leave that as an open question, because my point is that, like you said earlier, I'll refer back to the motion which has been put forward to defer. I'll pass that on to our clerks, and we can consider that later.
Thank you. So just to confirm for clarity, for the record, as convener of the council, I'm content with the papers presented as are. It's very clear what was agreed in December, which was that, as you said yourself, it would be led by, well, let me read it all, to defer the recruitment process for the post of Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure to allow for a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the Council that the existing Chief Officer appointment process is fit for purpose, to be led by the Chair of Employment and Appeals Subcommittee, which will include a review of the job description and the person's specification of this post, and report back to the Leaders Panel in the first instance with an updated position and options to progress with full support from the Chief Executive thereafter. Consideration by full Council at its meeting on the 27th of March. As has been confirmed, the report has been to Leaders Panel 3 times, and those options have progressed. So I just seek some clarity. Which aspect of this do you not believe has been fulfilled?
So, Convener, no, thanks for your explanation, but I think we'll just have to agree to differ in regards to the interpretation, because that work was carried out by me, personally, and I have not presented that to the Leaders Panel. So we may as well leave it open, forget about that, we'll come back to that on a different day. We're better getting on with the subject matter in hand and the proposal that's in front of us.
I've got a number of speakers coming in, but if you are able to put your amendment in the chat, that would be helpful, and we will come back to that. But Councillor Dougie Campbell, then John Campbell, Councillor Hislop, and Leader I've got coming in as well. So Dougie Campbell, please.
Thanks, Convener. I'm very happy to support all the proposed improvements to the recruitment process, and the improvement, the particular improvement which I think greatly strengthens this process, is the probationary period. And it appears that Dumfries and Galloway has been a bit of an anomaly. So I'm pleased, assuming that the improvements go through, that this is going to be put in place. The question I have, though, in relation to the probationary period of 6 months, assuming we recruit a chief officer and we identified some deficiencies in performance during that 6-month period. What are the options? Would we extend the probationary period with a plan in place to provide professional development? Does that need to be a decision of employment and appeals to extend that probationary period? So it's just looking for a bit of clarity around that. I'm presuming Stuart will be answering that question.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Stuart, I'll bring you in, please.
Thank you, Convener. The standard probationary period would be set so there would be a consistent approach across all scenarios. However, there will be opportunities to extend periods of time, and that will be borne out within the process. So there'll be clarity around where those extensions can be provided, but there have to be mitigating circumstances around that. So, for example, if someone unfortunately on those early days of employment finds themselves too unwell to work, then that time period, it would be unfair to include that time period as part of that 6-monthly period. So we'll give members that assurance and be very clear that where there are clear mitigating circumstances, then there'll be an ability to extend that probationary period. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Yep. Thank you. Councillor John Campbell next, please.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, Councillor Little's already moved to go to the recommendations or approve the recommendations. I'm happy to second that as the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'm sort of wondering about this timeline. It's been to leaders thrice, but we've been told there's only been one leaders meeting since the appointment of Councillor Little. Now, if it's been thrice, what happened the previous 2 times? We heard from Councillor Crothers that he didn't find anything, I can't remember his exact words, was it anything or very little wrong with the process? So why was that paper not presented to the leaders panel and therefore subsequently to this full council? Now, my understanding is there is additional work that he's undertaken because he's found something that he doesn't agree with. Now, but what we tasked Councillor Crothers to do was look at the appointment process. Right? Now, why hasn't that came forward? I don't know what the other piece of work is that he has discovered and he has had trouble working on because he said he needed more people to help him. But why hasn't that paper came forward? Because if there's nothing much wrong with the appointment process, then surely it wouldn't take an additional 3 months to say that, or whenever it was previously at leaders panel. So that should be in front of us today. And I think Councillor Crothers says he's done the work, he hasn't given it. So surely it'll have that paper where it actually says, I don't see much wrong with the appointment process, or here's the 2 or 3 bits I do find an issue with. Why didn't that come before this full council, which was asked for by this full council?
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. So I think there's various references to additional work. I think it's not appropriate for us to delve into that aspect, and I think in order to keep the council moving forward and safe in terms of any decision on this item, we should be focusing purely on the review of the Chief Officer's recruitment process. So it's not to delve into that other aspect of work, whatever that may be. Appreciating your comments, but I hear your comments about what work has gone to Leaders Panel on the 2 times. I'm just look to Chief Officers as to who wants to come in.
I'm happy to answer that.
Colours. Yes,
no, happy to answer that question. So thanks for the question, firstly, Councillor Hislop. But I mean, so the sensitivities around that information, the difficulties getting a hold of information, and it wasn't me, it was the leaders that I thanked at the beginning and others that did the piece of work, carried that out. So the report is just ready to go. All the work's done, but because of the private nature of what's contained within that report, it's not for here today to discuss it at all. That needs to be in private session.
Thank you. Do you want to come back, Councillor Hislop?
that would suggest that our process for appointment has a problem. If it's private and something's happened, either that or the paper today should have been in private if there's an issue with it, because what we were asked, or what my recollection was, it was to do a piece of work on our appointments process. Now, that is looking at how we go out to advert, whether we did the right person spec, etc. Now, where's the issue with that actually being presented, and where is the sensitivities? Now, there's some additional or additionality that's been referred to, which I don't know exactly what that is, but the part that we asked for, I don't see where it's confidential, because confidential would say it has a reason to be confidential, and if that's the case, the paper today should have been confidential, because if it comes out saying, well, we don't really have too many issues, but one or two, so why didn't that report come? The part that we want to see, not this additionality part.
So before I bring you in, Councillor Carruthers, I think I would just refer back to the start of the meeting. I appreciate that this was tasked by the Chair of Employment Appeals, and clearly there has been a change of chair. So Councillor Little is now the chair of, and full council asked for the chair to take forward this piece of work to report to Leaders Panel and then bring the report to full council. As Councillor Little has outlined, she took a report to Leaders Panel, and I do note that Councillor Thompson, Council Leader and Group Leader, is due to come in as well, and if any of the other members who are on Leaders wish to make comments, that will be open for them to do so, but certainly Councillor Little has confirmed that she has presented a report to Leaders Panel, which has now brought the paper to us. Because that was just on Friday, I wanted to get a verbal update, because there was an opportunity to reference that third Leaders Panel within here. Councillor Carruthers, there is a number of people wanting to speak, so I will come back to you at the end, if I may, actually, just so we can
The only thing is it would be in response to the question that was asked. That's
right,
the only reason I'm coming. It's not to make a point. So I don't think anybody else can answer that question.
So
other
we'll
than
come
myself.
back to that at the end. Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Back to timelines. If these papers were printed prior to last full council, as stated by, or found out the councillor would earlier on, then that meeting didn't happen. So it's never been, so the papers were printed prior to it going to Leaders. So there doesn't seem to be a proper timeline there.
So the papers, you're absolutely right, were, but the Leaders Panel was already scheduled for Friday, and certainly there was a full handover done to that. I do see you, Councillor Carruthers, but I'm going to bring in others and then come back to you. No, I'm going to bring others in. Councillor Thompson, you were looking to come in next, please.
Thanks, Convener. So I think the proposal's been moved and seconded. However, it strikes me that the main part of this business today is to get on with the recruitment process. That's what's in front of us. There's clearly improvements being put forward. It has been to Leaders Panel. I think in the interests of the council as a whole, that's probably the most important bit of business we need to get done today. That's not to say that there's been a kind of convoluted process with a number of Leaders Panel's meetings and discussions and lines of inquiry, if you like, but that's not for this item. We've got an item published, we've got a bit of business to do that helps improve something that we need to get on with, because we're now 3 months after the anticipated date this was first meant to come here. For whatever those reasons might be, the Chair of Employment Appeals, who's leading this now, is content with this, and as far as I'm concerned, this is in the interest of the council. That's not to say there aren't other bits of work, and I know at Audit, Risk and Scrutiny recently, one of the items that we did agree to take forward through the right process, whether it was scrutiny or as an audit piece, was to do with the likes of what do we do if there's a dispute, or if we need an NDA, and I know there's been discussions about that. That's not what this is about particularly. I'm just happy that we get this dealt with, because we need to recruit, and that's in the best interest of the council and the staff, and I think that's what we should be proceeding with today. Everything else, I'm sure others will want to come in, but I'm certainly happy that we go with the recommendations that are in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Wood, I've got you next, and then I've got Councillor Wilson, Hill and Blake.
Thank you, Convener. Very much appreciate you allowing me in. It's just to say that I also, like Councillor Hislop, have concerns about the timelines and what's taking place. We really need to have transparency. This is not the report I was expecting coming forward. And as such, the public deserves to know what exactly is going on. We do not want this council to be tarnished with a cover-up. It's very unfortunate that the new chair was very quick to dismiss what work has taken in the past. So please, can we make sure that the report that Councillor Crothers has drafted gets heard publicly? I think we need to hear what exactly has been going on.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. As I said, we are looking at the review of the Chief Officer recruitment process. We're guided by the mandate from full council. I'm satisfied that the paper deals with that. If there's any other items that can be brought forward through alternative processes, through notice of motions, through requisitions, through a number of ways that elected members can do so. Councillor Wilson, I'll bring you in, please.
Thank you, Convener. Before I make comment, I'm just wondering if I could see what Councillor Crothers has moved as an amendment, please. Thank you.
That's it up on the screen, so hopefully everyone can see it. So to agree to defer this report until we have an independent investigation by Audit Scotland or the likes into what has happened here and report back to full council for consideration. But I'll bring Councillor Crothers in to speak to that fully once I've brought in everybody else.
Thank you, Convener. I think the Labour Group's view on the restructure has been well rehearsed in this chamber, so I won't bang that drum today. But I would thank Councillor Crothers for his apology. We have highlighted a number of concerns, and we do have further concerns regarding the piece of work we agreed to be undertaken at the December Full Council and some of the information that has come to light. So I would be quite happy to second that amendment, and I would ask that if we are asking Audit Scotland to investigate that they look specifically to ensure that the council processes were followed, particularly with regards to the scheme of delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hill, I've got you next, please.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's already been said, but I'm really confused with the timelines as well. You stated that Councillor Little was the chair, but she wasn't the chair when it was taken to full council, and with all due respect, a lot of work's been done on this from what I hear in the chamber today. So yeah, I'm really confused with the timelines because, like Councillor Hislop said, the papers were printed, so Councillor Little didn't bring the paper following leaders panel. So I just think we all need to be clear with the public as to when these papers were brought and what's happened, because there's been a lot of changes, but I feel it's imperative and important for the public to actually hear the work that's been done and what the process is, and it needs to be continued even though there has been a change. Thank you.
Okay, those comments are noted. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Convener. Unfortunately, it's on the same point. I've been trying to look at this in such a balanced way as possible, but I do understand that the full council decision was for the chair of employment appeals to look into the matter and report back in 6 months. But what I cannot understand, that given that Councillor Crothers is still here, that why he could not present that report as was approved by the full council. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever for the present chair that's only been there a matter of a couple of weeks, and she herself said that she had absolutely no involvement in the process, when she should be considered, when it should be considered correct that she reports that to the leaders panel. I really think that Councillor Crothers should have had the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Blake. Councillor McGregor, and then I don't see, I think that'll be the final one in the debate, and then I'll come to yourself, Councillor Crothers.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I think it's maybe just to give a bit of an overview timeline, because the timeline seems to have got a bit lost in the discussion today. Excuse me. So it was agreed in December that the review would be undertaken and would initially report to leaders panel. So it was a standing item on the agenda at February Leaders Panel. We removed it because there was no report. It then was a standing item on the 12th of March. Again, no report from Councillor Carruthers. A special Leaders Panel was convened for the 24th of April. Again, no report from Councillor Carruthers. 1st of May, no report. 20th of June, no report. So it was meant to come to Leaders Panel in the first instance, which would have given us an opportunity to determine whether it needed to be dealt with in public or in private. But all 5 of those Leaders Panels are in private, and there would have been an opportunity to discuss it. But 5 opportunities, no report.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. That's helpful to understand the timeline. I don't sit on Leaders Panel myself, so I don't have that information. I did say that would be the last speaker. However, I have got a first-time speaker, Councillor Ferguson, who wishes to come in, so I will take him, and then that really will be the final one before coming to yourself.
Thanks, Convener. I think the question I'm going to place here is actually on HR and Vlad, because I'm currently chair of a committee that's got senior officers on temporary contracts. And if we were to agree that amendment, that would defer the advertising and the appointment of whoever is successful. And I'm wondering if it actually takes the 2 or 3 members of staff, I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3, into a position where the council would be at risk in terms of employment law.
I'll bring Vlad in on that one, please.
Thank you, Convener. First and foremost, I think Councillor Carruthers has stated that there are no issues with the review in terms of the actual process for recruitment. So I'm not sure, and I would ask members just to consider that in terms of the deferring of this particular paper where the previous Chair of Employment Appeals has publicly stated that there are no issues with the procedure. So that's a consideration for members. In terms of the practicalities that Councillor Ferguson has raised, absolutely that there is an interim position, and that interim position will mean that those particular staff members, and it has a domino effect right down the ranks, will also have that implication of no permanency around their contractual contracts as such, until such time as members are able and duly able to proceed in terms of the employment appeals process for recruitment. So in terms of those staff, yeah, they are on interim arrangements, and that will have to continue until such time as members decide that the process is fit for purpose. But as I said earlier, I think that public statement's already been made, and I would ask members to consider that in terms of proceeding with our processes.
Councillor Ferguson, did you want to come back?
Thanks. Sorry to keep this going, but it's important. This is the kind of thing we get wrong time after time after time. If members of staff are in a position where they gather entitlement, and that's why I was said it was an HR question rather than a legal question, is entitlement. How long is this going to take to get through to the next round? How long have they been in post? Do they then move from being a temporary post from a secondment from where they are to an attachment, which brings its own particular problems for the members of staff and for us. So, whilst I would gladly back that amendment if it took out the part about putting back this committee report, which allows us to go forward with the recruitment process, the bit that I think is the nub of what Councillor Carruthers, Ian Carruthers is getting at, is about what happened in the past, and leave that and get somebody external to look at that. I wouldn't have a problem with that whatsoever, right? But as a chair of a committee that's got a huge portfolio here, and the workload on those senior officers, we need to get something in place as soon as we possibly can. Right? So that's my plea to everybody here, is a bit of common sense, okay? Let the process go through, but also do it as an amendment, Ian, an added part, that we actually get Audit Scotland to interview, to review what happened in the past. You're nodding your head, right? But you
So,
know,
Councillor Ferguson,
I'm looking for a sensible solution here.
So through the chair, I think your comments absolutely can be noted, and I did say I would come back to Councillor Crothers. The amendment as it stands is on the screen, so I'll hand the floor to yourself.
So 2 points before I get to that. Councillor Hislop's question, when I wanted to come in 15 speakers ago, it feels like now, if we'd followed due process, as per the decision of full council, we would have been hearing this in private session, either just for the record. And going back to Councillor Ferguson's points, about breaking it into 2 different ways, why we should, I have publicly said, and I do, there's no flaws. I found no flaws with the procedures in regards to the appointment process, but there's other things that I have found, and so have other group leaders, that sit very uncomfortable and will reflect on the processes going forward. So we need to have an independent review, get a private report back in private session to full council, because it will have an impact on what we do when it comes to appointing chief officers in the future. So as read, and I think I was seconded, as far as I'm aware, I was seconded by Councillor Wilson, and if that's the case, I'm comfortable with that motion. Happy to discuss any further points of clarity, amendments to that, and happy to take them as well if required. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Little coming in as the mover of the motion. Obviously, there was a seconder with that. We have an amendment and a seconder on that, but I may well just pause, take a slight recess to check in with governance on that one, but I'll bring Councillor Little in, please.
Thank you, Convener. First of all, just to address Councillor Wood, who seems to be of the mind today to be firing out at people, I did not dismiss any previous work. No previous work has been presented to me. I've considered the report that has been presented here, which lists improvements to help the process be more efficient. Councillor Carruthers says he's found no flaws. No issues with that process, and if we go back to page 69, it was about a piece of work to be undertaken about the actual process. If there are no flaws in that process, I have no issues with Councillor Ferguson's addition about looking into past events, perhaps when independent, but at the moment we need to be moving the council forward, we need to be recruiting, and if there have been no flaws found in the work that Councillor Carruthers has done that has not been presented, and none of us have seen that work, I do not see why we are still halting this and not going with recommendations with the addition of past works or past incidents or issues or whatever it is that Councillor Carruthers has come upon, that can be looked into at a previous date.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I do have first-time speaker of Councillor Pauline Drysdale, so I'll bring Pauline in. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. I think Councillor Ferguson's made some very salient and valid points, and I was wondering if we may look at a counter amendment, or indeed asking Councillor Carruthers if he would be willing to alter his amendment, in that we agree the recommendations today, but put a further point in 2.3 to have an independent investigation by Audit Scotland or the likes into what has happened, and it's reported back to full council for consideration, because I think the points he's made are something that we as a council must look into, but we don't want to halt things going forward for the council, as Councillor Russell has so rightly pointed out. So I would either suggest we look at a counter amendment or an alternative recommendation in 2.4 to take on the points that Councillor Carruthers has made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I can see, Councillor Blake, your hand is actually flashing on and off, which is a new one, so I don't know how you've managed that one, but I will bring you in, and just to, before I come back to Councillor Carruthers, to respond to your comments, Councillor Drysdale. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I said it's the wonders of technology, and my mobile phone was lying on the enter button, and that's why it kept on sending the message. No, I fully agree with Councillor Drysdale. I think it's very pertinent that I think we've got to respond to it. It's just to agree the recommendations with the additional recommendation, as Councillor Killers had mentioned, but this would allow the process to continue. And I thank Councillor Ferguson for his suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll maybe come back to Councillor Carruthers because there was a direct request from Councillor Drysdale on that one.
No, thanks for that request, Councillor Drysdale, and your comments, Councillor Blake, but I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So as it stands, there was the original moving, there's an amendment, and do I have a counter amendment? And if so, do I have a proposer and seconder, or would members appreciate a short recess in order to consider that? I'm saying, okay, we will take a short recess just for 10 minutes, so it's 12 o'clock, and if we reconvene at 12:10. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. I did say we would come back at 10 past. However, I'm really conscious that the mover of the motion is not with us and there are several members still not in the chamber, so we'll just take a few more minutes. Thank you. Thank you, members, for your patience. So I'm acutely aware we have got a motion from Councillor Little that was seconded. There's an amendment from Councillor Carruthers, which was also seconded. And in the comments here, I do see that Councillor Drysdale would like to propose a counter-amendment. So if we just start at the top, and I will come to Councillor Tracy Little just to confirm the motion as is.
Sorry there, I was just trying to have a look at this counter amendment. I am happy to add, can we have the words up on the screen so that I can see? I can't find it, can't get it on my phone, I've not got my laptop up, the counter amendment. But I'm happy, if we can go with 1, 2, 3, the recommendations, I'm happy to change my motion to incorporate the independent review of by Audit Scotland or the likes.
So is that an additional recommendation to the report that you're wishing to propose?
Yes, do not want to halt this process, so I'd go with recommendations with the added recommendation, if members are minded, to go with an Audit Scotland or the likes review of the process passed.
Thank you. And Councillor Campbell, you were the initial seconder. Are you content with that?
I'll give way to Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson.
I'll second that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Carruthers, I'll come to you with the amendment and then I'll bring in Pauline.
Okay, so I'll leave mine as it is at the moment, but if we do proceed to I would like to see, take a deferral, same as we did last time, so we're able to discuss that, look at it fully and clearly, understand what we're agreeing to. So I'm not adverse to what's actually been put there, but I'd like to consider it properly. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll bring in Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think we're actually getting there with this, so possibly the most effective approach would be to listen to what Tracy said, but I would like to suggest and ask Councillor Little rather if she's acceptable to the following wording, because otherwise I would like this to be a counter amendment. So it's just to run this by Councillor Little as follows. So agree to the recommendations with an additional recommendation for a further report to full council to allow Councillor Carruthers an opportunity to present his report to the Leaders Panel and full council, and also Audit Scotland to investigate. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I just want to check. The initial agreement was for the Chair of Employment Appeals. Yes, it was for Councillor Carruthers to take that forward. The current Chair of Employment Appeals is Councillor Little. So are you asking to task a specific elected member with a task rather than the role going forward? And that's just for my own clarity, I'd like to check.
Thank you very much, Convener. Yes, it's a little bit complicated because I'm not sure where we sit with governance on this. So I need to check, do you wish me to put that through as a counter amendment, or would Councillor Little, as the current chair, agree to that as a counter amendment, not the counter amendment, pardon me, as recommendation 2.4 in her motion? So we just need to be clear. So we probably need some guidance from governance as to the best option. Thank you.
So I'll bring Vlad in for exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. In terms of the, yeah, you're appointing a particular member, which I've given previous advice around in regards to a named elected member as to carry out a piece of work again, and therefore I would have some concerns around your current wording in relation to that. But I see that Councillor Little has incorporated parts, I think, of maybe your objective there. In terms of, I'm not sure, and again, it's more of a question in terms of that competency element of it. What would be the purpose of reporting to Leaders Panel again, and thereafter full council? I think what's been recommended is an independent review of that, rather than any particular member to be leading on it.
Do you want to come back in, Councillor Drysdale?
Yeah, Vlad, I really appreciate that further detail that you've given me. So I'll just stick to it as the counter amendment then. I'm quite happy to do that. So therefore not, but that didn't initially include the Audit Scotland reports. I'd like to add that into the counter amendment. So we agree to the recommendations with an additional recommendation for a further report to full council to allow Councillor Carruthers an opportunity to present his report to the Leaders Panel and full council, and also that it goes forward to Audit Scotland. Is that acceptable?
So if I may, what I intend to do, and Councillor Carruthers has already said that he'd like to see in writing what is proposed. I'm conscious it's 12:20. We did have a short recess that was then extended. There's various iterations of motions and counter amendments that may be on the screen, but members don't have on their email or full sight of as yet. So in terms of ensuring that we make the correct and best decision going forward for all, I would propose that we adjourn our meeting for lunch, allow chance for everybody to get their motions and counter motions in writing so everybody can agree on what they want to present, and then following lunch we will then pick up on this item. I'm seeing some nods on the chamber, although I do see Councillor Hislop would like to come in, so I'll bring yourself in, please.
It's hopefully to expedite this, but is there any way that the movers of whichever ones it is that have the Audit Scotland part in it can put a timeline on that? Because a future meeting of this council could be June 2037. It's a previous secretary of the council, or Mr Valiente's position now, which said a future meeting could be any time. And if we want some expediency with this, maybe if we could put a 6-month, but I do note earlier we had trouble with Audit Scotland getting the books done in time, so if it's or the likes, I don't know who or the likes could be. And another thing is, I don't know if we need to come back to where's the money coming for to hire the people to do that work?
Thank you. I'll turn to Vlad just in terms of that first question.
Thank you, Convener. First and foremost, obviously any independent review we couldn't necessarily pin down in terms of when they would have to report, because we can ask, but obviously they would need to do their independent review, and I couldn't put a timetable on that. We can certainly ask in terms of any specific timetable. In regards to the likes, I'm reading that as an independent review, and that's and I see some nodding heads, but it's an independent review, and if that's the assurance the members want. In terms of cost, yes, there will be a cost implication, but I couldn't tell you how much that's going to be. But it's an independent review, and therefore there will be probably significant costs in relation to that. But we'll need to address them as and when, if that's a decision of full council.
Thank you. I did say we would take a recess, but I see we do have on the screen motion amendment, counter amendments, which maybe members might want to comment on before we take that break. But Councillor Little, you're looking to come in.
Yes, thank you, Convener. It's on that very thing. The last part of the motion, I'd like it to be to agree for Audit Scotland or similar, because there may be other independent organisations that can conduct this timiously, as Councillor Hislop would like it, a date on it. There may be someone else. We know that we have issues with Audit Scotland sometimes in the timeline, so Audit Scotland or similar. Oh, see that Tracy's already changed that, thank you. And I'm happy with, if we had an appropriate timeline, I'm more than happy to add that.
Okay, thank you. So we was agreement to take a recess. I'm going to call a recess now. If we come back at 12:55, just 5 to 1, and lunch is in the members' room, and we can ensure that the motions, amendments, counter amendments, although I see Councillor Carruthers, in order for fairness, I will bring you in very briefly, and then we will be stopping.
So a small ask, convener, in regards to just 1 o'clock, so that gives us 5 minutes, because we will want to discuss with the movers and seconds. We'll want to have a conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely happy to accommodate. So 1 p.m. back in the chamber. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, members. So we will come back. We are in the middle of discussing item 7, which is the review of the Chief Officer recruitment process. I do note that Councillor Drysdale would like to come in first, so I will bring her in and then come to the mover of the motion and the amendment. So, Pauline, please come in.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again. I'd be happy to withdraw the counter amendment because Councillor Little has altered the motion, but may I respectfully ask that she possibly considers a timeline for the audit so that this can be integrated with the recruitment process. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you. So I will come to Tracy.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, happy to discuss a timeline and suggested that this comes in line with the review of the recruitment process, the restructure in December, and that gives us a 6-month, and ask if Councillor Carruthers would consider this also.
And I'll just, before I come to Councillor Carruthers, your seconder, which is Councillor Ferguson, are you content with that? Yes. Councillor Carruthers. Ian, I'll come to you, please.
So no, thanks very much. So it sounds like a reasonable compromise, but could you see that again on the screen so we're seeing exactly what it's signed up for? We are talking about tying that into the restructure that's going on at the moment, how that will be presented back to full council, and what we're looking at is a maximum of a 6-month timeline in real terms is what I'm thinking. If you could see that, and I also want to hear what the seconder's thinking. Councillor Wilson too, thank you.
Thank you. So that is up on the screen with the additional wording. All members had the initial ones, but that is the most up to date. I'll just confirm with Councillor Little, is that accurate? Yes, and I'll come to
Yes, I'm
Councillor
happy with
Wilson.
that, Convener.
Councillor Wilson is the seconder of the amendment. I'll maybe come to yourself. As the seconder of the amendment, I'll just come to yourself, please.
Clearly wasn't paying attention. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
So I'll just formally ask if you're withdrawing your amendment, Councillor Carruthers.
Me too, I withdraw the amendment, thank you.
Thank you, members. So with that, we are agreeing the recommendations as to consider and agree the options, to note the benchmarking for information, note that the Council will now proceed with the Chief Officer recruitment for the current Chief Officer vacancies, and the additional item as proposed on the screen. So are members happy to consider, agree and note all of those recommendations? Great. Thank you, members. Item 8, we're moving on to, is the joint annual report on the Children's Services Plan for 24 to 25, and this is a report by the Assistant Director of Schools. This report seeks the endorsement from members of the second joint annual report on the Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan for 2023 to 26. This report also seeks agreement to prepare a new Dumfries and Galloway Children's Services Plan for 26 to 29 in line with the draft consultation mandate. I've got Darren Little, who is our Children's Services Manager, available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions. Oh, you're here in person. Apologies, Darren. So I will invite any members to contribute. So I've got Councillor Jameson first, please.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. I'm referring to page 91. It's actually 2.4. I have no problems with the report at all. I just highlight the complexity of this service report, and also how much of an impact it has on the various council plan themes and outcomes. So in terms of the seminar, my request would be that the seminar is timeless, it's timious, it's done in time so that we can have full consideration of the consultation and to give members a better understanding of the sheer complexity of what we're doing here, given the number of service committees and NHS. It's very complex, and there's 99 pages of stuff there. So if we're to put our opinions forward, it's really important that we have a really fulsome and timely seminar on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to yourself, Darren, and then Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Convener. Happy to make sure that that's the case. We're looking at a date as soon as possible
after the summer recess to bring that seminar together, and we'll make sure that there's plenty of time to have the discussion that we would want to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie, please.
Thanks, Chair. I would say to begin with, a difficult report to write on a forward plan, given the climate, the environment, what we've come out of in COVID. But I'm looking at this, and indeed only this week, anyone that listened to the Scottish news were facing a difficulty in speech and language therapists, where there are recorded 500 throughout the whole of Scotland, and the estimate that's needed is 900. So we're already 400 down on that, that figure. I'm looking at this on page 145 of the report, and it says in that one, in developing our next strategic needs assessment, we need to focus on specific areas where we know we need more information from across our partnership. And I have asked at education on a number of occasions, and it was taken as an action point twice now, that we would look at the neurodivergence of children who need that assessment in NDAS. And from what we have had, or what I have had reported back, then there seems to be a resistance from the NHS to provide that information on how many kids are on a waiting list, how long they've been on a waiting list, and I've only heard last night and a few weeks back that it's gone from 2 years to a 3-year waiting time. Now this is kids who require that, and while I would pay credit to the Education Authority in terms of as soon as a kid shows any trait of autism, then support is added. But it's that extra support that's needed. And I read a document only yesterday in terms of the first tier educational tribunal, where it states this could be unreasonable for kids to get one-to-one tuition on specific issues. So the report in itself, we need to find out the information. There are too many parents who are concerned with this waiting time, but also in terms of what then we provide for that additional support. And it doesn't look like they are getting the proper support that they perhaps should in the estimation, and that's where the report, the assessment, does assist. So in respect of the what I have sought by way of information, I would hope that if Jim Brown from the Education Department can get it, then I would ask for the Chief Executive to do it, because I read a report, or I was in Audit and Risk only recently, where the report before us referred to 2 areas of work have been completed as follows. Included within the plan was a review of information sharing with NHS work continues at a senior level in the Council and NHS to improve arrangements in place. Now, if we're looking for this information for a specific purpose, then I think it's not unreasonable for the Chief Executive, if our officers are unable to get that information from the NHS, then I think it's something that we should share, and it should assist in terms of the amount of support an individual, our children, require in school, if we are to get it right for every child, and that's what GARFIC says. So in that respect, I think it's right and proper we should have that information, and it's right and proper that if our officers can't get it, then I would hope the Chief Executive would get that, and I would ask the Chief Executive to pursue that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I think I will bring in the Chief Exec, but I'll maybe just come to Darren just for any comments in terms of the wider points there, and then come to the Chief Exec.
Thank you, Convener. I think it would be fair to reflect that this is an issue that we've discussed previously, and of course this is an issue that's apparent across Scotland. Indeed, in Dumfries and Galloway, as Councillor Scobie alluded to, we do have a significant backlog. children and young people who are awaiting assessment. But I think it's important to recognise that all of the supports and services that we have available through the local authority, through the NHS and through the third sector should be available to children, young people and their families regardless of diagnosis. So in terms of accessing support through education or through social work, for example, or in terms of accessing benefits like the child disability payment, families should be able to access all of those supports without the need for diagnosis. I'm not suggesting in any way that diagnosis isn't important. And of course, in terms of giving understanding to a child or young person and their family, in terms of their situation, their condition, their needs, of course it is very helpful. But there shouldn't be children, young people and families who are waiting for that support. Where needs present, we can and do provide support. In terms of the information, I think that there, of course, this particular challenge doesn't fit within the scope of our Children's Services Plan at present. The responsibility for the diagnosis sits with health colleagues, it's reported through health, and so their information sharing has related to the reporting periods and cycles. They have shared with me an update, and colleagues from health have shared an update in advance of today. However, it doesn't include a particular number, but I'm happy to source that information and share it out with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie, do you want to come back on this, and then
Please,
I'll come to
on a
the
couple of
Chief.
points, and I think Don makes an important point that it's not in the plan. Well, if it's not in the plan, it should be in the plan to see how we can reduce and the efforts that we're doing, notwithstanding that it's not our role to carry out the assessment. It is our role to look at and to see that children are provided with the services that they require, and that would be the NDAS service. And just on the support, I did pay credit to the authority, the education authority, that any kid showing traits or autism then does get provided with support. But it may not be enough support, and the assessment may come out with something different in terms of the level of support that individual needs. And when I say this in terms of ASLs, it's only, I think, this week I read, or last week that I read, the EIS, the Education Institute of Scotland, was saying that ASL staff are under severe pressure because there is far too much work for ASL, and we've already had it recorded from COVID that the figures have gone up from 30 to about 40% of kids who require. That is almost touching on half our education kid cohort. So we do need to look at this. We do need to build into a plan how we can improve on ASL and increase the amount that is being made available. And that should be in the plan of how we're going to move this forward, so that, you know, as the report rightly says, we get it right for every child. And that's why it's so important. But we need the figures, and I would still hold that I would ask the Chief Executive. Darren seems to have them, but we don't have them. So it's important that we as members get them and understand what it's saying to improve on that 3-year figure, to get it reduced to something that is reasonable.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Scobie. I think very important points to raise, but I'll pass over to Dawn.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Scobie, and I'm happy to follow up with Darren, with Gillian and the team around the current arrangements for information sharing, and if there are any challenges around that, happy to have those conversations with NHS partners and you know, make sure that we've got clarity on information being provided to elected members. So I'm happy to follow up you know, with colleagues and with the NHS as appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, I'll come to you next, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Convener. Just before I ask my questions, I will say apologies. I have been off due to ill health, so if I ask any questions that I've missed, I apologise. I do welcome the report. I know Darren and his team have done a lot of work in the children's services, and I'm really pleased to see that the website we discussed 2 years ago at great length and some suggestions have been taken on board is functioning, so I hear. A bit disappointed about the advertising of it. For members, I don't know if you know, but there's a website being developed, and it's like a one-stop shop for children and families with neurodiversity. I'd like to ask, are you extending on that and providing the app so that children can access it as well? That's one of my first questions. And I'd like to ask a bit more about the subgroups that are in the appendix. So who are the people that are part of the subgroups? Have elected members, any elected members, been asked to be a part of the subgroup? Councillor Scobie's touched on a lot of also what I was going to say. In the report, we haven't got any statistics, so it's quite difficult as elected members to look back on where we were, where we're at now, and where we want to be. So that would be useful moving forward in any future reports. I am aware that a diagnosis shouldn't impact the level of support that children do get, but it does impact the families and the child. If you are unaware of what your diagnosis for your child is, whether it's autism, whether it's ADHD, how do you then look for the right support for your family, for your child? And I looked in the report and I noticed that there's some training being done for teachers to be able to... A lot of children have mask behaviours, so they're not visible. You can't actually see what's going on inside the brain. So it's good to see that there has some training being done. But who's that being done with? Which schools are a part of that? Is it across the region or is it just in Dumfries? You state in the report as well that you've done some work through family engagement. Are these the sessions that were held at the bridge that were ticketed, that not all families could engage in? Or are these the sessions, different sessions that have been across the region, particularly over in the west, where there's a lot of families, and I get a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, and I was at a meeting just last night with other councillors where families were saying that they're desperately waiting for social work involvement, they're desperately waiting for speech and language involvement, they're desperately waiting. And these are children who have severe difficulties. You know, they're not waiting on an NDAS diagnosis like the majority of other children who are waiting 3 years. These parents actually have a diagnosis and they're still waiting for services. They can't get these services to interact with them. So for me, we seem to be going round in a vicious circle. And because the services are not interlinked and there's a missing link somewhere, it then affects the families and then has a massive negative impact on the mental health of the families, which then has a massive impact on all the other services. So it's how are we going to connect all of those together, and how as elected members are we going to get that information back? Because this to me is just a start. And it does say we've got some successes, but where are the measures for those successes? Because I don't see any. And I'm not being negative because it is fantastic it's being brought, but I need to see clearer measures as to what we are succeeding in, where we're failing, and where we as elected members need to look at our budgets and how we can put more money into these supports if that's what's needed. And we can't do that from a report that skirts around the edges, that gives us some positives but no focus onto what's wrong, what the problems are, what the issues are. And I don't see that in the report, unfortunately. And I don't want to sound negative because there is a lot of positives, but there is so many children and families that we are letting down, not only as a council, but the NHS as well, and we need to try and mitigate that. So my question is, how are we bringing it together? And when are we going to see a report that challenges that and we can get our teeth into, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I would maybe ask members, this is a really, obviously this is a hugely important issue, and this is the annual report on our agreed service plan. There's a lot of questions there which you have quite rightly raised, so maybe if there's a question we can maybe take a pause. So Darren, I don't know if you've captured all the comments and specific questions on there, but if there's specific questions that maybe Darren doesn't address, if we can come back, and just for all speakers going forward, if we can be really clear on what the questions are on the annual report, because we do have this service plan already agreed. But Darren, I'll come to you, and Councillor Hill, please do come back if there's other issues not being picked up.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Hill. I'll do my best to work through those as quickly as I can. Excuse me. So in terms of website, yep, great to hear you recognise that it's been launched. Thank you. The website was promoted across all children, young people and families through our early learning, childcare and school provision. and also through social media. And just over the last few months, we've started a programme of cluster-wide parent events whereby we're inviting parents and carers, children, young people across all clusters to a focused event. The most recent event was held in Lockerbie, and there will be one in each cluster where we are taking that opportunity to try and engage with as many parents as we can, and we're using that as a platform to also promote the website but also other services. In terms of your point around statistics, I recognise that there's maybe not statistics that could be applied across all of the 6 areas neatly. However, within Appendix 1 of the report, there is a range of indicators that demonstrate the well-being of our children and young people in Dumfries and Galloway, and Scottish Government are expecting that when we present a children's services plan, that's the sort of the picture that we give alongside it in terms of what is the general well-being of our population. So that's from page 52 onwards. In terms of support for children, young people and their families who have autism or other neurodivergent challenges, I think that it would be fair to highlight, as within the report, we've locally secured funding from Whole Family Wellbeing Funding to lead and develop a project around supports and services, which is being led by NHS and Third Sector Dumfries and Galloway, whereby we're looking at those supports. And part of that was to have that initial conversation at the bridge, which I had thought was going to be followed up with a number of satellite events. However, I think what colleagues had decided to do was to piggyback onto the events that I've just described for parents and carers. So colleagues have been going along and engaging with parents as part of this new cycle of events so as not to duplicate. In terms of training, opportunities that exist are promoted to all staff. So all staff have the opportunity to access training, and of course we would expect that staff who are particularly working with children and young people who may benefit from having a trained staff member, then we would expect the focus to be in those staff being able to attend. And indeed I'm aware that has been shared across the region, but I'm happy to look at how that is moving forward. In terms of the joined up approach from services, I think that where one or more services is working with a child or young person, we would expect that a child would potentially have a child's plan. And through that process, that's where we've got that opportunity to coordinate that support through our lead professional who's leading, and where there are issues of services who are unable to provide support or timelines, then that should be followed up in those instances. So again, if there's individual examples, then that's something that we can pick up. In terms of challenge, across each of the 6 work streams, the report does highlight some challenges. I think my own reflection would be to say that the Children's Services Plan was agreed. We agreed very specific actions, and the report has brought forward updates in relation to those actions. When we have a seminar later in the year and when we bring forward the development of a new Children's Services Plan, we have absolutely got the opportunity with you members to shape what that looks like. But what we've agreed in the current plan is really what we've set out to deliver as a partnership. And as the report demonstrates, we're on the way to delivering that, but happy to take feedback in terms of how we may strengthen that reporting moving forward. Thank you, Chair. Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, is there a follow-up you wanted to come specifically?
Yeah, thanks for that, Darren. When you're saying about these events, they're going to be piggybacked onto the back of, and they're going to be in all localities. How are parents going to be made aware of those? Are parents going to be chosen? Because I know in the report it does say 30 families, we've captured family challenges from 30 families. Where did we get 30 families from when we've got so many families? How are those families engaged with? You know, how do we source them? How do we speak to them? And these events, are they going to be open to anybody? Because some schools are really, really good at giving out information. Other schools, particularly when children move on to a secondary school, you're not as involved as a parent, and it's very difficult, unless you're a parent that screams and shouts and goes in and asks for information, to find out about the events. So are they going to be open to all families, children that are homeschooled, or is it going to be selected families? And I just know, I forgot to ask, sorry Chair, there's 3 schools. In the report it says you've already made connections with 3 schools where there's going to be a trial put. I can't find which page it's on, but I was just wondering which schools it was. I'll have a look.
Thank
That's
you,
okay, and
Councillor
find
Hill.
which page it's on. But it's how these 30 families have been found when there's so many voices out there that are not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you've got information on those 2 points, that would be helpful, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. The 30 families relates to a specific piece of work around our neurodivergent families, and at the point of pulling together that event, I know that health colleagues invited parents who they rightly were able to access their information, contact details, etc., and also promoted it via social media and other channels. So I do take the point that there are many families across the region who are affected, but I suppose colleagues in health at that point were using the information that they had access to. There's absolutely an openness to involve every and any family in that work. It was just simply an opportunity to pull together some sort of event to start a conversation, and indeed a social media group's been set up that's available and accessible to any family. And of course the desire from us is to involve as many families as we can through the development of the new Children's Services Plan and having their voice heard. And these events that we're having in each cluster hopefully provide families the opportunity to do that. They are open to every and any family. They are being promoted through schools, through early learning settings, but also using other promotion methods such as posters, such as social media, etc. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I think if it's fair, I think it's important to move on. There will be the elected member seminar, but if there's a concise one question, I'm conscious of timing, Councillor Hill.
It was just the page number for the 3 schools is 131, and just a suggestion, could we advertise these sessions through community councils as well?
I'm sure that I can see nodding from officers on that one, so no, really helpful, thank you. I don't have any of the other speaker has withdrawn, so there's nobody else looking to come in at this point. So I think if we do move to the recommendations, we are being asked to note the progress in relation to the Children's Service Plan, endorse the annual report, agree the preparation of the new service plan as per the consultation mandate, and note that a member seminar will be arranged. And I would actively encourage all members to attend and feed in on that. But Councillor Crothers, did you want to come in on the recommendations?
No, it's maybe about how do we capture the actions that you just referred to, were asked.
So they'll be captured as part of the normal action tracker, and we can feed back to members where appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Can you just remind me what those were, please?
I'll turn to governance, who are keeping a note of them, but normally we capture all the actions at the end of full council and I go through them, so I wouldn't necessarily have them to hand, but if you want to capture them or come at the end of the meeting and we can confirm those actions. Thank you. So I'll just check, are members happy to agree, endorse and note all the recommendations as in the paper? Thank you. So moving on to item 9, that is the Stranraer Marina project resourcing, and this is a report by the interim Head of Economy and Environment. The Economy and Environment Committee of the 15th of April 25 considered and noted a report on the costs arising to advance the Stranraer Marina project to design completion, statutory approvals and full business case approval. Members were asked to recommend that full council consider and approve these costs. In addition, this report sets out to make the council aware of future considerations that will be required regarding the council's planned allocations for borderlands projects within the capital investment strategy. Stuart McMillan, our interim Head of Economy and Environment, is here to assist members with any questions, and I will open it up to questions. I've got Councillor Thompson, Leader, who's wishing to come in, and Councillor Dryburgh. But Leader.
Thanks, Convener. And I think I was lucky enough to go to the Borderlands Partnership Board meeting yesterday. So, and I did ask for Stuart and Lisa to support me by just being able to make a statement about what was decided there. So just for information, and it does bear relevance to this report. So the partnership recognised that there's cost inflation pressures across its investment programme, with some of its priority projects seeking to cover shortfalls in project budgets. The partnerships therefore proposed a deal reset to the UK and Scottish governments, and a revised programme business case has been requested by the UK Government. This has been prepared by the Borderlands Project Management Office and agreed with the Partnership Board. The broad principle of that is the allocation of unallocated funding, which was originally attached to the digital programme some time ago, into key projects, and in our region this will see an extra £4 million added to the Marina project and £2 million to Chapel Cross. The recent UK Government spending review confirmed funding for growth deals at previously agreed levels, so the specifics of the Borderlands ask can now be submitted for approval. So I thought best to update members about that. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Leader. So I'll bring in Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Thanks very much, and thank the Leader for that information. And I agree with him, you know, the situation as is a bit hectic with the price of things at the moment, and we always see the rising costs of these things. So even with that, I think there's an extra bit that needs to be put into the recommendations. So in April 2016, as Councillor Scobie will remember, the then Deputy First Minister John Swinney committed to investing £6 million in the regeneration of Stranraer's waterfront. On a visit to Stranraer, that was a clear and direct pledge made outside of any UK funding schemes. And to date, that funding hasn't been allocated. So I'm hoping it's not that £6 million that he's talking about there, because it's nothing to do with the Borderlands project. Therefore, I would like to move an additional recommendation on behalf of the Labour Group, that in 2.4, and I've sent Tracy this by email, note the commitment made by the Scottish Government in April 2016 provides £6 million in standalone funding for the regeneration of Stranraer's waterfront, separate from the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal, and agree to write to the First Minister seeking clarification on when this funding will be released for the investment in Stranraer. I'm happy to move that if it's needed. Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dryburgh. This is a question that's come up many times at Area Committee, and we have had confirmation of that £6 million, but I will bring Stuart in to speak to that point, because I'm not 100% sure that that is actually a competent additional recommendation. But I'll turn to officers for a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. So regarding the £6 million from Scottish Government, that has been confirmed by the Scottish Government Regeneration Unit as available to Stranraer through the Place-Based Investment Programme, which is one of their annual grant funding programmes. We have been required to submit now annual drawdown statements for the £6 million. And we have done so, and that first tranche of the £6 million, I think it amounts to around about £700,000, has been requested for this financial year. The Scottish Government's ask of the £6 million was that it was directed toward community priorities identified through engagement in Stranraer. They've accepted that the work on the Stranraer Place Plan and the currently active work on the Stranraer Town Investment Programme, which all has been funded through the Borderlands Growth Deal, forms the basis of that ongoing programme of works. So we have connected those projects that are in early stages of the delivery of the Place programme to that additional £6 million of funding from the Scottish Government, and are now active in drawing down that funding and mobilising those projects.
Thank you, Stuart. Does that answer your question?
No.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
no, convener, it isn't. As I said before, this was made outside of any regional or UK funding schemes, and that regional is the Scottish. The place-based plans were put in place after this April 6, 2016 commitment from the Scottish Government. So I would like clarity from the Scottish Government when it's going to be paid and what it's going to be used for. I understand that Stuart and I will be a bit annoyed about me asking this question again, and I'm not particularly bothered. He's an officer. He will be, he'll be asked to do things on behalf of elected members. But I want to understand totally where this money actually is. And we should agree to write to the First Minister seeking clarification on the investment in Stranraer. I would like to see a response from the First Minister.
So can I just ask clarity, Councillor Dryburgh, are you asking the leader to write to the First Minister? Who are you asking to write to the First Minister?
Unless the leader to write.
I'll maybe come to leader before bringing any other questions just to respond to that.
Yeah, absolutely happy to write on behalf of the council. I think so. So the assurance I'm getting is that there's an additional £6 million within the borderland, as discussed. There's the £6 million which is separate, which is to do with what Stuart's outlined. But there's also the clarity required about the historical commitment for the 2016, and that obviously we'll just ask for what's going on with that £6 million. So I'll do so on behalf of the council if that's what members want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just turn to Stuart just to check if there's anything additional to add in, and then I'll come to Councillor Scobie as my next speaker.
Yeah, thanks, convener. The clarity around it is that these are all separate funding pots. So the extra that Stranraer 6 million is not an addition to the Borderlands programme. It's not an additional Scottish Government injection into the partnership budget, for example. It does stand alone. But we have connected the fact that community identification of projects has happened through the Borderlands Place programme, and those projects that are in the Stranraer Place plan will be able to draw down against that £6 million.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Scobie and I'll bring in Councillor Goosey next.
Thanks, Chair. It's good to hear Archie for we are ever and none and looking after the interests of Stranraer. It's really good to hear. But I'm sure we'll be able to do it ourselves for the four, or the people in the West. Just on that additional funding, that is correct. It was a statement made just before an election by John Swinney, and I would hope that's additional funding to the Borderlands growth deal, or indeed any other funding, and that we get this spent as quickly as possible. I'm sure Stuart will work with the town team and the place plan to bring forward projects that can be moved forward, because it's frustrating for the people of Stranraer in not seeing something. I think it was Tommy Sloan that said in 2011, as the last boat sailed out of Stranraer, then we should have the shovels on the ground. Well, they're still to be seen, and they're still got to be there. So all this money is very much needed, including what the leader said in terms of that 6 million. Or rather the 4 million. I think he's got the proportions right again, that it should come to Stranraer to develop the projects in and around Stranraer. But I've spoken to Stuart on this one and what's in the report, and it may not be entirely inflationary increases. It's been discovered that the seawall is collapsing, and that's the one that runs along parallel to the breastwork car park. So it's only been identified at the corner so far, but I have no doubt that it'll run the whole way along. So we have concerns there. And just for people's interest, the contamination being spoken of, that was the site with the old gasworks. And the gasworks, I'm sure, would have seeped many a contaminated substance from there. So there's a big issue there in terms of making sure that the ground is not contaminated. So that's additional money again, although I don't know how many times it's going to be test board. This goes back when Wigton District Council would want to put the swimming pool there, and it was found that it was contaminated ground. And similar to the dredging that Stuart refers to in the report, then the whole inner harbour is needing dredged, not just a channel in. It's the whole inner harbour. You can almost walk the full width and breadth of the inner harbour because of the silting up, and just need dredging to begin with, and a continual programme of dredging right out to the channel, because Stena used to maintain this, if not only by their boats coming along the seabed, but by keeping that channel open. So there's a big issue in terms of the marina and to make it available for boats. So the 1 million odds being asked for may not be enough, but we need to move this forward, because the people of Stranraer are frustrated at seeing no positive action, and we need to see these projects that they're coming forward with, as well as this marina. So I think we need to keep a close eye on how we move this whole thing forward.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie, for your comments there. Was there any comment back for yourself, Stuart, on those, or just to note those? Happy to note. Okay, thank you. Councillor Gusty, I've got you next.
What boots to fill, Convener, what boots to fill. But Councillor Scobie said it. Apparently I'm too big for my boots now, but going back to business. Back years ago, the Scottish Government came in before an election. I believe it was 14 million originally. I looked to the older heads as Councillor Scobie. That was a long time ago, I believe, in 2012. But I'm glad that we're raising this again today. We need to make sure that money's spent in Stranraer expediently. The people are getting fed up. They want answers. They want to see the boots on the ground. They want to see the shovels in the sand. And we're at a fork in the road here, and we need to get this done. We need to show that we're actually doing the work, and we're not just a talking shop. So I'm not going to add much more than that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will just check on my list, because I did see that Councillor Dorward, were you looking to come in? I'll bring you in next, please. And then I've got Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Carruthers.
Not already done so, but it's the second Councillor Driver's motion. And also to ask about that specific funding. It was committed 8 years ago, and we've only drawn down 700,000 of it. Is that correct? Yeah? Something that we're not really aware of, didn't know about. So going forward, some information would be useful in terms of how we're going to use it. Are there any time frames around it? And you've said there are caveats around how we can actually spend the money, but that would be useful to know these as well, given that we are the decision makers in the council. So just a plea that we have a bit more information about it, because it's a bit concerning that it's been around for 8 years and we've only just started to access it. There may be reasons for that, I don't know, but it would be useful to know a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Certainly, Wigton Area Committee members do get updates, and we do get an economic development update from the team, including Stranraer Development and Stranraer Marina project. But I'll bring Stuart in to respond specifically to your questions of the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Dorward, for your question and comments. We will, of course, be reporting this through Economy and Infrastructure Committee, and indeed we've actually have put some comment into committee reports recently. I can't remember off the top of my head which ones that were there, but certainly when we were looking at the process for the starting of the drawdown for the £6 million funding, we did report that and record that in D&I committee reports. So we'll make sure that that's front and centre of capital reports that we're preparing for E&I going forward.
Does that answer your question? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Hislop, I'll come to you next.
Right. Thank you, Convener. It's welcome that this report's here to see that we're actually moving forward, and we should be addressing the funding shortfall just now. I think that's good. What concerns me is if we keep going and we don't just keep the pace, I'm a great believer in keeping the foot in the pedal now because we want to deliver this project. Will we see additional costs coming in? And although it's sort of ring-fenced as a It's a 13.57 million project. If it exceeds that, hopefully we don't cut back on what we do, but we actually deliver the proper project without giving you an open checkbook. We need a good project here, done well and delivered on time. That's the things I would like to see out of this paper today.
Stuart, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. I think we share that agenda, absolutely. We are doing a huge amount of work to give a lot of assurance to the Council about the deliverability of the project, the timeframes around that and the budget around that. So we have been working now for well over a year in a contractual arrangement with the group who will actually deliver it. So we've brought the contractor into the design process at a really early stage to get a really good perspective on buildability and quality. We're 2 or 3 months away from getting their price offer on what it will actually take. So we're keen to get that because you're correct that until we get that final offer, we don't quite know exactly where the price is going to land. We have our own advice that we take from our own QSs, etc. But that will be a market-tested price that will come in. If we are in that scenario of needing to look at the capital finances, then that is at a time in the calendar where we will be able to look at that in the context of the wider Council's capital investment strategy and further reports that will come to Committee and Council at that time to put all of that in context and ask for decisions at that point.
I'm seeing nods of response, so thank you for that one. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much, Convener Stewart. 2.1 of the recommendations, it talks about advancing financial sums towards bringing the Stranraer Marina project, I think in particular, to full business case. I think it also refers in the report nearly £5 million, the whole amount. But if you could explain to me, as if I'm a 10-year-old, what does that mean? So I'll try and put that into context. Royal Institute of British Architects, you'll be aware of that. They have different stages where they get to a point. REBA 1 through, I think it's 5 or 6. So even in that scale, where does it lie? But so that's no bricks and mortar. There's not a brick being laid, I don't think, at that point with the £5 million, is there? But unnecessary, I just want to be absolutely clear, plan permissions, consent, so on and so forth. That's what we're looking at and actually it outlines. I just want to be absolutely clear for the sake of the public domain. What does that mean, the full business case, in simple terms? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. And just certainly, if I may, before I bring Stuart in, I'm really pleased to see on page 191 bullet points and specific paragraphs that detail that. I think you're absolutely correct. Our papers need to be open to the public so they can fully understand that. And certainly, having those bullet points are really clear. But I'll pass over to Stuart to respond directly to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Thanks for your question, Councillor Carruthers. Yes. For a full business case to be developed and fully approved, a project needs to have reached a stage where it is fully designed and at procurement, if not actually finished procurement. So REBA stage 4, ready to go on site, ready to mobilise. All statutory consents need to be in place. So in this case, that would be planning, and that would be a marine licence as well, and other associated things around the construction of all of that. And the funding strategy, the fact that the funding is confirmed and delivered, etc. So the FBC will put all of that into the context that's the full business case that delivers what the project is seeking to deliver, why, how much, and have everything else sort of lined up and ticked off in terms of that checklist of readiness to go.
Do you want to come back in again?
Right, that's absolutely first-class explanation. That's really good. Thanks for that, Stuart. Any member of the public would understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I don't see any other questions either in the chat or in the room, so we will move to the recommendations. So we're being asked to agree the costs of advancing the Stranraer Marine Project Programme. Note that the project is being managed in accordance with the Council's Capital Programme Management process, and agree that further reports will be prepared to allow Economy and Infrastructure Committee to have oversight of the emerging costs. Are we happy to agree Note and agree.
No, Chair, you've still got that 2.4.
Apologies, Councillor Dryber. I've got the leader here also coming in. So yes, we've got the additional recommendation to write as was on the screen. So are we happy to agree that additional recommendation? Agreed as well. Thank you. Moving on to item 10, this is the Member Officer Working Group and an update report by the Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. This report presents an update to members on the work of the Member Officer Working Group to develop a mothballing policy for the Council as agreed by full Council on the 24th of June 24, following a notice of motion proposed by Councillor Dougie Campbell and seconded by Councillor Andy McFarlane on the 27th of February 2024. I have John Finn, Head of Education, covering Learning and Resources, and he is here to assist members with any questions. So I shall open up to debate. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener, and thank you for the paper. I'm a little bit concerned in relation to this coming forward to members today, because what we've been asked is to approve the consultation mandate in relation to the Member Officer Working Group. This started off initially with Dougie's motion asking about a review for impact on communities in relation to the mothballing of schools. And I don't feel that we've really progressed a great deal of a way towards that. And what we've been asked here is to approve a consultation with those communities, yet we as members have not seen the draft policy as yet. So I'm not really sure what it is. I mean, we can approve the process, but we can't really make a substantial comment on that in relation to what the policy would be, because we haven't seen it. And it would just seem to delay things if we're going to have to approve the process here, then get the policy here to have a look at it for ourselves as members, and then to go out to the community. So I just think there's a little bit of a process issue here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. I'll come to yourself, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks for the question, Councillor McFarlane. I think it is in relation to the timing. The Member Officer Working Group have had sight of the development of the policy and the procedures, the associated procedures that have sat with that over the course of time. There hasn't been full agreement on what has been presented to members across the piece. However, we agreed that we did need to consult on something, and it was important that something came out to the public by the end of this year, this semester, if you like. Once the results of the survey are known, they'll be analysed. The consultation, they'll be analysed, and from that analysis, that will be brought back to the Member Officer Working Group, where we've agreed a further meeting of the group in November to allow that opportunity for the results to be shared between the Member Officer Working Group and a report brought further to the full Council on the 11th of December, where a decision will be made about whether those policies and procedures are actually fit for purpose and ready to be presented from January. Thank you.
Did you want to come back on that one, Councillor McFarlane?
Yes, please. Thank you. I understand what Mr. Finn's saying. However, what we are not going to get is sight of that as a council until now, December, because the working group will get it back in November, and at that point it will be presented as a fait accompli, I would suggest. So I would have thought that it would have been good practice for us as members, as a council, to actually have sight of that in order that we fully understood what was going out to consultation, so that we could approve that, make sure it was okay, and we were happy and comfortable with it, and then get the feedback in relation to that. Because if we're not particularly happy with that as it goes out, regardless of what comes back, we may then choose not to accept that. So I think there is, as I say, a process issue. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll maybe just turn to John just to respond on that one. Obviously, we are being asked to agree this today, but I'll come to yourself, John.
Thanks again, Convener and Councillor McFarlane. The challenge is always going to be what we're consulting on, and for members to have a decision on what's being consulted on does not open up to that democratic opportunity for all members of Dumfries and Galloway to consider what that potentially could look like. We will have a very wide range of views, I'm sure, when the consultation goes out, and it's for us as the officers and member officer working group to try and narrow that down into something that we're all comfortable with, which will be quite a challenge, I'm sure, for us to come to some sort of agreement on that. But fundamentally, it'll be full council's decision to make in December about whether that is what is going to go forward or not. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor McGregor and then I'll come to Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. Picking up on a few of Andy's comments, which I agree with, it's strange not to have a policy in front of you to consult on, or a draft policy. I think my biggest concern with this at the moment is that we know how much time and money and effort it takes to do these consultations, and you know, we saw that with the asymmetric week, and we don't have clarity around what review of the mothballing policy the Scottish Government are currently undertaking. And I think it was the 24th of April that John Swinney, the First Minister, said that they would be undertaking a review. Are we going to get into a position now where we consult on a potential draft policy, get to the end of the year only to find that Scottish Government update their guidance, and then we end up having to do it all over again? And I just wonder, given that we've had that announcement, to be fair, in good faith, the mothballing working group was set up well before the First Minister's announcement. So we've continued to work through all we had to do within that group. But I do wonder if that announcement has now put almost a bit of a pause on this consultation, so that we don't end up having to do it twice, or raise hopes or aspirations of families just to find that the policy and the guidance changes anyway. So I just have a wee bit of a concern about progressing into the pre-consultation and consultation phase without that clarity from government.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. John?
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor McGregor, as well. And it's a very valid point in relation to the timing. As I have continually reiterated, the mothballing of any school is taken very seriously. It is about safeguarding our children and young people's educational outcomes, and we need to take that duty very, very seriously as well. And so therefore it doesn't happen ad hoc, and it certainly is not an accelerated process to school closure, where we go through that very formal statutory consultation process set out by the law, and we will follow that legislation allows us to follow that. There is a slight spanner in the works, I think, with regards to the Scottish Government's intervention, and we probably understand where that intervention came from, in terms of some local authorities perhaps accelerating mothballing of schools for various purposes, various reasons. We're very clear in Dumfries and Galloway, our reason is to safeguard those young people's, children and young people's educational outcomes. So we're very clear in our purpose behind that. What I have done through our ADES contacts is that there is a conversation going on with other local authorities to try and work with the Scottish Government on that set of guidance to try and ensure that we understand the position that local authorities find themselves, in particular very rural local authorities where we're seeing significant population decline in our pupil role, and to how we can work together to try and develop a set of guidance that supports both the Scottish Government in their position, but also the local authorities in terms of how they can apply what probably is agreed by the member of the working group is the guidance is somewhat sketchy and is quite difficult to actually interpret at times, and perhaps is open to interpretation. So if we can try and nail that and try and get on top of that, then that gives us a better opportunity moving forward that we're very consistent in our approach. I would finally just say on that point that we do have an extant mothballing set of procedures, if you like, and that has supported some schools through the ability to ensure that we're able to provide the young people with transport to another school when the numbers become critically low, because very much a lot of the decisions that are being made is about the entitlements for the young people to make sure that they do get entitlement to transport to school where they can receive that full and adequate educational experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your concerns, at least in part? Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Dougie Campbell, come to yourself.
Thank you, Convener. I would associate myself with the comments by Gail and by Andy. And at the last meeting of the working group, I made it clear that I couldn't support taking forward the draft policy for a consultation mandate. And the simple reason for that is that the whole purpose of the motion in March last year was to assist all elected members when recommendations are made to mothball a school in their ward, and so that they fully understand the implications and what considerations can be given to other education provision options within that particular ward area. So the draft policy as it stands doesn't include a community engagement model. Members will have heard me say on numerous occasions that we've talked about community impact assessments, and that sort of debate has gone past all through the various meetings that we have had of the working group. But as things stand, I'm not prepared to put my name to a draft policy on mothballing that doesn't actually address the concerns of full council as of March last year. It's a decision for members and what they want to do at this point. I'm not going to ask for any amendments or additional recommendations. I think it's a decision for everyone in this room. This just isn't about Dougie Campbell or Andy McFarlane. This is about the future of our school estate and our communities. So I've said my piece. I have no confidence in the draft policy as it is, and I would wish that to be noted in the minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dougie Campbell. I think certainly that we're agreeing that we would receive that draft policy in December 25, so obviously we'll have that at that point. But I'll maybe just turn to John if there's any comments that you want to feedback at this point.
Thanks again, Convener and Councillor Campbell. I think it has been a difficult journey, I think, through the Member Officer Working Group, through the meetings, to try and understand and get clarity round about the expectations, which, as Head of Education, I have got a particular area of responsibility to ensure that our young people get the best outcomes within their time in our schools, whilst taking cognizance and respecting the views of members regarding the impact of communities, on communities, sorry, should a stage of school or a whole school indeed temporarily close. And that has been a difficult conversation over the piece. We have very much tried in the policy to make or to take cognizance of the impact or the potential impact on communities should a school temporarily close or a stage of education temporarily close. And we have got a clear paragraph in that policy now which makes reference to that, to ensure that we are working as closely as we possibly can with the school community to make sure that we're taking their views and understanding the potential impacts. One of the other things that we're very clear on is through the procedural document, the procedures document, is to make sure that as early as possible, once we know pupil numbers are going to be critically low, we make those early conversations, we make those connections through a very formal process, a structured process, but obviously every community is different, so without laying in policy that we will meet with every community council, for example, but we will make every effort to make engagement with any communities that we are potentially looking to consider mothballing of a stage, then we'd certainly make sure that we were doing that piece of work. And I think fundamentally as well, that at any point that we believe that mothballing is the right thing to do for those young people, we would still bring it back in front of our respective committee, our Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee, for final ratification and decision made by them based on the evidence that we will provide them with regards to the community engagement we've undertaken during that period of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly having your comments noted, Councillor Campbell. Is there anything else that you want to come back in at this point? Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Stevenson and then I'll come to Councillor Ferguson. But Councillor Stevenson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think pretty much most of what I wanted to say has been said. You know, there has been frustration around what the engagement is, around some of the advice that we've been given on the mothballing group. I think the biggest bone of contention is actually the Scottish Government's own legislation for mothballing. It is extremely weak. And it's caused upset amongst many residents, not just in our council, but in the whole of Scotland. What we didn't expect, and towards the end of the working group's meetings, was the Scottish Government to start instigating its own review. And whilst this is welcome, recognising the difficulties in the mothball legislation in its current state, we do not know when this will be brought back to Parliament, never mind set out to councils. But given the emotion surrounding mothballing, I am concerned that we will take this to public consultation and then have a need to change it again, causing further uncertainty for our smallest schools' futures. At full council, on the 28th of March, when this motion was agreed, it was explicitly stated that the primary school mothballing would still be used until a decision was made regarding this new policy. So we're still using that, it's still there, it's still in the background. But given the review going ahead in the Scottish Parliament, I propose we defer this consultation until the Scottish Government comes forward with its updated policy, and then relook the mothballing policy in line with whatever the Government brings forward, which will hopefully provide clearer guidance for rural councils with extremely small schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I don't know if there's a response back at this point, but are you looking to defer the entire report? And do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Wilson, thank you. I'll bring Councillor Ferguson in, and if you want to speak to that, I'll come.
I'm happy to second that.
Happy to second. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Convener. I can understand Dougie's frustration, because to me, a building is where people get taught, right, or learn. Right? We only called it a school in later years because if you go back historically, the churches did it, or even better than that. If you bear with me, my wife's in Canada just now, brings me back to a visit to Calgary, to the Museum of the Prairies. The first thing they built was a school, but it was a church at the same time. So it was a place for people to meet. And what I think we're losing sight of here is that, especially in rural areas, the church is the school, as it is called now, is the centre of all the activities in that community. The whole community gathers round about the school. And we did pass a motion some time ago that schools were to be community facilities, not just schools. So what are we going to do? Can we get an assurance here that the community side is going to be looked after when we go forward to mothballing? Because I didn't want to go back to days gone by for me. 1975, when it became Strathclyde, Glasgow Council held on to all their old dilapidated police stations because they were assets. Right? They're listed buildings and they're still boarded up yet. Right? So let's think before we go into this. I can understand the frustration. I'm equally frustrated because I believe a school is someplace, it's a centre for whole community.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. John, I don't know if you wanted to respond in terms of the community aspect of that one, but I'll come to you in case there's any comment.
Yeah, thanks, Convener, and thanks, Councillor Ferguson. I mean, just very briefly again, it's to remind ourselves that mothballing is not a permanent closure of a building. It is simply to look after those young people at that particular time, to give them the entitlements, and any statutory consultation would be brought back through full legislative process to ensure that full community impact would be assessed as part of that process, and members would still have the opportunity, would take the decision, sorry, not the opportunity, to take the decision about whether that school should permanently close or not. But this mothballing is, to remind ourselves, a temporary measure for those children at that particular time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I'm saying, okay, you don't want you to come back. So I've got a couple of first-time speakers still to come, so I'll take Councillor Hill, Jameson, Carruthers, and then come back to yourself, Dougie Campbell, for a second-time speaker. But Councillor Hill, I'll come to you next, please.
Thank you. On page 202, down at the bottom, it says reporting the results December 2025. And then it says feedback and evaluation, which will be from January to July 2026. Can I ask, are they the wrong way round? Because surely we should get an update on the outcome of the consultation in order for a draft new policy to be put together, because we're going on the findings from the consultation, or have I got that wrong?
John, I'll turn to you on that one.
Maybe how I've read it, I'm just wanting to check, because surely if we're going out to consultation and we're asking members of the public, and we're doing another consultation like the asymmetric week, but we're already going to have a draft policy put in place, then we're obviously putting the draft policy in place before we've listened to the views of the consultation. So is that, am I reading it wrong, or are the dates back to front? Sorry, thanks.
Sorry, through yourself, thanks, Councillor Hill. I think you are reading it wrong. I think it is about the feedback that comes after decisions been made from full council. So we would share that information once full council had made that decision in December.
Councillor Hill, were you looking to come back?
Yeah, sorry. So after we've had the consultation at the end of December, there'll be a pre-policy drawn up, a draft policy. But surely we would get the results of the consultation first.
I think, if I may, my reading of this is that we would update the communities and the public on the results. So we would have already had that update at full council with the draft policy. And once agreed a draft policy, that feedback would go back out to the public. Is that correct? And I'm saying nods from John, but is that helpful, Councillor Hill?
It just doesn't read very well in the report, because a number of different councillors have read it and seen it the same way as me. But just for clarity on that, because if we are doing a consultation, we need to make sure, if it does go ahead, it isn't like the asymmetric week one. We need to make sure that this one the public are happy with, because if not, they're going to lose faith completely in the education system and also in the consultation process of Dumfries and Galloway Council. Thanks.
Thank you. And if there isn't clarity on that one, perhaps we can take that as an action to ensure that it's made really explicit what the timeline is on that one. And I'm seeing nods from officers. I'll just confirm with yourself, Councillor Hill, are you quite happy? Is that as an action that we clarify explicitly that timeline?
Yeah, I think it needs to be clarified. And also, I think Councillor McFarlane maybe stated at the beginning, if a consultation is going out, that were you asking for elected members to have sight of that first? Because I know we did ask for that for the asymmetric week and we didn't get that. And as elected members, we are public facing and we do get a lot of criticism from the public if something goes out, and elected members have ratified it. So I think that if any surveys or any consultation is going out there, that we do have an oversight first of what is actually going out, what questions are going to be asked in the public domain. Thanks.
So I'll come to John then on that specific request. So I'll pass over to officers.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hill. I think that's okay. I'll check with my colleagues in Thriving Communities just to make sure that that's acceptable in terms of the consultation mandate that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we can update all members once we've got the clarity on that one. Okay. So moving on, I've got Councillor Jameson and then Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Jameson.
Hello, thanks, convener. Yeah, this has always been a really difficult and times obviously emotional as well. I tend to agree with Dougie and Councillor McFarlane on the recommendations. However, what I'm asking of the officers is that there's a lot of research being done on closing rural schools and the impact on communities and vice versa. We're not alone in this, it's happening all over the world, and there's an awful lot of research being done into this, but folk tend to take polarised views, even over emotional views. So what I would ask of the officers is to supply some objective academic evidence on the issues that we're arguing about, because we tend to shout about what we want without thinking about the implications and other issues. And John and the education folk have always had the first priority of the education of the young people and the children, which is very valid, but also the community comes into it, transport comes into it. But at the risk of repeating myself, it's happening all over the world, and I've looked at it quite closely, and there are definitive answers, but we need to consider all the options and not just do what suits the people in that particular circumstance. So I would welcome some objective research and findings where countries have gone through the same process as we're going now. The ultimate aim of Dumfries and Galloway is to get the best education in communities for young people and their families. And that depends on getting our policies right, because at the moment, we're maybe doing neither. Our outputs from schools in the benchmarking is not great, and a lot of that's to do with the finance of things that are within our control. So what I'm asking of the officials is that we present some objective academic research into the impacts of closure of rural schools, the benefits and the negatives of smaller rural schools, urbanisation, all this, because it's all been done. And I believe there's a young person in the Dumfries and Galloway doing a PhD on the subject just now, so it would be very informative for everybody that's got to fill that consultation in, that it's not just from the heart, it's from the head and the heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. So can I just check that you'd be looking to add that in as part of the draft report going to full council on the 11th of December, noting that we do have an amendment to defer the item, but can I just double check as when you would be looking to receive that, or are you looking for that out with this process?
I'm content if we get a commitment from the officers that that's something that will follow up. I think we can trust the officers to do the work, and it'll be objective research that will be following. I know John's done some already, and I've sent stuff to him and he's sent stuff to me, but it's really interesting.
Thank you, and I see nods from John there. Do you want to come back in?
Very briefly, Convener, thank you, and thanks, Councillor Jameson. I think the research is light across the world in terms of rural education and outcomes, if you like, for young people. I suppose one of the key areas of research that we use currently is our staff and our head teachers, to understand from them, are the children getting the best outcomes that they possibly can, or is there something else we should be doing? So very much early dialogue with our head teachers, and again our procedures outline that that's the first port of call. We speak to our quality improvement officers and we speak to our head teachers to say, are these children getting the best outcomes, or should and could we be doing better? So that's first point of call. The research, as said before, is fairly light out there. We're doing what we can to understand what it's like in other countries, our own country as well, and I know that other local authorities are looking at a lot of this at the same time. I think, interestingly, we've got a fantastic opportunity, you're right, in terms of the PhD student, but we've also got an opportunity to work with the University of Glasgow Crichton campus through the Centre for Teacher Excellence, and we're currently recruiting to researcher positions with a heavy focus on rural education. So although it's a very short-term piece of work, I think it's due to be completed by the end of March. I'm very much looking forward to working with the university and our colleagues to try and understand some of the key areas of rural education that will help us support the policy decisions that we're going to make in the future. So fingers crossed we can get a piece of work there that we're going to try and really work together with our colleagues up at the university as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yeah,
I'll
just a
just
very
move
quick-
on. Yep,
Very quick. You've answered my question on the education side of it, but a lot of the research in like Finland, Canada talks a lot about the impact on communities as well, and I think that's the part of it that I think everybody will agree, well, most people will agree that small schools are not the best way to educate socially or academically, but it's the impact on communities that maybe whether it's light or not, we could do with some of that research. Now, I've read some, and well, I wouldn't say it's light, I would just say it's conflicting. There's pros and cons, and that's what we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Carruthers, I'll come to you next, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. Apologies, I had to leave the meeting for a phone call, so if this has been said already, apologies for that. John, 2.1, the recommendations. It's 6.2 in particular I'm referring to. So one point is it's how we engage with elected members, and it's through a portal by the looks of it, like a virtual portal. So I just think area committee should be used wherever possible. I would advocate that, and if that's a possibility, that's within the report, and I'm not referring to the appendix, but because it's a property, so if it's any other property, and we are talking about people and property here, by the way of this, it would not normally go through the area committee to be discussed. Is there any other options, so on and so forth. I just think if we put this, like this in front of the area committee, you'll hear the views of elected members and the wider community at that point. A lot of stuff usually ends up at Education Committee or full council will be sorted out then. So I think that'd be a good addition if possible. But I'm very aware, as you've already alluded to, conveners, so unless I missed the previous proposal, there's a motion on the table. So if that motion that's there, moved and seconded, I just wonder what impact would that have on what's in front of us today? Because do we have any definitive timelines in regards to Scottish Government and how quickly they'll act on the work that they're doing? If we've got an indication to what kind of time this deferral would impact on what we're looking at here, that would certainly allow me to consider that information in regards to supporting that motion or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. John, I'll come to you. First of all, obviously there's a point on the 6.2 and then the timeline.
The proposed consultation timeline is September, basically, and to finish at the start of October to give officers time to review all the information. We're expecting quite a large volume of information to come back into us, and we'll take time to obviously go through that to make sure it's presented to members in December if approved to go forward with that. I don't think we could go through the full area committee cycle in a month. I think that would be a big ask. I don't think they'll be scheduled within that month, but certainly members' views will be very much taken on board. And we have already had, as you know, a member seminar, I think about a month ago now, maybe just over a month ago. And if deemed appropriate, we could have a further member seminar well in advance of full council in December to allow any members' further questions to be responded to at that point.
Did you want to come back in again?
No, I just think if possible, they could be if they could be used, they should be used, and it's only because people will speak at area committee, they're not going to speak at full council or education committee. Firstly, because we tend to have a pack approach, I think, at full council, so certain spokespeople will speak on things, but area committee, everybody and anybody will speak, you'll get the full view. So maybe it is too tight for the timeline, but I suppose in future, when you come to your mothball, maybe it should be fitted in there if it can't be done. Just what impact in regards to the motion, if that was to be agreed today, so if the motion by Labour gets approved, if this gets deferred, what's the potential deferral time? That's what I'm looking at.
John, I'll come back to you.
Thanks, and thanks for the follow-up. In terms of the extant position, we would continue to, which has been agreed by members, would continue to operate on the extant position until we got to that position where hopefully across other councils in Scotland who are facing similar issues to Dumfries and Galloway, we would hopefully have a position that government were comfortable with, and the guidelines and guidance sent to local authorities would be hopefully clearer and easier and better understood and possibly even more transparent to where we are. So we would work with, and I did mention earlier, and I wasn't sure if you were in, Councillor Carruthers or not in the chamber at that point, but I have reached out to our ADES colleagues who are also facing similar challenges in terms of some of the work that they're doing, and we're reaching out to Scottish Government to work with them to try and support each other to get guidance that we're all comfortable with, that's focused on the children, but obviously there are wider impacts that's been described this afternoon in Council. Thank you.
If it's very brief,
Extremely. So we didn't get a definitive timeline there. So I mean, it's difficult to try and ascertain. For by we've got a system in place and policy procedures, but we've not got a definitive timeline in regards to how long it's open ended. So it's understanding what the impact is. Kind of, I'd be minded to support actually if there's new policies, procedures, legislation, so on and so forth coming in. What would jump the gun for if we've got a system in place that works? But is it in 3 months, 6 months, 2 years? So thank you.
Thank you, and unfortunately I don't think we can speak on behalf of Parliament and parliamentary processes. I've got 3 first-time speakers, and I'm conscious that Councillor Dougie Campbell wants to come back, so I will go via the first-time speakers first. So Councillor Dempster, you're first on my list, then Councillor Slater, and then Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Many thanks, Convener. I have a great deal of sympathy with the position that Dougie Campbell has set out and the issues that Councillor McFarlane raised. I don't know how we tackle rural depopulation. I don't know how we analyse economic impact if we're going to shut schools. And with the exception of maybe Stranraer, Dumfries and Annan, this will affect every member in this chamber at one stage or one moment in time, because this is only the start of a long protracted process that will finish us up with a number of small schools and large populations. It's a decline that we should be trying to tackle, and I don't think we're paying enough attention. And I understand John's position, it's an education department position you've taken, but we should have a wider context than that. We should be concerned about the rural communities, how we attract families with young people to a town or a village where there's no school. It simply will not work. And I would be keen, if we are going to mothball a school or one or two schools, that we should analyse the outcome before we develop this process further. It's no simply enough just to run with this and shut schools until we exhaust all the schools with the exception of a few. So I'm concerned, and I think members need to pay attention to the wider context. This is an education department proposal. I understand that, but we have a bigger responsibility than that, and I think we need to take it seriously, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. I don't think there's a question there, so I'll move on if need be. So thank you. Councillor Slater, you're next on my list, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a very, very difficult subject. As children's school rolls decline, what is the option? You can't run a school with no children, and the cost, as the children falls, the cost goes up to educate that child. When it goes out to consultation, it may do, but most people will come back and say we want to keep their school. So it is very difficult, because people now, as Jim just said there, more and more people are trying to live in towns and cities now. That's happening right across the world. So, and also as school rolls fall, children need to get a lot of different subjects as well, and sometimes that can be lost as well. If the school rolls fall, you might lose teachers that are maybe specialists in certain subjects, but they're not employed in that situation. So I think really that mothballing, I'm not sure if that's really the right word here, I must admit. Maybe there's, I don't know if there's another word for it or not, but this is very, very difficult. As I say, my colleague said there, what do you do as school rolls fall because people are not maybe retiring into the country and there's no children and there's not going to be. So, yes, the answer to that is very, very difficult. What do you do with the children and how do you educate them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Karen Curlers, I've got you next on my list.
Thanks, Convener. It was just, I wanted clarity on the point that Councillor Hill brought up in regards to the consultation, and as seeing it in the first instance, you had referred, John, that it would have to go to communities, you'd have to speak to colleagues in communities. If they come back and say no, where do we go from there? Because I think it is a valid point, especially going back to the last consultation when there was a lot of discussion and like unhappiness around it. So I suppose the question was posed, can we see it first before it goes out?
Thank you. So I think assurance has been given on that one, and I'm seeing nods from Councillor Dempster. I see your hand, and I see a couple of people wanting to come back in, but I am keen just to get round, and there's several second-time speakers wanting to come. So if I may, you've all got your hands up, so I do need to take it. But Karen, I'll come back to you. Just
if I can just ask for that, a nod doesn't get recorded, so just for the public, can we have that verbal?
John, are you able to give that verbally?
I'll verbally agree to ask my colleagues in thriving communities that that's acceptable and this will come to you. I was not party to actually writing the mandate itself and presenting the paper, so I'll just check that out. But I'm looking to my colleague Vlad, is that accepted in terms of the process?
I'm going to bring the Chief Executive in, and that one to offer some assurance, hopefully.
Yeah, if I can, Convener, that was the specific request after the last consultation, and it's absolutely my understanding and expectation that information will be shared with members in advance of consultation going out, so it's a yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dougie Campbell, I'll come back to yourself as a second time, and I appreciate there's lots of people with hands up, but I'll take you in order. Thanks.
Thanks, Convener, for letting me back in. It's much appreciated, and this will be the last few points that I make on this particular topic. First of all, I want to thank Jim Dempster for coming in and speaking about the impact of schools closing or being mothballed and the impact for the community. And he virtually articulated in his own way the motion of March 2024 that we all agreed to in this room. So I appreciate that, Jim. In terms of the motion put forward by the Labour group, just to clarify, it's been proposed that we suspend further work on the policy for an indefinite timescale. We don't know when that would be, but mothballing would continue. And the questions that arise out of that are, what are the trigger numbers that will be used to mothball schools during that intervening period? Will it be numbers used prior to the motion last year, or the numbers that have been brought forward in the working group over the last few months? And if you are content that mothballing should continue without a community impact engagement as per the motion Labour group agreed to, do you think that's a good move?
I think there's a direct question there to the mover, so I'll come to the mover on that one before taking the other questions.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to answer that. So when the motion was put forward last year, everybody, including the mover and the seconder of the motion, agreed that you would still keep the mothballing policy that we have for primary schools, and we would still be allowed to use it. There was actually quite a fair bit of discussion on that. We have done good work in the mothballing working group. Now, I am quite happy for the community engagement part to stay in and be brought forward when we discuss mothballing schools, but we could find ourselves in a position here where we agree this in December. It's then rolled out the following February, March when the numbers start coming in, and then the Scottish Government policy could come in place by April. So we actually, because that would be a year from when the Scottish Government have announced this, and we would then have an issue in the middle where there's schools that have been potentially mothballed or think they're being mothballed for the next year, who might find it, with what comes out of the Scottish Government guidelines, in very different circumstances. So we could end up upsetting a lot of people here in a couple of months on a policy that actually might have to change. Do you know, and it's very, very difficult. Like I say, nobody expected the Scottish Government to come forward and bring forward a review on this. But like I say, we've done good work, and I'm quite happy to keep the community engagement part within it. But it was agreed at Council last year that you would carry on the mothballing numbers when you put this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Certainly, I'm not clear on what the amendment would be, whether to defer the entire report or part of it, and you've said that you're happy to carry on, but maybe we could get some clarity. But if I take the other people coming back, and then I'll come to you as the mover of the motion, and if there's any further clarity required, we can maybe get that. But Councillor Ian Carruthers, you were looking to come in, and then I'll come to yourself, Jim Dempster. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. So a bit of information you're probably not aware of is that I'm qualified to work in confined spaces. So there you go, I'm licensed to do that, and as part of that, we normally have gas monitoring, because when oxygen levels get low, people are affected, and the oxygen levels are low in this room right now, so I always got to say, could somebody open the window, please?
We can absolutely open the window, and I plan on taking a recess at the end of this item, just because we have been going an hour and a half now. So yes, if we can open a window, we will absolutely get that. Councillor Dempster.
Many thanks, Convener, for putting up with me. It was something I omitted to say when I addressed you a minute or two ago. There's now an elephant in the room, public transport. It's collapsed. How are we going to transport children to schools out of the region with the appropriate public transport? So it's not as easy as just mothballing schools when you're inclined. There are other factors that have to be taken into account, and some of them are unknown at any given time, but it's certainly something we need to be conscious of. And that's why we should keep schools local. It's important, and it's important to the wider region. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments are very well noted. Thank you. So we have got a window open. I am going to maybe suggest that we get the motion in writing again, just for accessibility. It's flashed up on the screen a couple of times, but I would like to see it in my inbox as well, and it is very warm. We've been going for a while. I appreciate it's not normal that we just take these and then take a recess, but if we want to take just a 10 minutes on this one and a comfort break, but Councillor McGregor, you wanted to come in the second time speaker, so I'll bring you in, please.
Yeah, I'll be very succinct, and I have an absolute sympathy with what Councillor Stevenson's saying. You know, we started this process in August 2024 in really good faith, and have had 6 meetings since then. But we've now had this curveball from Scottish Government. And my concern, we do have the extant policy in place. It's not perfect, we know that. We're going to have to do this. But are we seriously going to exhaust a lot of resource and time and good spirit within our communities to only find that we have a change in a few months' time and we potentially have to do it again? So I'm very split on this. I want to get a policy, but I think that the curveball from the government in April has slightly skewed our process through this as well.
Thank you. So I'm in hands of members, but Councillor Wood, I'll bring you in.
Sorry for the delay in coming in. It's really just to seek an assurance for parents who are now extremely concerned when they see their schools are not getting the maintenance and they're also having teachers removed from the classroom. And their concern is this has already started, the mothballing. How do we reassure them that that is not the case?
So that's a specific question that I'll maybe come to Jonathan on.
So in terms of the maintenance of schools, that still remains as the priority list, which is brought in front of members every year through Education, Skills, Community Wellbeing Committee, and the agreement of where the money is being spent is a finite resource, we know that, and it doesn't certainly go as far as we'd like it to, but it's the money that's available to maintain the school estate as best we possibly can. We know that the school estate is significantly deteriorating day on day. We know that the bills are mounting up, and the challenge is how do we maintain that moving forward for the next number of years. In terms of the staffing is, as always, it's allocated in accordance to our normal staffing processes through SNCT guidance in terms of class size maxima. It is, both in primary and secondary schools, the most efficient model that we can offer to make sure we get best value and to ensure we've got equity and fairness and transparency across all of our settings. So the staffing hasn't changed at all in terms of any changes to policy or procedure. It is as it's always been. Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Wood. Yes?
Not really, because it doesn't give them reassurance. I mean, we have Pen Punt and Dansker School, for example, that have got teachers being taken away from them, or there's been a lack of maintenance on the outside and possibly not even waterproof. But it's how do you actually reassure them? Can we put a statement out as a council?
So I think in terms of maintenance and teacher numbers, that's perhaps a different issue to mothballing, but I appreciate the comments. Obviously, we have got policies in place, but we can maybe come back to that after we take a recess. I do have the motion, or the mover of the motion or amendment, wishing to come in. So I will come to you, Councillor Stevenson, briefly, and then we'll take a recess.
Thank you for letting me in, Convener. It's just a point of clarity. In the mothball working group, we've got the policy, which is obviously what will go to consultation, but we also have a procedures document that we've made, and that carries the part that has the engagement part with the communities. If I kept that in the motion, that we still adopt the procedures, that doesn't need to go through consultation, but we would still be able to use the part from the community engagement aspect of it. Would that be okay to do from a governance point of view? Thank you.
So what I would suggest, and I'll seek approval from members across the chamber, it is 14:41 just now. If we take 15 minutes, come back at 2:55, we can have a break, and that information can be sought for clarity from governance, and we can get that circulated to all members so that when we come back at 2:55, we actually have the full motion in front of us. So are members in agreement? Yep. Okay, thank you. So we'll reconvene at 14:55. Thank you, members. That's us back live on item 10 we are. So I will come to the mover of the motion, Councillor Stevenson, and I don't know if you've got a new form of words that you want to share, so I'll come to you first of all, please.
Thank you, Convener. So the motion is this Council agrees to defer the consultation of the draft policy until the Scottish Government has released their guidance, and further agrees to bring forward the procedures endorsed by the Member Officer Working Group to the next full Council meeting in October for consideration, agreement and implementation.
Thank you. Hopefully we can get that on the screen so all members can just take a few moments to have a read of that. So that is a motion, and as the seconder, can I just confirm, Caroline Wilson, you're happy to second, is that correct?
Yes, still happy to second, thank you.
Thank you. I would just maybe ask if there's any amendments to that. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I would like to move that we go with the recommendations, but with the additional recommendation that if you recall, my initial comment was in relation to the fact that we were asking for consultation on a document that we hadn't seen, with the reassurance that we would actually get sight of that draft policy before then. I would ask that we amend or add a recommendation that we are happy to approve on the basis that we have sight and have the opportunity to scrutinise the draft policy and the questions that are going to be asked of the community before that goes ahead.
And do you have a seconder for that?
Happy to second.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just turn to Councillor Doogie Campbell. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Andy could maybe clarify what that scrutiny would be and how it would be taken forward.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's really for groups of members individually to do that. I mean, obviously we'd have to have a look at some sort of timeline to allow that to happen, especially as we just get into recess. But really it's for groups and individuals, and us as individuals, that members, to take that responsibility to read that, to discuss it and to get feedback to the education team.
So can I clarify the initial action that we had already agreed to take forward as an action to be able to feed back to the consultation prior to publication? Are you asking for that to be forming part of the recommendations rather than just an action? I'll maybe bring in Dawn first of all, or John.
Just in the interests of clarity, members, are we, in terms of the approach and what's been outlined, is it that members would like sight of the materials before it goes out, which was the issue with the asymmetric week, that members didn't have sight of what was going out into the public and could provide feedback or ask questions about that informally? Or are members looking for ratification of what goes out through a committee decision? I'm just keen that we, are absolutely clear on that process, because there is obviously a distinction there. Thank you.
I'll maybe come to the movers of each of the motion and the amendment, and I know Councillor Hill wants to come in, but I'll maybe come first of all to the mover of the motion.
Thank you. Sorry, Dawn, can you just repeat that for me, please?
I'm just reflecting, thank you, Councillor Stevenson, I'm just reflecting on Councillor McFarlane's point, and in terms of any consultation that goes out and members seeking to scrutinise that before it goes into the public domain, are members looking to have sight of and provide comment or questions to colleagues, to officers before that, or are members looking to formally scrutinise and ratify through committee? I just think it's really important, given the sensitivities around this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. So apologies, this is possibly for Councillor McFarlane, noting that the motion is to defer the consultation of the draft policy. So Councillor McFarlane, apologies, I'll come to yourself.
Sorry, Convener, what is it you want from me just now?
clarity on how you would like the draft consultation to be scrutinised and how that's envisaged. Is that correct?
I just think to help officers manage this process, it would be really helpful to have clarity. That's my ask. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vera. Having part of the mothball working group, many members, in fact very few members, will have seen anything that's been involved in that at all. So the first time that would be circulated would be the first sight. I think it would be useful that members were able to discuss in their groups as to what stance they may wish to take on that. So I think a little bit of time needed to be permitted in order that they could do that and have sight of it before it went out. But I think I don't have the timeline right in front of me. Bear with me a second. Sorry, I just can't put my finger on the point in here, but I do believe that we should have the time before it was to actually go out. Thanks.
Thank you. So it's not for me to speak on behalf of any movers or seconders. So if you want to come back on that, I'll bring you back in. But I do have Councillor Ian Carruthers and then Councillor John Campbell both wanting to speak.
Councillor Hill.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hill, you were next. Sorry.
I'm a wee bit confused because on my point about the consultation, and then when Councillor Karen Carruthers came in about the consultation, the Chief Exec stated that we had assurance that any consultations that were done by Dumfries and Galloway Council would be seen by elected members and agreed first. So I'm now a wee bit confused that if a consultation is going to be wrought out, my understanding from what was said previously is elected members would see that consultation, be able to read it, and if there was something that was dramatically wrong with it, come back and say, well, can we hold that a minute before it goes into the public domain? And I can see Councillor Hagman nodding her head at that. So that was my understanding of it, but now I feel that we're being asked again if we now need to have that put into a motion.
So I'll check with the mover of the amendment, but my understanding was to move that from an action to a specific recommendation, because the assurance was given, absolutely, and an action would have been taken on that one. But my understanding from the mover of the amendment was to put that explicit as a recommendation. But again, far be it for me to speak on behalf of another member. But I'll come to Councillor Carruthers, Ian Carruthers, and then John Campbell.
Thanks so much, Convener. So just to say, listen, because the addition to the motion in regards to the timeline, I'm keen to support that. So Councillor Tom McCocktrey used to say, put the question when things start to get laboured and contracted or expanded even. So I would say the same, put the question and just go to the vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks very much, Convener. Yeah, it's to go with the recommendation 2.1 and 2.2 with the additional recommendation, just so that we get that absolutely clear, that the Chief Executive mentioned that we will get sight of that document prior to going to consultation. As for the timeline, page 201, which says the consultation stage, it only says September to November. However, it's the dates that are probably more important, because if we are going to have some way of scrutinising the policy before it goes to consultation, or the draft policy, we need that space to do so. I know it's tight. I'm just wondering, is there a method that we can actually put that in prior to actually going to consultation?
So I am conscious we've got a motion and an amendment before us, and I think in terms of these specifics, I'm not sure if there's a response quite, and I do have Councillor Scobie looking to come in, but I will very briefly turn to officers just in terms of that one. John, I don't know if you've got a response on that one briefly.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Campbell. I mean, I had hoped that I might have got round members before recess, but various things changed in the council for the last couple of weeks, so I was unable to do so. But I certainly could try and arrange to meet with political groups prior to consultation, if political groups were of the mind to give me sort of 30 minutes on a Monday morning, if that would be suitable. I'm certainly happy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie, I'll come to you and then we'll move to a vote.
Yeah, Chair, thanks for letting me in. I haven't spoken on this debate. I've listened attentively, and there's been a number of issues made. The bringing back the policies so that we can see it, the consultation policy before it goes out. There's been scrutiny mentioned. I think it would be safer to defer this report and bring it back to the earliest full council meeting, so that with that report, that policy, so that we could look at it, and then it's for the majority of the members to agree or disagree. That way that covers the Chief Executive's point that we agree what goes out and what's in the policy, the consultation policy. That would give opportunity for everybody. Just as Jimmy did, I think everybody will be affected in some way by a rural school, not just Stranraer and Dumfries, but everybody. So it's important that we all have our say, not on a Monday morning going round in groups, but a collective response to the consultation policies. I would put forward a counter amendment if it's necessary, just to bring it back with a draft policy on consultation or whatever to the earliest opportunity full council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I believe the motion does reference the next full council, so I don't know if that answers your question in terms of a counter, but I will come to the mover of the motion.
Thank you, Convener. So within the policy, there is the policy for mothballing that the Member Officer Working Group have worked on, but we also worked on a procedures document for the Education Department to follow that sits beside it. Now, the procedures document actually doesn't need to go out to consultation, but that is the document that contains all the steps the Education Department will take, and within there is the community engagement part. So what we're proposing is that we leave the draft mothballing policy but bring back the procedures document to carry on using until such times the Scottish Government have decided what their legislation is on mothballing, so we can then reinterpret that into our own. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just turn, if there's no other point, I'll maybe just turn to governance. Oh, sorry, Councillor. I'll bring Councillor Councillor Dougie Campbell. This is the first time speaker. I was going to bring in the leader, but I'll come to Dougie first.
It's been a long day. Just to clarify the point that Councillor Stevenson made there, when would full council get to see that procedure? Right, okay. Can we maybe bring up the motion again, just to have another look at it? Thanks.
I think that would be helpful. We'll get that up on the screen, and I'll just bring in the leader just now who was looking to come in. Yes. Oh, no, he wasn't looking to come in. Apologies. It has been a long meeting, but yes, we will get the motion on the screen so all members can see. There we are, members. So we have both the motion and the amendment. In terms of accessibility, I'll maybe read them both out, or I'll maybe ask governance to read them both out, just in terms of accessibility for anybody listening online. But Councillor McGregor, you were wanting to come in.
Yeah, just a slightly pedantic point. I think it should maybe release their reviewed guidance, because we already have guidance.
If the mover's happy to get that just amended slightly. And I'm saying a nod, yes, so yes, please. So I'll turn to Vlad, if you're able to read out both the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. Yep, happy to do so. In terms of the motion, this Council agrees to defer the consultation of the draft policy until the Scottish Government has released their reviewed guidance, and further agrees to bring forward the procedures endorsed by the member and Officer Working Group to the next full Council at the meeting in October for consideration, agreement and implementation. And that was moved by Councillor Stevenson and seconded by Councillor Wilson. In terms of the amendment, to agree the recommendations in the report with additional recommendation to 2.3 to agree for members to have sight of the consultation questions and draft policy in advance of the consultation process. That was moved by Councillor McFarlane and seconded by John Campbell. Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you. I've got a first-time speaker from Councillor Little, and then I'm going to come to Willie Scobie, Councillor Scobie, and then we will move to a vote because we have been debating this for some time, and hopefully everybody has clarity going forward. But Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. I'm sorry for adding some more confusion to this, but the amendment, can that site not be an hour before or the day before? So it would have to be a specific, quite some time before, so that it can be properly looked over? Because it would, I mean, if that one was the one that went forward, it would be followed to the T if it just arrived an hour before it went out. So if I was going to see it, I'd like to see it in full for enough time to be able to scrutinise it and look for any issues.
So we've added well in advance of the consultation process, and the mover of the amendment and seconder, are you content with that order?
Point of order, Convener, if I may.
What's your point of order? What standing order are we on?
It's standing order 10 on motions. We've got a procedural vote here. You know, you keep bringing people in. I'm sorry about this, Convener, but we have a procedure. We've got a motion, we've got amendments. Unless there's any counter amendment, I think we should just go to the vote. Thank you.
So I appreciate your comments. I did say that following Councillor Scobie's, we would move directly. So rather than just cut one member off, I will hear from Councillor Scobie and move. Nope, he's happy to move to the vote. Right, let's move to the vote, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. But do the roll call as usual for a vote, and hopefully members are clear what the motion and the amendment are. I'll proceed to the roll call. Convener?
Amendment, please.
Deputy Convener?
Amendment.
Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Brodie?
Motion.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Ben Dashford?
Amendment.
Councillor Davis?
Motion, please.
Councillor Dempster?
Motion, please.
Councillor Dennerley?
Motion.
Councillor Dorward?
Motion, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Motion, please.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion, please.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment. Amendment.
Yep, amendment. Just the one time. Councillor Giusty?
Motion.
Councillor Hill?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls?
Motion.
It's motion. Councillor Jamieson?
Amendment.
Councillor Malcolm Johnson? Not in the room. Okay. Councillor Maureen Johnson?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Little?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Lowe?
Amendment, please.
Councillor McGregor?
Motion, please.
Councillor McCammon? No, just left. Okay. Councillor McFarlane?
Amendment.
Councillor Mayo? Okay, not present. Councillor Marsh?
Motion.
Councillor Marshall? Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Stitt.
Motion.
Councillor Walters. Not present. Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Okay, as members will see, if we just scroll back up, sorry, motion 26 and amendment 13, and therefore the motion is carried.
Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, members. So moving on to item 11. This is the Proudfoot Endowment and the appointment of trustees, and the report is by the Executive Director of Enabling and Customer Services. The report recommends simplifying the arrangements which apply to the Council's role as trustees of the Proudfoot Endowment. The current position is that the Council, as a corporate body, is the trustee with decision-making through full Council. The report recommends that the 4 members from the Annandale North Ward are appointed as trustees. This arrangement would provide for more efficient and effective execution of business of the Proudfoot Endowment and provides further flexibility. Please note that the report should refer to Annandale and Eskdale Area Committee rather than Nithsdale Area Committee, and I have Vlad Valiente, who is our Assistant Director Governance and Human Resources, and Stephen Whitelaw, Solicitor, here to assist members with any questions. So I'll open it up to members for any comments or questions. I've got Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Wilson.
Chair, just to move the recommendation subject to the amendment of Annandale and Eskdale instead of Nithsdale.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Convener. I don't have any issues with recommendations as they are. In fact, I welcome this report as it's been rumbling on at ward level for quite some time. But it would be helpful to know what our responsibilities are as trustees. We've got a number of trusts in our ward, all very different. And I'm also wondering what the governance and kind of like legal advice around trusts is, because it's obviously separate to the council, but we're only trustees because we are elected members. If that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring in Vlad on that one.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, these are questions that members from time to time have asked. I think the first and foremost, the most important thing in terms of any outside body which in effect you're being appointed to, then there would be insurance from the council's end. Obviously, the relevant organisation might have their own insurance. In this instance, it'll be the council's insurance, just based on the overall history around it. However, just recognising the inquiry there and the points raised, I would suggest that it might be worthwhile having a workshop with members on the trust and responsibilities around that, because I know obviously a range of trusts in which members sit, and maybe able to answer those questions at that point in time. So I'm happy to take an action to bring that forward after recess.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Davis and I'll bring in the leader.
Thank you, Convener. As Councillor Wilson has stated, it's really good to see this report coming forward. It has been an issue in the ward that has been rumbling on for a long time, as she's rightly stated. Again, Councillor Wilson had asked about our responsibilities. That's what I was wanting to ask as well, but a workshop would be welcome going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, leader.
Yeah, very much Councillor Thompson in this one, because this has been a ward issue for a long time, and I think I welcome the working group type idea, because I think we just have to get a handle on how we can move things forward. The community have been very frustrated about this for a long time, quite rightly so, and while we've had various bits of advice, I think it's really about, but how do we do anything? And I think we have to take that forward. So just basically agreeing with everything that's been said so far. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly we've got a proposal to agree the recommendation, so unless I see any other hands in the room or online, are we happy to note 1 and 2 and agree 3 and 4? Thank you, members. Item 12, establishing a Crichton Trust subcommittee, and this report is by the Executive Director of Enabling Customer Services also. Following the recent agreement by Enabling and Customer Service Committee to establish an ad hoc subcommittee and recommendations from Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee, members are asked to consider arrangements to establish a standing subcommittee of full council to be known as the Crichton Trust Subcommittee. Nick Evans, our Democratic Services Manager, is available to assist any members with questions. So I'll open that up for debate or comment. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. The Labour Group have no issues with the report. In fact, we welcome it. Only one question in terms of 4.2 on page 210. And it says it's the second bullet point, a constitution 11 elected members. Will that be under proportionality? That's it. Thank you.
I'll maybe turn to Nick on that one. Nick?
Yes, it is based on proportionality.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wood.
It was really to ask in 4.2.1 on the first bullet point, it talks about to monitor the Trust's progress on achievement in its financial recovery plan. How much in debt are they?
So I appreciate there has been reports to committee on that as per the background papers. I don't have the specific details, but I don't know if any officers in the room here can respond to that. But Vlad?
Thank you, Convener. I can't answer that question, but there has been seminars for members, and there's also been an ad hoc subcommittee that's also met. And the purpose of this is that scrutiny and to be able to ask questions for members of the Crichton Trust themselves. So that's the purpose of the report, is to, in essence, move forward a scrutiny process for members to be able to ask questions around their financial standing.
The reason I raised the question is that if they are in deep, does it mean that those members that sit on the ad hoc committee are in any way connected to a liquidation situation? No.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Ferguson coming in.
Thanks. I actually chaired that ad hoc subcommittee as a one-off. It was in private session, so I don't think it's appropriate to actually discuss it in open council just now.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I don't see any other comments or hands. So if we move on to the recommendations, which are to note number 1 and agree 2 and 3. Are members content to note and agree? Thank you, members. So moving on to item 20A, as intimated at the start of the meeting, we will jump to the appointment of 2 outside bodies, the report by the Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources, and this report seeks approval for the changes to the appointments to roles and outside bodies by the full council in accordance with the council's scheme of representation on outside bodies. This report is presented as a late report due to decision taken at the special full council meeting on the 16th of June 2025, which was after the agenda and papers for this meeting were published. Vlad Valiente, our Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources, and Governance team are here to assist members with any questions. So I will invite any comments, but Councillor Carruthers, you were looking to come in.
No, thanks so much for allowing me. Just probably from yourself, Convener, because you made a decision earlier not to take an urgent emergency out of my business that had been asked by the 4 Andales Health members. So we've got 27 households in our ward, a number of small medium-sized enterprises that are in distress, to say the least. But you think this is more important to take this rather than consider that item. So I just wonder if you can justify that in the wider public, why you've done that.
So the decision has already been taken, and I've said at the start of the meeting my rationale for that, so I'm not going to enter into a debate on this item. We're currently discussing the appointments to outside bodies, but certainly for any members of the public, if they're not sure, they can go back and you can certainly take the recording of the meeting and use that for any correspondence that you may have. Leader, you were looking to come in, please.
Oh, thanks, Convener. And it was just, can I suggest we take a very short recess to circulate a proposed slate between groups, because it'd be happy if we could get an inclusive slate put forward and bring that back in, I don't know, 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something.
Thank you. I'm happy and content to take that. It's 15:28 just now, so if we take 12 minutes, would that be enough to come back at 15:40? I'll just enhance
Convener,
amendments.
can we on Teams get a copy of that somehow?
Yep, we will circulate that once it's clarified, and I'll look to... Yep, we will get that circulated to members. So if we take a short recess till 22. Thank you. Members, so hopefully the slate has been circulated to all. It should be in your inboxes if you don't have it, and it is on the screen. So this is proposed by Councillor Thompson, leader.
Yep, proposing.
And I'm happy to second it as convener. Councillor Giusti.
Chair, I would like to put an amendment in. I would accept all that, barring the Dumfries and Galloway NHS board appointment. I would suggest we continue with Councillor Chrissy Hill. She's been stalwart in her duties on the NHS board. She knows her onions, she's been there, she's done it, she's walked the walk, and I think she's done a good job.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Yeah, happy to second that.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Wood has also seconded that in the room. Thank you. I'm not seeing other hands up or anything, so we do obviously have an amendment to the slate. I would maybe move to the motion, to the proposer of the motion, if he's happy to accept the amendment or to have it as is.
I think it's moved and seconded, and happy with what's been put forward by myself, but I appreciate there's an amendment.
Thank you. So if there's no other hands up or any comments, we do have a motion and an amendment, so we will move potentially straight to the vote, but I will just check with Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. Apologies to interrupt. It's just to double check that in terms of the mover and the second of the motion, that it's intentional in terms of costs, in terms of leaving that blank for the second. Yes, yeah, that's correct. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, just to check that, just to remain blank.
So if we can move to the vote, we'll just get the roll call coming up.
Okay, for members' clarity, you've got a motion from Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Hagman in regards to the slate that's in front of you. And in terms of the amendment, is everything accordant to that apart from the NHS board? That's correct. And that's to remain with Councillor Hill. That was proposed by Councillor Giusti and seconded, I think, by Councillor Ingalls. And if members are content with that, we'll proceed to a vote and a roll call. Convener?
Motion, please.
Deputy Convener?
Motion.
Councillor Bell? He's not in the room. Okay. Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Abstain.
Councillor Brodie?
Abstain.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Abstain.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Dashbart?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Motion, please.
Councillor Dempster?
Abstain.
Councillor Dennerley?
Abstain.
Councillor Dorward?
Abstain.
Councillor Drybra?
Abstain.
Councillor Drysdale?
Abstain.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Amendment.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls?
Amendment.
Councillor Jameson?
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnson?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Abstain, please.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Lowe?
Motion.
Councillor McGregor?
Motion, please.
Councillor McFarlane?
Motion.
Councillor Marsh?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Marshall?
Abstain.
Councillor Scobie? Abstain. Councillor Slater?
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson?
Abstain, please.
Councillor Stitt,
Abstain.
Councillor Walters. I was left, apologies. Councillor Wilson,
Abstain, please.
Councillor Wood,
Amend.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, the motion has 17, the amendment has 7 and abstain 14. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Vlad, and thank you, members. So, jumping back to item 13 now of the agenda. Oh, yes, Councillor Dempster.
Just a quick question. I presume the decisions of immediate effect. Swestrans meets tomorrow. I've got some papers here which I'll leave either with Dougie Campbell or Claire. The others will have to get online, but aye, that's fine.
Yes, yes, with immediate effect, and we'll ensure that all members on Swestrans have got papers. So thank you for raising that. So moving on to item 13, or moving back to item 13, this is convention of the Scottish Local Authorities Annual Conference and Exhibition of the 13th and 14th of November 2025. And this report is to determine the level of elected member attendance at the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities Annual Conference and Exhibition to be held on the dates. Heather Carrigan, our Business Intelligence Manager, and Joseph Coombe, our Policy Officer, are here to assist members with any questions, and I'll open it up for questions or debate. I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, Councillor Hislop, I'll bring you in, please.
Chair, I think this is a conference that members should attend. In previous years, it was usually just 4 or 5 groups. I think there's 6 or 7 now. I think if any group wishes to send a delegate, I think they should be allowed to go, because I think it is beneficial to this council to bring back best practice, see good things, and also to take our good practice to other people and they can see our good work. So I think we should look at the conference. If a member from every group wants to go, they should be allowed to.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. So certainly in the papers there's the various options for full residentials, day delegations, and just are you wanting to leave that open to all members, all options?
Well, at least members, one member from each group, rather than all members.
I appreciate the clarity on that one. Yes, indeed. I'm not seeing anybody else in the room or online wishing to come in. Oh, Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. It's a request, actually. It's quite an important conference. 50 years of COSLA, I see from the papers. It would be useful to have a report back, if that's permissible. Thank you.
Can I ask who the report back would be from, just noting that it's elected members that are attending?
Elected members and officers? No? Or just elected members? Confirmation, please.
So my understanding is for group leaders, the Chief Executive will also attend, but I'll turn to the Chief Executive.
Yeah, it's normal practice for the Chief Executive also to attend. And if it's the will of members, I'm certainly content to pull together feedback to share with all members if that's members' will. Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, Ian Carruthers.
Just on that particular point, we used to get an annual report coming back in regards to the conference. So it would just be, there'll be a template set in order to do that.
Yep, I'm not seeing anything else or anybody else objecting to that, so we can certainly take that forward as an action from the COSLA conference. Thank you, members. So we're happy to agree and will consider and agree the recommendations on there and the proposals by Councillor Hislop. So thank you all. Moving on to item 14. This is a notice of motion on engagement, report by Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources. Before moving into the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Enabling and Customer Services Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed? Thank you, members. So we're being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Caroline Wilson and seconded by Councillor Archie Dryburgh. The notice of motion is attached in the appendix to the report. Heather Carrigan, Business Intelligence Manager, is available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions thereafter. So I will pass over to Councillors Wilson and Dryburgh to propose and second your motion, after which I will invite contributions and questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I'm kind of wishing I'd typed this in a bigger font because I've got to struggle to read it myself. So this motion that I'm proposing really shouldn't need to have been brought forward, but having raised issues through other channels, I was disappointed not to receive what should have been a straightforward acknowledgement that when this council is proactively lobbying or briefing MPs and MSPs on an issue of importance to the council and to local residents, it is simply not appropriate to only proactively offer that opportunity to some local representatives, rather than to all those who serve our region. The issue arose when members were informed that a meeting would be taking place between council officers and local MSPs on a significant local matter arranged by the council. When I spoke to some MSPs to ask whether they had found the meeting helpful, it became clear that several were not even aware it had taken place because they hadn't been invited or informed. And upon further inquiry, I was told that only 2 MSPs, both from the same political party, were contacted. The explanation given was that due to time constraints, it wasn't possible to contact all 9 MSPs who represent our region. While I fully appreciate the pressures on officers' time, I do not believe that this explanation justifies what happened. There is a well-established practice that when the Council offers briefings to parliamentarians, particularly on issues that directly affect this region, it does so on a cross-party basis, inviting all those who represent us. We've seen that practice followed during major weather events, for example, when they're all invited to a single scheduled briefing. And if they can't attend, then they may send a member of their staff or request a follow-up, which is a fair and inclusive approach, and it should be our consistent practice. I'm aware it is in other councils. I raised these concerns through internal channels, including asking for clarification on whether current protocols supported this principle, and I was advised that existing guidance doesn't require engagement with all parliamentarians. That in itself highlights the need for clearer direction. Previous governance documents in the Council's lobbying strategy, documents which used to help shape expectations, are no longer publicly available on the Council's website. Lobbying and engagement with MPs or MSPs is not an optional extra, it is essential. Everyday decisions are made in the Scottish and UK Parliaments that directly impact on our region, whether on funding for services and infrastructure projects or national policy changes. If we're not making the case for Dumfries and Galloway clearly, consistently, and with one voice to all our elected representatives, we risk being left behind, and our communities don't deserve better than that. Effective lobbying ensures that our elected parliamentarians, regardless of party, are fully aware of the challenges we face and the support we need. It strengthens our ability to attract investment, to influence legislation and to deliver for local residents. But that only works if the process is fair and inclusive. Selective engagement undermines that effort and weakens our position. Doubling down with excuses on why that happened rather than accepting that it should not happen makes it matters worse. I want to emphasise that this motion is not about individuals, it's about ensuring that both officers and elected members, when representing the Corporate Council, do so impartially and consistently. That should be standard practice, and this motion simply seeks to confirm that in clear terms. Now, I understand a revised lobbying strategy is currently being developed, and that is clearly welcome, but the new guidance must make it explicit that all relevant MPs and MSPs should be routinely given the opportunity to engage with the Council, regardless of political affiliation. This motion is simply asking that what has long been expected by elected members, fair, consistent and impartial engagement, is clearly written into our guidance. I hope members will support what is, in essence, a matter of common sense and basic fairness, but also a step towards ensuring our voice as a council is heard where it matters. thank you, and happy to move my motion. Do you need me to read the motion out? Because I always forget if I need it. Right. Great, thanks.
No, we've all got it, and it's been published ahead of time. So no, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Driver, I'll come to you as a seconder, please.
Yeah, thanks, Convener, and I'm pleased to second this motion. Like Councillor Wilson, I agree it should not have been necessary to bring this matter to full council, but we have been left with little choice. The principles at stake here are fairness, transparency and consistent engagement. It should already be embedded in how we actually operate as a council. So when, for instance, when I engage with MPs and MSPs in my armed forces champion role on behalf of the council, I do so in an impartial way, regardless of party. That should be standard practice across all areas of corporate engagement, especially when the council is the one initiating contact. Of course, if an MP or MSP contacts the council themselves, including to request a meeting, that's a matter for them and the council. Likewise, if a particular issue has been raised by a specific member of Parliament, it's reasonable for the council to respond directly and offer a meeting. But when the council's taking the lead on a general issue, it must never pick and choose which MPs and MSPs to involve. That undermines our credibility and sends the wrong message. As a region, we rely on strong relationships with all our parliamentary representatives to make our case in Edinburgh and Westminster, whether it's about infrastructure, rural funding or veteran support. We need our MPs and MSPs on side, but they can only advocate effectively if they're properly informed, and that means engaging them all equally. This motion simply asks that we set out clearly what should already be a common practice. I hope members will support it. Failure to do so would leave the council open to, I believe, challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. So I shall open up to questions, comments and debate. I've got Councillor Little and then Councillor Ian Carruthers and then Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I think this is good practice and the correct way to go forward, so I would fully support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Thank you, Convener. Heartened to hear Councillor Little's comments too, as well as obviously Councillor Wilson's. I had the chance to speak to Carly in regards to this, and I was rather surprised at the background, how it came to that. I reflected back to the time with the COVID-19, I think was the committee that was set up, and I think the council moved to a level of inclusiveness at that point it hadn't really seen before, and that felt very comfortable. It really did, because whether it was MPs, MSPs of all political colours and the local councils, we engaged, consulted and had good discussions and conversations for everybody's mutual benefit. I've always been strong in regards to that. There shouldn't be information and that level of communication being sidelined from any political party. So I definitely support what's going on here. The only thing I would comment on it and maybe reflect on it is it, I think it's at the last bullet point, further agrees that the review of the Council's lobbying strategy has not yet been concluded and calls for the finalised strategy to be brought forward to the relevant committee without further delay. I agree with that, but it's in the short term up to there. We need to be applying this as of now, as of straight away. We can't wait till a strategy comes back to us in September, October, November time. This needs to be enforced straight away. So I think if the move in the second and happen with that, it's not an amendment, it's a comment to them, and obviously officers can pick that up. Thank you.
I'll bring Vlad in terms of that question.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeing my colleagues online as well, but I've got no issue with that principle and in essence applying that principle as of now, but bear in mind that a formal strategy will come forward, and I think that's
Thank you. No, thanks very much for that reassurance. And just to reflect on a more recent term, just to add to what I said earlier, but in NHS, data breach, Dumfries and Galloway, again, we're a collective through MPs, MSPs, councillors. That is another good format in which to engage in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor John Campbell, you're next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, happy to agree with the motion in its entirety. I was looking at the lobbying strategy, the refreshed lobbying framework, which is due at the end of June, and if I heard right, that the mover and seconder wishes that the principle be explicitly reflected. I'm just wondering, would that be done in time? Thank you.
I will come to Heather, I think, is the most appropriate responder in that one.
Thanks very much. Yes, Councillor Campbell, I can confirm that we will have time to include that. Joe's on the call as well, who wrote our first lobbying strategy when he was with us as a graduate, who's now a policy officer with us, and he can take those on board and make sure that we reflect that appropriately when the strategy and framework, we're developing a much more practical framework this time round as well to support officers, and that will be coming to the September Committee of Enabling and Customer Services, so it will be present in that paperwork that comes forward then.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands up. So if members are content, obviously we agreed to remove the delegation. We've considered the notice of motion and accepted it with the added assurances from Vlad on that one. So members content to agree, consider and move on. Thank you. Item 15 is a notice of motion on the bus provision, and this report is by the Executive Director of Environment and Infrastructure. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Environment and Infrastructure Committee so we may discuss it? Thank you. Given the huge amount of public interest in this one, I am going to bring in Vlad just in terms of a bit of governance, in terms of procedure going forward, confidentiality, to ensure that we're discussing the motion as is. So I'll maybe bring Vlad in, if I may, at this point.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's just a wee reminder for members. I know there's a lot of information out there in terms of the procurement process, but we do have that kind of confidentiality around that. And in essence, if members could refrain from any particular applicant or process of that procurement and tendering process, then I've got no issue with members considering what's been tabled and any potential amendments to that.
Thank you, Vlad, noting that in past we have taken items in private session, but this is in public session and we will continue on that basis. So members are being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Caroline Wilson and seconded by Councillor Linda Dorward, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Lisa Arnold, our Executive Director for Economy and Infrastructure, Karen Brownlee, our Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure, and Gordon Bryce, Transport and Operations Manager, as well as Karen Scott from Procurement, Commissioning and Payments Manager, and Simon Bradbury, our Strategic and Policy Advisor for Transport and Swesttrans, are all here to assist members with any questions. So I will hand the floor over to Councillor Wilson and Dorward. Oh, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on the basis of what we were advised there by Vlad. Does this refer to also any TUPE transfer?
I'll just check with Vlad in terms of that, but certainly any legal points of TUPE transfers.
Yeah, any points around TUPE are obviously still to be considered, so I don't think we can be any categoric on that either way. So in essence, yeah, if we could refrain from that, I'm happy in due course if a briefing for members around all of that. I don't think there'd be an issue from our colleagues, but yeah, if we could refrain from any kind of employment relations as well, which that very much applies.
Thank you. So we have a notice of motion that has been published and that is online for all to see. So I will pass over to the proposer of that, Councillor Caroline Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. I just want to begin by being absolutely clear what this motion is not about, because the report accompanying in the view of the Labour Group is in danger of misrepresenting our intention and fails to reflect this Council's existing agreed policy position. This motion is not a proposal to set up a large arm's-length municipal bus company like Lothian Buses, no matter how desirable that may be in the long term. It is not a proposal to terminate any existing bus contracts, so the claims in section 6 of the report about the supposed implications of such action are, in my opinion, inappropriate. And it is not a proposal to interfere with the current procurement process for school transport or the re-tendering of subsidised routes following stagecoach withdrawal, we recognise the urgency and importance of that process. So none of the so-called risks laid out in Section 6 of the report are necessary consequences of this motion. These scenarios appear to have been presented to sow doubt and delay. So I'll tell you what this motion is. It is a call for the Council to finally do what it already agreed to do 4 years ago. At the Communities Committee in June 2021, councillors unanimously supported the principle that Dumfries and Galloway Council would work in partnership with the sector while progressing DGC buses towards a full PSV operator licence. That decision was clear, it had cross-party support, and it was an instruction to officers to act. And yet since then it has been allowed to gather dust, so much so that it isn't even referenced in the report before us today. Its exclusion is quite frankly disappointing. The motion before us simply proposes that the Council now acts on that already agreed position. Although the motion is not directly about the current bus crisis in our region, that crisis has exposed the lack of action. Had we progressed the 2021 decision, we would not still be constrained by Section 46 licensing arrangements, which limit our council-run buses to operating Monday to Friday only when not required for school runs. Contrast that with Highland Council, which opted to use its powers under Section 22 of the Transport Act 1985. Since 2023, Highland has grown its publicly operated bus services to more than 23 vehicles, running evenings and weekends and stepping in when commercial services fail. We're not suggesting that acting in 2021 would have enabled us to fully replace Stagecoach commercial network, which has been axed, but we would be in a far better position than we are now. We'd have a stronger fleet, more flexibility and more options to serve our communities when other providers walk away. The powers this Council have failed to use within the Transport Act in 2019 to lift the ban on councils in effect running their own bus services were actually proposed by one of our own local MSPs as a result of challenges our region faced, and they were carefully crafted so that councils could build up capacity gradually without needing to establish large arm's-length companies. Some will argue that the Scottish Government has not yet provided the funding needed to support these powers, and that is true, but that hasn't stopped Highland, Fife, Shetland or councils within SP2, who in March 2024 formally approved a plan to franchise bus services across Strathclyde, including public control of routes, fares and ticketing. So lack of central government funding isn't a reason to do nothing, it's a reason to plan, prepare and position this council to act, so that when funding does come, or we choose to borrow or invest ourselves, we're ready. Continuing with the managed decline using the existing model is not an option for our region. Nationally, Scotland has lost over 40% of its commercial bus mileage since 2007. In Dumfries and Galloway, that decline has been felt far harder than most. Dozens of routes have disappeared. Evening and weekend services have become a rarity, and thousands of residents, particularly in rural areas, are now effectively cut off from work, education, healthcare and social activity because of the lack of buses. Labour's motion is measured, it's realistic, it simply asks officers to bring back a clear implementation plan showing how the Council can progress from Section 46 to Section 22 and ultimately to a full PSV licence. It asks that we explore using our bus fleet more efficiently and expanding it as part of the Council's wider transport strategy. It doesn't undermine the commercial sector, and instead it supports a mixed model where public, private and community transport providers can all play a role. To those who say this is too complex or too difficult, as the report implies, remember that other rural councils have done it with fewer resources and under the same financial pressures. So I think we should honour the decision that this council has already made and move forward by supporting this motion today, which I formally move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Regarding the Labour Group's or the previous Council's ambitious, bold but ultimately doable objectives for bus services across Dumfries and Galloway, it's difficult to add anything to what Councillor Wilson has already said. But I can add a plea to fellow members who are the council decision makers. Bit of history here. Edwin Morgan, the first Macker, wrote some fantastic verse for the opening of the Scottish Parliament in 1999, calling on MSPs to respond to the needs and expectations of the population. Whether or not you agree this has been achieved, I would say his words are especially pertinent now for elected members on Dumfries and Galloway Council. I will quote a bit of it. Think of it as a bit of motivational speaking for members. This quote is from the electorate's perspective and is what I believe our residents... That's fine, Willie. And it's what I believe our residents don't want from us regarding our response to the ongoing managed decline of our bus services. To quote, they don't want, a nest of fearties is what they do not want, a symposium of procrastinators is what they do not want, a phalanx of forelock tuggers is what they do not want, and perhaps above all, the droopy mantra of it wasn't me is what they do not want. Now is the time, members, to be courageous and not overcautious with the trust we have been given by the citizens of this amazing region. We owe it to them, our economy and our collective future well-being to progress the already agreed position from June 2021. A simple, clear and unambiguous request. Members, if your inbox is anything like mine, complaints about the lack of buses come very close second to the state of our roads. Progressive fall-off on bus routes can be seen as a fitting metaphor for a council that is not willing to take justifiable risks. But in this case, we have a ready-made solution and a report that outlines the direction of travel. And unlike other strategies, it's not dependent on inward investment. This is the option we need to bequest to our region, not the ongoing managed decline of our bus services. I therefore urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you both. So I will turn to members. I've got Councillor Scobie looking to come in first.
Yeah, Chair, and coming in to support the motion and welcome it, in fact. And indeed, when I reflect on a recent meeting I attended, I put forward, there was a recommendation in that spoke of the council being the provider of last resort. This opens up that opportunity, and I asked for those words to be taken out so that allows for such a motion that we've got before us. I didn't get a second on that day, but I'm delighted with what both Caroline and Linda has said in terms of what the provision would be and the opportunities that would be before us, not only to do Monday to Friday, but weekend work as well through council contracts with proper licences and everything else. So, in support of the motion, I'm pleased to see it and will be voting in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Convener. It's when we read through the notice of motion, there's two paragraphs that, one I agree with, one I have a little bit of concern with. It's the sixth paragraph of concern with, where we're being asked to immediately start work to develop. The seventh one, where we asked to bring forward a report, I'm quite happy with that, because that would then inform whether we should start work on it or whether we shouldn't. Because currently we're being asked to go out and do the work immediately before we've actually seen if it's practical or able to be done. Because I think there was an advert, hopefully I'm not streaming into the wrong bits, but saying that some contracts had been awarded and the money from the company, the Swestrans, to actually deliver services is about spent. There's commercial routes just now, which I think the Traffic Commissioner is it today, I think, is the day that they come round. So is there any opportunities for us actually to go forward in that, other than the routes we already have, to actually develop this in the next 4 or 5 years? Because I'd rather see what the costs and implications are, then go out to actually deliver a bus service, if that is what comes back as an affordable and economic way forward.
Thank you. I'll maybe come to all the questions and then come back to the mover and seconder, if that's okay. Yep, I'm saying nod. So Councillor Ferguson, and then I've got Councillor Gusty wanting to come in.
Thanks very much, Convener. Ivor's hit the nail on the head there, because it's all about if, isn't it? You know, I mean, Kipling wrote a massive poem about it. It's if we this and if we did that. We are where we are currently, and I do appreciate that June 21 decision that was taken by Council. That was, at the time, a Labour SNP administration, and I was on the chair, I think, at that meeting, if I remember correctly. So we did agree to take it forward. It doesn't seem to have moved very fast. In fact, pretty much not at all. But in the June committee paper this year, there is paragraphs in there about the developing us as a council into a bus supply. So, albeit it's nearly, what, 4 years later, right, or 5 years later probably, or 4 years later, sorry, they seem to be getting around to it. But so I would agree with the whole motion except that bullet point 6, because we can't agree that and then the next one further agree to then do exactly the same thing, because the proper decisions we would make as a council would be based on, for us to agree paragraph 6, we would have to carry all the groundwork that's in paragraph 7. So if they were willing to take out paragraph 6 out of that, I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I was going to come back at the end, but I'm conscious there's been 3 comments there, so maybe take in comments of 3, come back, and then I'll come to yourself, Councillor Gusty. So I'll come to the mover of the motion just to respond to those questions.
Hi. This is what happens when you write a motion really fast, so I'd be quite happy to take out bullet point 6 if I had to number them, because I wasn't sure what you were meaning, but that's happy to remove that if that's an issue for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Gusty, you've got yourself coming in, and then I've got the leader, and I've also got Councillor Doogie Campbell looking to come in.
Thank you, Convener. It's urgent that we get a sustainable bus transport system going on. There's a lot of anxiety out there. There's a lot of anxiety about what jobs are going to be lost, etc. I know that we can't talk about that at this point in time. As you'll know, we had a notice of motion in for an emergency, although the Labour one was in better time than ours. In our reading, in our motion, we've got something similar to bullet point 6, but it's maybe a little bit more nuanced, which is request that the Chief Executive, in collaboration with Westrans, prepares an urgent report for consideration by the next appropriate committee, outlining the feasibility and financial implications of a council-supported takeover of the depots, drivers and buses of any withdrawing operator for a not-for-profit collaborative partnership, trying to use some of our community transport and looking to see what relationships we can build there. We're sending 50-seater buses down to Dromore for free people to come up. We can maybe be more sustainable with that. And another part of that is the failing a community collaborative partnership, the council exercising its powers under the Transport Scotland Act 2019 to establish a municipally owned bus company to serve the needs of Dumfries and Galloway to meet what's not been made, what we can't tender for in the tender process, which I think has been done. But just to empower that, I think the Navanti Group generally supports the Labour motion, but maybe the wording from other members are a wee bit hung up on 96.
Thank you, Councillor Gusty. So do you have an amendment to the notice of motion that you're able to share with all members? Or are you looking to amend or take out? Just a bit, if you could clarify, please.
So there was not an amendment as such. It's more a case of there's members with a bit of issue with point 6 in the motion, because it's asking for basically that we begin work immediately to develop a publicly owned company. Maybe if we change that to do a feasibility study and a financial costing of that, it might be a wee bit easier and we still actually achieve what's in the motion, if that's okay with Labour.
So again, for clarity, can I ask how that differs from paragraph 7 of the motion, which is already on there with the Labour motion?
Fair enough.
I will come to the leader and then Councillor Dougie Campbell. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks. And similar issue, I think if the movers accept, prepared to take out the bullet point 6, that'd be fine. Although I think the key bit in that isn't in items in part 7 is community transport, which I think if that's okay, if that would be okay, because we can't ignore the role of community transport in a rural region like ours. So I think if that was part of the next bullet point, if that's okay, because that was the sort of main difference for me. And I think we've got officers here, and I was getting quite a lot of briefings up to now just about the situation with the buses, which is filling everybody's inbox, and I think we're just looking for progress. So could I ask for yourself, convener, if we can actually get an update where possible in terms of how this fits in, because I'd love for this to go forward as long as it doesn't put us at any risk. And it's just to get that assurance from officers about the process we're in just now, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll come to officers for that assurance, then I'll come to Dougie Campbell and group those 3 to come back, and then take the next speakers. So I'll come to officers first of all on that one. I think, Lisa, is it over to you? Thank you.
Thank you, convener. So I do think in listening to members' views here that we are aligned in terms of what we ultimately want to achieve with a mixed model transport option. And I think the key is how we get to that point, that there are many routes, if you excuse the pun, to getting there. I think the risks involved in us trying to move the option around a PSV forward at pace is that there's already significant amount of work, and the teams are already at capacity in resolving the current situation, and also moving forward a number of those things which are going to take a number of months. So I do think there'll be a capacity issue in trying to bring that forward urgently. Now that's not to say that's unresolvable, but I do think it's something that we need to be aware of. And I guess the report outlines a number of focuses for us that we had anticipated over the next 12 to 18 months, particularly working with local transport providers and the community transport sector to support them to step into the space that is there currently. So we accept that we will step in as operator of last resort for a number of routes. But our initial focus and that we had anticipated is that we would support those operators to see whether they can step into that space in the next 12 to 18 months. I think we will have a good feel for whether they are able and willing to do that in 12 months' time. Now, whether they will step in at that 12-month point or whether they may need a little bit longer is the bit that we need to explore with them over the next 12 months, and what type of support they require. And I think that if we change our focus to exploring the PSV option, it's going to be very difficult to give them the intense support they need to understand whether those local operators can step into that space or not. And so it's not to say that PSV is we don't consider that to be an option, but we just feel it would be better explored in 12 months' time once we know whether local operators are able and willing to step into that space.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll just turn to the leader to see if that offers the reassurance you were looking for.
No, I think we have to set direction as a council, and I think clearly we want to drive that forward. If that's the view across the chamber in terms of starting the work to do this, but I appreciate we've got capacity issues as well. I'm glad that earlier on we've actually agreed to allow appointments to maybe vacancies that will help address that capacity, but equally it is a juggling act for our officers and staff. So I think if we can at least signal as a council that we take this seriously, we want to be open-minded and explore this as best as possible, given we're in the middle of a procurement process. I think we have to be realistic, but clearly it will be a priority for this council, I think, going forward, if what members are saying is consistent across the chamber.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Dougie Campbell next, please.
Thanks, convener. Support the motion. Agree with many of the comments that have been made, and it's very apparent that there's cross-party consensus on the substance of the motion. I was a wee bit concerned about the reference in paragraph 7 to an urgent report, and reflecting on what the director and the leader have just said, I think it's important that we move forward at pace, but urgency, I think, gives scope for heading off in the wrong direction without fully understanding what the ask is. I think this motion will go down very well with our constituents of any particular political persuasion, particularly in rural communities. And I think the point that the leader just made to conclude is that we need to signal that this is something we strongly want to move forward on, but will not allow any sort of slippage as appears to have happened in the past.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So I will come back to the mover just with those 3 comments, just in case you want to come back on any of those at this point. Nope. Okay, thank you. So my next 3 speakers are Councillor Dempster, Councillor John Campbell and Councillor Ferguson, and then I've got Councillor Ian Carruthers. So there's no further speakers beyond Councillor Carruthers, or maybe just take all 4 of those. So over to yourself, Councillor Dempster.
Thanks very much, Convener. I'm sure I'll be echoing the sentiments of every other member in this chamber. We have very few commercial bus providers in this region of the capacity to step up and fill the gap. So we need some operational measures to take now, or to be taken now, to ensure that we have a professional bus service that meets the demand of the wider communities. And we should be having, and I'm sure we will, because I'm sure restaurants will deal with this, but you know, the folk in my ward at the moment know there is no bus provider after August. They're isolated. They can't get in a train with a bus pass, and there is no bus pass. And no bus service currently organised for after August. So I have communities right along my ward that will have no access to services in Dumfries nor Ayrshire because the buses simply won't run, and that's not acceptable. So we have to, and I commend the Labour Group for bringing it forward, we have to do something, we have to do something now. And I'm concerned as well because what we seem to think is that somehow every time we have a crisis, we'll just hand it to a community group. I've spoken to the community bus providers in my area. They don't have the capacity to step up and deliver what was a 2-hourly or 1-hourly service. It's just not practical for people that volunteer their time to step up and run a 7-day service. And as an aside, and I know this is not what the motion's about, but we're stopping folk getting to visit their loved ones in the hospital because there's no bus. So we need to do something, urgently. I commend the motion, including the bullet point 6, because we really need to take action now. It will take us a long time to get to a position where we have a fleet. But if we don't start now, we'll simply delay the inevitable, because I just personally can't see a provider of the scale of Stagecoach being found to come into Dumfries and Galloway, or to the current commercial providers expanding their service to such a degree that will cover all the services that are lost. So thanks for your time, Convener. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. I'll come to Councillor John Campbell, and I actually should be remiss in order to keep with consistency. I'll come to Ian Carruthers next, and then bring in second-time speakers. So, Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thanks, Convener. No, I totally support this motion, and also with the amended bullet point 6. But like Councillor Thompson, who referenced the community transport provision, also part of that last sentence is the partnership with local transport providers. If that could be moved down to bullet point 7, I'll fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Carruthers, I'll bring you in, please.
Thank you very much, but I'm just looking for a wee bit further clarity. I think you've outlined it already, Lisa, and it was the only point I was really raising. So I think in real terms, what we've agreed with, just before I get to that, is that bullet point 6, as Councillor Hislop originally mentioned, that would be removed, and I think Councillor Wilson agreed to that. And so bullet point 7 moves to bullet point 6, but further agrees to bring forward an urgent report without rehearsing that, you're aware. But you also just spoke about the, without going into any procurement private matters, but obviously there's been success, I would say, in the very recent past, and it just, and I think you've touched on this already, but what impact will that have on the progression of that, which would be item, is bullet point 7 now, and will turn to bullet point 6. So I'm just trying to understand in my own mind. I am supportive of this. I'm not going back to the renationalisation of the buses or anything like that, but I think there's gaps in our market which can only be filled by either the local authority and I'm certainly not here to promote large boxes being driven around the countryside polluting the air either. But this is probably a necessity. So Lisa, it's for me, it's trying to understand what you've just really outlined in regard to, we're going to move on with this at pace, progress it, look at establishing something, but we've just awarded contracts in real terms. What impact will that have on the actual, that point, bullet point 7, moving to 6?
So I'll turn to Lisa in terms of that impact.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. So in terms of the impact on the contracts that we have awarded, I think it's probably quite difficult for me to say at this point until we've worked through, I guess, the potential options at that new bullet point 6. So I think it would be appropriate for us to outline that in any report that comes back, because we will need to work through that. There's clearly flexibility within the new contracts that we've put in place. That, you know, that's why we've changed the approach to enable us to be able to negotiate. But I think it would be difficult at this point for me to give any detail around what that impact would be.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. And hopefully it's Economy Infrastructure Committee comes back to and it can be addressed then. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. So before I come back to the mover, if I may, I'll just bring in the second time speakers. So I've got Councillor Ferguson and the leader, and then I will come to the mover and seconder. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, thanks very much. And Caroline, thanks very much for that, which is, I think, the reasonable thing to do and the right thing to do. The issue about community transport, just to allay any Jim's fears, we're not expecting Annandale Transport to run the X74 to Glasgow. Hey, let's be serious about this. Nobody at any time has ever suggested stuff like that. Because, and that, the operation or the setting up of a third sector community transport initiative working with the council has been on the go since 2012, when I think Ian Carruthers and I were in the strategic planning partnership at that stage, and that's when we introduced it. There's also been a budget in this council to help support that, and that was getting delivered by third sector Dumfries and Galloway. So it's part of the equation, and I wrongly had assumed it was seen as a given because that's what it is. But if it keeps people happy, I'm happy to put it, suggest it goes into item 7 or 8. But I thought that the work prioritised work with Westtrans to deliver long-term stability, affordability and accessibility of public transport, people in Dumfries and Galloway. I thought that was enough, but I'm happy to put in community transport just to make sure we cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And finally, I'll come to the leader, please.
Yeah, thanks again, Convener. So this has been pretty hectic in the last few weeks in the run-up to this. So what I would like to say, just on behalf of the Council, is I think with the team that we've got just now, stretched though they are and beleaguered under the various pressures of trying to set up a bus service and keep it running across the region, but I've had nothing but support from the officers who've been involved in this, and that goes from the director, executive director, procurement, you know, and I think the team that's there, a core team that it is, seems to be much more clearer about their purpose. So I'd just like to place on record my thanks to them for supporting me in the last week or so, and also just to help deal with some of the issues that are coming at us. But I think we have to be open-minded and look forward, and I think this motion helps us do that and sets a course that we can all support, hopefully, without putting ourselves at risk, because we have to explore all these options and include all those elements about community transport, working in partnership. We don't want to break or damage the progress that we've made. I think the long-term contracts that we've been able to agree have been, you know, we would have taken your hand off a couple of years ago rather than year-to-year extensions to contracts, which is not stable. So a lot of progress has been made, but clearly this says there's a long way to go. But I think we're slowly getting on the right path, and I think this motion helps with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Leader. So I will come back to the mover of the motion just for any final sum-ups on that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Convener. Just to say, we always appreciate the amount of work the officers do. So if I look at bullet point 6, I think I'm just needing to take away the first kind of bit and leave support wider community transport provision across the region in partnership with local transport providers. I think that's what I've picked up from across the chamber, but if I'm wrong, happy for somebody to correct me.
I'm seeing lots of nods around the chamber here, so if members are content, we're happy to agree the notice of motion as is with the amendment to paragraph 6. Yes? Thank you, members, and thank you everyone for the contributions of that debate. So moving on to item 16, this is a notice of motion for reconsideration of the IJB decision on maternity services in Wigtonshire, and this is a report by the Service Director for Social Work Services. The report incorrectly asks members to agree to withdraw delegation from social work services, which is not required as maternity services do not form part of social work services delegations. Therefore, recommendation 2.1 will be removed from the report. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Emma Jordan and seconded by Councillor Caroline Wilson, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. We have Rebecca Aldridge from Social Work Services, Senior Operation Manager, available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions. So I will pass the floor over to Councillors Jordan and Wilson. Thank you. Councillor Stitt.
It says in page 17 of the report, he's getting moved by Councillor Jordan. I'm the secondary, said Councillor Wilson.
Apologies, that's on me. We'll come to yourself. But Councillor Jordan, I'll pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. In moving this motion, the Labour Group formally requests that the Council direct the Chief Executive to write to the Chief Officer and the Chair of the Integration Joint Board, requesting that a report on this matter be brought back to the Integrated Joint Board of the Health and Social Care Partnership for urgent reconsideration and continued lack of the continued lack of local birthing provision in Wigtonshire, and that the IJB urgently reviews its decision made on the 24th of September 2024 and reconsiders the implementation of option 2, a planned on-call midwife-led birthing service for low-risk births at Galloway Community Hospital. Convener, let's be clear, this issue should not be about health service design. That's convenient for the Health Board. It should be about fairness, honesty, and the right to safe local care for the women of Wigtonshire. When the clinic birthing unit was closed in 2018, families were told closure was temporary due to short-term recruitment difficulties. They were promised it was not to be not a political or a permanent decision. Yet 7 years on, there's still no local birthing service and no sign of one returning. And that is a breach of trust. The public were told their views would be listened to in a full review of the lack of provision. But when led review recommended reinstating local services under option 2, the IJB ignored both the review and the voices of the community. No explanation has ever been given for that rejection, and that's a breach of trust. We were also told there is no demand for a standalone birthing unit in Wigtonshire. However, between 2021 and the end of 2024, 801 babies were born to mothers from Wigtonshire. However, in that same period, only 3 home births took place. Even if just a quarter of the births, hospital births took place in Wigtonshire, that is sufficient demand to make the clinic birthing unit sustainable as other such units in Scotland. The lack of a birthing unit in Wigtonshire means almost every mother is forced to travel up to 2 hours to Dumfries on difficult roads and in a very stressful and sometimes dangerous circumstances. This council consistently complains about the state of the A75. However, how we can say to women in Wigtonshire, but it's fine for you to travel along that road at great speed when in labour, or sadly, as we know from some experience of some of the women, having a miscarriage. Since the IJB made its decision, new evidence has emerged that cannot be ignored. In November 2024, the Scottish Human Rights Commission published its report, Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in the Highlands and Islands. It concluded that withdrawal or absence of local maternity services in rural areas may amount to a breach of fundamental human rights, including the right to health, dignity and non-discrimination. That report called for urgent reviews where such access has been lost. Wigtonshire is one of those places. I said at the beginning, this issue is about the women of Wigtonshire. So let me finish by sharing some of their words. Claire Fleming from Glenluce said she's had 3 pregnancies. Each time she's been made to travel a 150-mile round trip. My baby was stillborn after one of them. Now I have to relive that journey every time I go for care. A mother from Stranraer said, I arrived at the GDI 6 centimetres dilated. The roads were icy. I thought I'd be delivering in the car park. I had no option. Another woman said, I was crawling behind lorries on the A75, afraid I'd deliver in a lay-by. My partner was trying to stay calm, but we were panicked. Another young mother said, I was told a home birth was an option. Then I was told there weren't enough staff. And then I was told I'd have to go to Dumfries. I felt like no one cared about us. These are not just stories. There are many more, and their lived experiences of the women failed by a system that promised to listen, and they didn't. The Labour Party believes we must stand with families in Wigtonshire and ask the IJB to revisit this issue. We urge all groups to support this motion today. The facts are clear. Option 2 is the safest option. It was independently recommended, and it's what the public want. The current model is not giving women a real choice to give birth locally. It's time for the IJB to show it's listening and to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll pass over to Councillor Stitt, please.
Thank you, Convener. I think Councillor Jordan's more or less said everything. But the only thing I'd like to say that I think the proof of the pudding's in the motion and the appendix, and I don't think it's too much to ask the IGB to reconsider to reinstate a birthing provision in Wigtonshire. Surely it's not too much to ask in this day and age. Thank you. I'll be saying.
Thank you. So I've got a number of speakers looking to come in. The first one is Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yes, thank you, Convener, for letting me in, and thank you for the motion. I very much appreciate what has been presented today in this motion, and you'll know from past occasions within this committee I have spoken out about this particular issue. We must protect the needs of women in the West, and particularly also the needs of children, because it's them that are affected as well. However, what I'd like to do today, members, is read a statement from Councillor McGammon, with your permission, if that's okay, Convener. Am I able to do that today?
Yep, that's fine, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much. She's had to leave to go and pick up her children, so I'm just going to turn my camera off and read out her statement. Thank you. As a Wigtonshire councillor and mother, I appreciate the sentiment of this motion and have no issue with it as such. However, although they may well have approached other ward members, I'm disappointed that no member of the Labour group has approached me as a Wigtonshire ward member, given the involvement I have had to date and the fact I have lived experience, for more detail on what work is still happening locally and the future lobbying intentions. This is not a political matter, and I would challenge anyone who attempts to make it so this far down the line. As most will know by now, many, including myself, Finlay Carson MSP, and the Galloway Community Hospital Action Group, have fought long and hard for the return of such a vital service. And so, suffice to say, I'm so sad to see the subject back on the agenda, 4 years after I myself submitted the initial motion on maternity services to be reviewed. I note the motion is to ask the IJB to review the decision. Unfortunately, I regret to say that I have lost complete faith in the IJB decision-making methods on this particular matter. A huge amount of money and resources has already been used to carry out 2 independent reviews, both of which conclude the recommendation of returning a maternity hub to the Galloway Cottage Community Hospital, both of which, in my view, and many mothers and families in Wigtonshire, were totally ignored by the IJB. I'd really hate to see more money being wasted at the hands of poor decision-making. The detail in today's motion is not fresh detail, and although data is important, my toes now curl when I see statistics and figures throughout any report on this subject. These statistics are people, families, mothers and babies, many of whom I have sat with whilst they wept, telling me of their horrific experience. Let's not forget that. There's still a huge amount of work going on behind the scenes, both by local and national elected members, and Finlay Carson MSP has raised the topic with ministers at Holyrood, and I believe that is where the lobbying should remain and continue. Despite what I've outlined, and as I've mentioned, I have no issues with the motion tabled today, and I will always support any attempt to get this significant problem highlighted at every opportunity and to be addressed urgently. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So I will turn to Councillor Ian Carruthers to come in, please.
Thanks very much, Convener. I suppose just an update. I thought members were aware of it, but I would say a big chunk of this actual motion's actually been satisfied. It was myself who got an action from. I'm supportive of the fact, and I can demonstrate that by what the actions I took. I think it was March. Was it March full council? And I said, listen, because it was running about the case in the Highlands in particular, I said, okay, I'll make sure that gets referenced back up to Integration Joint Board, and would be look to consider that as at the Integration Joint Board later on to make sure that that wouldn't have an impact, or did it have an impact? But, so we're not going through the whole decision-making process again, but certainly we're having a look at that. And I would say it's 95% towards what's being put in this motion. So it's been, so going back to my description of Integration Joint Board earlier, Integration Joint Board, like full council, has its committee. It's been to one of the committees, it's looked at it, is my understanding, and it's referred it back up to the September Integration Joint Board to revisit this. So just as an update to members, I can only apologise if you weren't aware of that information. I maybe should have put that out. So that is, but there's more in this motion to what I've just outlined. There absolutely is, but 95% of what's in here has already been actioned. Sorry.
Thank you. So I'll come to Councillor Scobie next, and then I'll go back to the proposer, and I've got another 3 speakers looking to come in. So Councillor Scobie, please.
Thanks, Chair. And as Councillor Carruthers just outlined there, I did bring this back to the previous full council and tried to get a discussion on it. It was said it was inappropriate at that time, and your good self did say you would take it forward. As is in the standing orders, any member can ask for a review. What was not forthcoming was an update on that. So pleased again for your update. And I would like to thank Emma and Davy for bringing this forward. We put forward a motion when we were a day late. So we were, and because there was a similar motion like this, then when ours was not taken, understanding standing orders and the time to submit them. But again, I would applaud Emma on the information that she's brought forward, but I would like to move an amendment to strengthen the motion, and I have already submitted that, and it's after the paragraph where it says review the decision where access to core services has been lost, and it's a paragraph out of the Scottish Human Rights Commission's report, where the findings were recognising the findings of the Scottish Human Rights Commission into the economic, social and cultural rights in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, with particular reference to the maternity service and women's human rights that it was found. And I'm quoting from the document. Women surveyed by human rights defenders reported feeling unsafe, terrified by the journey due to nighttime travel, the possibility of giving birth en route, adverse weather conditions and the presence of deer on the roads. As a result, some women are choosing not to have more children or are moving out of the area and to avoid giving birth. the same can apply equally for Wigtonshire, as Emma has outlined in detail. But it's important to insert a paragraph and give reason why we're asking for a review. The Dumfries having endured, it's all about the 75, the difficulties and women giving birth at the side of the road. Far too many expectant mothers have to make this journey by private transport and often in taxis, putting mother and child in danger, not to mention the medical unqualified driver. Should they go into labour during the journey, too often women have given birth at the side of the road, putting child and mother in danger. Following the report by the Scottish Human Rights Commission, the subsequent actions taken by NHS Highlands was to reinstate the 24-hour maternity-led midwifery services in Portree in Skye. What I'm asking is, in another amendment to the Labour's motion, is that the IGB members urgently call for a review of its decision of 24th of September 2024 and reconsiders the implementation option 2 that was already a review commissioned by the IGB. Then they turned their back on it, but this is saying that we would that would lead to the reopening of the maternity unit at the Galloway Community Hospital with a midwifery-led birthing services for low-risk births in Stranraer. This is to take out the on-call and replace it with reopening the birthing unit at Galloway Community Hospital, as soon as possible. And with those two, with the insertion of the Human Rights Commission's report and that, I would ask that they accept that as an amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. So certainly this motion is before us. I will come to the mover of that. Essentially, this is a lobbying position that we're being taken forward, and I do have 4 further first-time speakers and a second-time speaker looking to come in. I would ask members just to exhibit a little bit of brevity. I do not want to curtail debate at all, but just conscious of the time. So if you have specific questions on the notice of motions, I would ask for members to keep those comments fairly brief. But I will turn back to the mover, because obviously there is a request to amend the actual agreements on there. So Councillor Jordan, I'll bring you back in and then I'll come to the further first-time speakers, please.
Thank you, Convener, and I'm happy to agree with the amendments that you've made there, Councillor Scobie. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of first-time speakers, I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Goosty, Councillor Hill, followed by Councillor Hislop, and Councillor Ian Carruthers is looking to come in as a second-time speaker. So Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Convener. And just picking up on Councillor Drysdale's statement from Councillor McCammon, I'd just like to give my apologies because I missed an email with the deadline for motions this time. And so we were kind of racing to put them in very last minute, and then it's just been a manic couple of weeks. So that's my apologies from me, because normally I would reach out on stuff like this. And just to say, from a personal perspective, I've been blessed to give birth 6 times, and I know if I had to travel that distance on a couple of occasions, I wouldn't have had the same happy ending that I've ended up with. So I do think this is an important motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So Councillor Goosty, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it pretty brief. We support the motion. It's important that this goes through. I think it's important that we start delivering for women in Wigtonshire. I'm of the age where there's colleagues and people my age looking to have children. It is an anxiety of theirs, is the travelling and the aftercare, etc. So I would say the Advantage Group support the motion. We would have liked to have been included in the motion, but that came from Councillor Wilson that the time frame was short. But we welcome this, and we think that this should be a full council approach.
Thank you. My next speaker is Councillor Hill, but I note that she's no longer in the chamber, so I will move on to the next one. Oh, you're online. There. Councillor Hill,
Yeah.
do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask if it were possible the leader of the council to write to Scottish Government to see if there's any sort of bursaries that could be put in place to universities for midwives, because a lot of the problem across Scotland and the UK is we don't have enough midwives to man these departments. It doesn't just come down to the finances, it comes down to the uptake, because if a midwife qualifies, they have to be able to deliver so many births within a year, within a time frame. And we don't, because of those things that are in place, we then struggle in Dumfries and Galloway and across Scotland to get midwives. So whether it's the right thing to do or not, for me, if we could write to Scottish Government and see if that could be looked at, that might help a bit of the situation if a review does come back and the IJB do change and we can open up maternity services in Wigtownshire to ensure that we are getting those midwives coming through and we are able to employ people into those jobs. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. That's obviously a direct ask of the leader, so I'll maybe come to the leader in a moment, or just now, if you want to respond straight away on that, leader.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so at this point, I mean, I make a habit of writing to Scottish Government ministers just as an elected member. We can all do that, and we carry some weight in our own right. But in terms of this council, so please don't hesitate to do that. I would suggest to Councillor Hill in your own right. But in terms of my role here, sitting here today, if this council agrees that I need to write to somebody on behalf of the council, then I'll do so. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. So I've next got Councillor Hislop coming in, please.
Thank you, Convener. It's with regard to option 2, where I've been asked to look at the introduction of midwife-led service for low risk. Now, if you go to the page 24 of the pack, or 4 of the papers, it has a safety record of the Clenic unit, 1996, for about 1,000 births. 1 in 8, it would say, either didn't deliver safely on site. And if that is the case, what actually happened to them then? And the other thing is, when that was happening, what services were there at the clinic site? Because it might not be midwives we need, but a doctor there as well who can do a C-section or whatever needs to happen. Because if you actually take someone in who's low risk, and 1 in 8 of those births doesn't happen naturally, then are we saying we should have more than just midwives there? We should have proper medical attention, because I'm not an expert. I've never been through the process that far. I've possibly been at the start of the process, but it's just the case that I wouldn't like to think that someone in that hospital who needs urgent care because they've went from a low risk to something going wrong doesn't have the attention or the correct medical experience there to actually deliver a child. So should we actually be looking for something slightly more so that we have that backup, so that that lady can deliver in Stranraer if that's where she starts her birth journey, and then at the end of it she's still there, rather than having to halfway through be rushed by air ambulance or whatever it is to somewhere else, causing more stress.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Obviously, that's a very sort of clinical question. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for the Dumfries and Galloway Council to be debating at that level. Certainly, as someone who, with personal experience, was blue lighted to Dumfries from Wigtownshire, I was delighted to come to Dumfries to give birth successfully and to a healthy baby, albeit 18 years ago. So, you know, there are obviously going to be a range of experiences across the region. I do have Nicole here if you want to respond to that one, Nicole, but I'll pass over just briefly to Officer. Thank you.
Many thanks, Convener.
Sorry, Rebecca. Nicole's online.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, yeah, I've got a request from Nicole to come in on this item, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yep, I'll bring Nicole in. Apologies. It's been a long day.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the motion. Is that the stage that we're at now to respond to the full motion as opposed to that direct question?
So I have one more first-time speaker and then a second-time speaker. So if you would rather hear from everybody before responding, we can do it that way.
I think that would probably be easier, yes, thank you.
Okay, so I've got first-time speaker of Councillor Dougie Campbell and then come to second-time speakers.
Thank you, Convener. I'll keep it brief. I welcome the motion and that Councillor Jordan has accepted Councillor Scobie's amendment. I know from working with Willie for the last couple of years that this is something he's been passionate about and hasn't allowed to slip, and he should be commended for that. I've got personal family experience with the current arrangements. My daughter lived in Stranraer and she had the middle of the night rush to the DGRI and it did add, on 2 occasions, and it did add a considerable degree of stress and anxiety. Of course, or I should say that the births were fine, there wasn't any problems, but you have to feel for the people that have been affected by the absence of this service in Stranraer. So support the motion as amended.
Thank you. And Councillor Carruthers, finally, Ian Carruthers.
It's just a comment.
Oh, apologies, I've got Councillor Pauline Drysdale for a second-time speaker as well. But
Okay.
I'll bring yourself in.
First, right, okay, no. So just a reflection on the roadside birth situation. So Steve Wright, the late great Steve Wright, I should say, used to talk about factoids, didn't he? Factual information, and we get fact check now. Sorry. So as part of this initial, when I spoke to officers from Nicole being one of them, but there was others beyond that in regards to bringing this forward in principle to the next available IGB. One of the factoids we picked up on that, so roadside birth is greater risk in the east of the region than the west. I mean, I was quite amazed with that, but there you go.
Thank you for the contribution. So, Councillor Drysdale, I'll bring you in, please.
Thank you very much, Convener, for letting me back in. It was just to relay a very quick message to thank Councillor Wilson from Councillor McGavin for the apology. She very much appreciates the motion, just to reiterate that to everybody, and also accepts the apology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will turn to Nicole just to respond from the NHS and then come back to the mover. Nicole, please come in.
Thank you, Convener. And I'm here as the Interim Chief Officer for the IGB and the Health and Social Care Partnership, as opposed to representing the NHS, even though that's what it does say on my screen. So just in terms of the motion put forward, wanting to thank colleagues for just the conversation, the observations, and acknowledging just how complex a situation this is. But for 2 reasons, I'm proposing a withdrawal of the motion. 1 being governance, and 2 picking up on the point made by Councillor Carruthers. We did receive, I received as Interim Chief Officer, feedback from last full council, some of the feedback in terms of the issues raised, and wanting to give assurance today, which is probably the most important piece, about the fact that a lot of this is in train. So the first element just round about the governance, and Vlad will obviously be able to advise, but IGBs are independent legal entities, so they are independent of both the council and the health board, and when they issue directions they are legally binding. But the decisions are jointly made, and that's why the voting members are made up both from health and from the local authority in terms of that the decision. So the locus of full council to direct the IGB is probably not in line with the governance of the Joint Bodies Act of 2014. However, I think the most important issue, and I think the most important assurance that is required today, is when the IGB did make the decision in September, which was a really difficult decision for the IGB to take, and that was noted by members. They did specifically ask for feedback to come back to give assurance of delivery, the impact of the direction when it was implemented, to continually review any data in terms of anything that may have changed or any impact as a result of the direction, and equally to review any additional information that has become that may impact on the decision. So that was something that was in train, and there is a report that is scheduled to go to the Finance, Quality and Performance Committee of the IJB in July in terms of fulfilling that ask of the IJB when they issued that direction to provide that information based on facts that would go back to that committee to continually review the decision that was made. However, based on the feedback from full council last time, we have incorporated into that a review of the EQIA in order to incorporate the Scottish Human Rights Commission report as highlighted there by Councillor Scobie and others. So that will form part of that overall review, and it will be within there. And additionally, we have been hearing reports of services elsewhere in Scotland that have been referenced. And again, there will be a discussion about that as part of the review in order to make sure that we're having a look around Scotland and elsewhere to assess any other elements of service delivery that has been. So ultimately, I feel that this ask is already in motion by the IJB, and there is a report that, as I say, will go the first week in July to that subcommittee, and that will report to the IJB in September. In the spirit of open and transparency, and obviously as part of the governance process, those papers will be available on the website, so colleagues will be able to review those, and if we should require to do any further communication with elected members and others, happy to do that after the IJB in September when things have been reviewed. So in summary, I don't think it's for us to debate the kind of detail round about the elements of the delegated service, which is delegated from the NHS, but I really want to give assurance that all the things that I have heard today, which is very important for the women of Wigtonshire, primarily due to we need to be having safety at the fore of everything that we do and having to consider both workforce challenges and sustainability. I want to give assurance that the IJB has got in train a review of the decision to assess the impact, and also in the additional information that has been presented since that decision was taken in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. So just in terms of governance, I'll just turn to Vlad for just an update on that.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Yeah, probably just for clarification, Nicole, obviously you can ask the mover and seconder, but it's not for officers of any organisation to ask or to withdraw that motion. So in terms of the governance, is that the motion has been tabled, it's been seconded, and in essence is a lobbying position as I see it from the council in terms of putting forward a particular ask of the IJB, and I think in terms of governance, I think the council can ask, but you're absolutely right, the IJB has a different entity and therefore has different decision making, and will make those decisions in due course through those processes you mentioned.
Thank you, Vlad. So I will come back to the mover of the motion if you wish to sum up or make any further comments.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Just really, I do want to continue with this motion with the amendments of Councillor Scobie. I hear what Nicole has said, but I think that we need to demonstrate and show our position and our passion, and we stand for the people of Dumfries and Galloway and in the West. What we're doing here is saying they need to be heard, and it's great that they're doing some work on it, but we want to make sure that we are heard today. So I still would like to put forward this motion as amended by Councillor Scobie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. And in terms of the additional request to include from Councillor Hill of the leader writing to Scottish Government, just ask if you've accepting that amendment as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that too. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, members. So if there's no other proposals or comments, we will move on, and that is agreed to go forward with that lobbying position. Thank you. Members, I'm really conscious of the time. It's 5:10 just now. We still have 2 further notices of motions and there are minutes to go through. Are members content to continue at this point? Yes. I'm seeing nods on the chamber. So let's move to item 17, which is the notice of motion for rejection of the proposals by Scottish Government for a national park in Galloway and Ayrshire, report by Executive Director of Economy and Infrastructure. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegations from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed? Thank you, members. So we're asked to consider this notice of motion as proposed by Councillor Linda Dorward and seconded by Councillor Keith Walters of the notice of motion, which is attached at the appendix to the report. We have Stuart McMillan, our Interim Head of Economy and Environment, and Simon Fieldhouse, Environment Manager, here to assist members with any questions. So I will pass over the floor to Councillor Dorward and Walters to propose and second your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report, Simon Fieldhouse. So the concept of a national park has been promoted in our region since 2018, and up to recently it received broad political and public support. But after a 14-week consultation process by Nature Scotland, note a consultation, not a referendum, although I think some folk got a bit mixed up there, both political and public opinion appeared to shift from support to neutrality and or outright opposition, which is a very short timescale for a 360-degree turnaround. As you all remember, on the 5th of February this year, Dumfries and Galloway Council voted by 25 votes to 15 to remain undecided regarding the creation of a national park in Galloway and Ayrshire. Only the Labour group remained supportive and received cross-party consensus for this from one Lib Dem, 2 independent and what were then 4 Tory councillors. As I said at that meeting, it never ceases to amaze me that some of my fellow councillors have the astounding ability to want to continue to preserve the status quo of a failing economy, and I would suggest that the undecided vote has undoubtedly and significantly contributed to the decision taken by Scottish Government to abandon plans for a national park in our region. We have effectively thrown away circa £10 million of annual investment from Scottish Government into Dumfries and Galloway, an absolutely disastrous decision when nothing else is on the table from Holyrood. Even if it were, it is doubtful it would generate the circa £100 million into the economy of our region that a national park was predicted to do. I suspect the late Sir Alex Ferguson, Conservative MSP and patron of the Galloway National Park Association at its inception, would be extremely disappointed at this outcome. As most of you know, I don't often agree with Tory perspectives, but I admire Sir Alex for the foresight he displayed and want to give credit to the Galloway National Park Association for a brilliant, hard-fought and honest campaign over the past 7 years. Thank you all. But we are where we are and require as a matter of urgency to obtain clarity on the recommendations from Nature Scotland to Scottish Government, namely, not to proceed with the designation, but instead strengthen a range of existing arrangements, including a better resourced and more influential Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Reserve, a renewed focus on people and nature alongside commercial forestry operations in the Galloway Forest Park, and a new commitment to the implementation of management strategies for 3 national scenic areas. Sounds like a national park, many other name to me, but anyway. And these strengthened arrangements should be delivered as soon as possible. I note from the report provided from council officers, there is not yet any clarity from Scottish Government on how these recommendations would be funded or supported. I would strongly suggest our impoverished region needs clarity on this now. So once again, I ask my colleagues to show that they welcome public sector investment into this region and call on Scottish Government to immediately reinstate the level of investment they had allocated for the Galloway National Park, working with Dumfries and Galloway Council and other stakeholders to direct it into a locally led strategy to tackle the specific challenges facing this region, and we know what they are: depopulation, low pay, poor infrastructure, limited economic opportunities, an ageing demographic and a housing shortage, to name but a few. It's the least they and we can do for our region and its people. Council, I move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Walters, are you on? I think you're joining us online. Yep.
I'm online, yes. So yeah, I would just like to second this motion by emphasising the following 3 points included in it. As well as ensuring we obtain the funding that would have gone to the Galloway National Park,
all of us, including the Scottish Government, need to learn lessons from the issues with the consultation process. We therefore call on the Scottish Government to reform the process for any future national park designations via amendments to the forthcoming Natural Environment Bill to ensure proposals are defined prior to engaging in consultation. And we also call on this Council, as part of the review of their lobbying strategy, to include how future engagement in national policy processes can be strengthened and better aligned with the needs of all of our communities. Council, I second this motion.
Thank you both. So I've got a number of speakers looking to come in, the first of which is Councillor Ingalls, please.
Thank you, Convener. It's been a long day. I really appreciate Labour's stance on this. They supported the national park when the chips were down, and unfortunately that's gone now. In their motion, there is really only one item that's a positive move forward from Galloway's perspective. The Noanti group put together what was going to be a motion, but we didn't get it in quickly enough. But there are some items in there that would help or might go towards amending the motion, if you'll indulge me to let me read that out, Convener.
Yep, if you have a form or words that you can share with governance so that we can all see those as well, that might be helpful.
Absolutely. I think Councillor Giusti had that sent out, am I right?
I'm saying nods from governance, so we can put that on the screen following your update.
I'll read it through and appreciate, Convener, that it comes across as more of a motion than an amendment, but there are items in there I think that are important to put on record and get, we could work collaboratively to get something out there. So whilst the Noanti group appreciate and support the sentiments within the Labour motion regarding the failure of the Galloway National Park proposal, we feel a more proactive position should be adopted by Dumfries and Galloway Council. We would propose the following amended motion to this full Council, which looks to offer a clear, proactive and positive way forward for the region's invaluable natural assets. This proposal will focus on tangible action and the tremendous opportunities ahead for the Galloway Forest Park. Today we are presenting a comprehensive solution, a vision for Galloway that is forward-looking and action-orientated. We firmly believe that our collective energy should be channeled into building, creating and leading. The Galloway Forest Park and its coastal gateway is an incredible existing asset, and our proposal suggests how we should harness its power to forge a brighter future for our communities and welcome visitors. The cornerstone of this amendment is the call for the Dumfries and Galloway Council to collaborate strategically with Forest and Land Scotland to establish a Galloway Coast and Forest Park Trust. This new charitable body would be fully dedicated to elevating sustainable tourism to make Galloway a premier destination, generating new local jobs and actively driving economic regeneration throughout the area to help address the low-wage economy and population decline, championing and robust environmental stewardship and showcasing the natural beauty that defines Galloway. To immediately propel this vision into reality, the Noanti Group's amended motion outlines precise and actionable steps for Dumfries and Galloway Council, which are: 1. Engage collaboratively with Forest and Land Scotland and vital local partners including South of Scotland Destination Alliance, South of Scotland Enterprise, Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere and other relevant third sector organisations to establish this innovative trust without delay. 2. Champion the core principles of the Trust, fostering sustainable tourism, enhancing environmental care and boosting economic growth, drawing in external funding where possible. 3. Secure vital Scottish Government funding for a comprehensive feasibility study that will lay the groundwork for the Trust, exploring its governance, scope, long-term sustainability and robust community involvement. 4. Ensure transparency and rapid progress by having officers report back to full Council within 6-month time frame on the advancements and next steps. This is about taking positive steps to define our own destiny and to build a future for Galloway that is driven by our inherent strengths and local leadership. By establishing the Galloway Coast and Forest Park Trust and securing the necessary investment, we are not just hoping for a better future, we are actively building it, transforming Galloway into a world-class destination and an even better place to live and work. The Navanti Group urges all members to support this positive path forward, ensuring a prosperous and vibrant future for Galloway. It should be noted that both national parks in Scotland have within them a charitable trust which carries out work within the national parks. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. So that's quite a substantive amendment to the actual notice of motion. Obviously, it is for the mover or the proposer and seconder whether they wish to incorporate or replace. But we double check with governance where that sits, because that is quite a lengthy proposal that you've put forward. But I'll maybe just turn to Vlad for some reassurance on the sort of governance of that one.
Thank you, Convener. I think the first thing is whether members will have enough time to consider the full details of that motion. The second part of that is obviously that there's quite a lot of asks in terms of the council within that and actions that would need to be taken. But I think if I get the principle around it, which is around working together with the relevant stakeholders that are mentioned in there in terms of taking forward a trust and then reporting back to full council in terms of what steps need to be taken overall with that bigger vision, then I think that in governance terms is a report back to full council in terms of that stakeholder engagement and how we take that forward, bearing in mind the points within the motion. Councillor Ingalls, does that resonate with your points in terms of just kind of summarising that?
I do appreciate there was a lot in that. As I say, we had it prepared to become a motion, but there are items in there I think that could work within the Labour's motion as well. I think it was important to get this out there because the further away we get from the decision not to designate, then the less impetus there is to do anything about it. And I feel that the council really need to start on this now and try and strike while iron's hot, if I can use that analogy.
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. Can I just confirm, have you got a seconder for that? And I'm seeing Councillor Marsh, who's my next speaker anyway. So, as I say, if we could maybe focus on questions, obviously we've got that motion and I will come back to the proposer as well. But Councillor Marsh, if you had any questions, I'll bring you in.
Thank you, Convener. It wasn't really a question. I'm more than happy to second Councillor Ingalls' amendment. I would echo the sentiment within the Labour motion. Today, the Navanti Group have deep regret at the Scottish Government's decision, and I'd also again like to put on record our thanks for the tireless efforts, as it states in the paper and the motion, efforts of the Galloway National Park Association, who are volunteers who started out way back in 2016. So I think they should be highly commended for their efforts. But I believe that this, our amendment, or at least the bullet points of it, would go some way to strengthen that Labour motion. As Councillor Ingalls has said, I think we need to strike whilst the iron is hot and it's still in the forefront of people's minds. I believe that this amendment gives a comprehensive, proactive, strategic direction for us as a council, a way forward in which the council can be the leading role in setting up this trust. The Navanti Group have held very preliminary initial discussions with Forest and Land Scotland just last week, and the representatives seem fairly positive about the suggestion of putting this forward. It does build on the recommendations of Nature Scott. On page 28, they suggested about strengthening and bettering the resources of the biosphere, working in collaboration and developing a new strategic plan for Galloway Forest Park. So I believe that this amendment only goes to strengthen what Labour have already put forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, I mean, again, I will repeat what I've repeated elsewhere. In terms of accessibility, it would be really useful for all members to be emailed a copy of that, because especially with the lengthy nature of that one. I do have 3 more speakers looking to come in: Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Goosty. And certainly I'm quite happy to take a short recess for the mover to consider the amendment, if that's the will of the Chamber. I'm seeing no on that one. Councillor Dennerley, I'll bring you in next, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Labour for their motion and for the outline of the motion. Now, myself, having lived in the area for 22 years and on behalf of Ward 3, was extremely disappointed and feel it's a big missed opportunity not to have had the National Park move forward. That decision was taken by the Scottish Government following consultation, and I do remember Alec Ferguson, MSP, who lobbied extensively for this. Obviously, I imagine that he'd be turning his grave at this unfortunate missed opportunity. And so, again, I fully support the proposal and actively look at us at the council looking at other alternatives, a plan A, a plan B, to look at how we can access that further revenue for the area, increased population, and the opportunity for our nature and local assets to be shared without impacting on the environment. Clearly, we have wind farms and other infrastructure that's developing. That in itself can be a danger to our local environment, and so I fully support Labour's motion and would agree with Councillor Ingalls and those additional points as well. I think they've made some valid points. Fortunately, it was last minute that they came forward, but again, I would hope that we would consider this motion and these points. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Councillor Dennerley. Councillor Drysdale, I'll come to you next, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I just wanted to mention a few things with regards to the motion. Sorry, just let me put my camera back up. And a number of points that have been made. So way back in 2016, we all went to Lagan Outdoor, and the late Alex Ferguson, as you've so rightly said, was very, very positive about the National Park. But we all know how much the environment's changed since COVID, and we've been very astute and all had a good long look, I'm sure, as councillors, at the other national parks in Scotland in particular, and the positives and indeed the failures of those national parks, unfortunately. So it's not for Councillor Dennerley, I'm afraid, or myself to make any judgments. It's up to us to look at the results of the consultation which Nature Scot undertook. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be quite frank here. Page 31 of the report, which is the motion put in by Labour, which I do support, but unfortunately there are a number of incorrect facts being made in that report, which I'd just like to turn the camera off and read out to you and ask the Labour group if they'd be willing to look at some alterations in that report, because we must listen to the public, and we must listen for those of us who read the responses from people that wrote in and responded to the consultation. We need to take concise of that and make sure that if we as a council, we are representing the people of Galloway and Dumfries, so we need to make sure that we respond back to the government with what we want to happen next, which I'm in full support of, but it needs to be the right thing for Dumfries and Galloway and the right thing to support the people here. So I'm just going to give you some options and you can take these on board, Councillor Dorward, as you wish. So the points I want to make is we want to call on the Scottish Government to reform the process, which is bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. But at the end of that, I would really implode that you must ask for a thorough, robust review of the success, failures and costs of the other 2 Scottish national parks. We do need something that works for Galloway, which encompasses the Galloway and South Ayrshire Biosphere, the Biosphere Reserve, the Dark Sky Park, and we need to include the SSDA and the Borderlands project with a renewed focus on people and nature, alongside commercial forestry and indeed farming in the Galloway Park areas. And I would like to include the most scenic areas of the Dark Sky Park in that. But we must not forget that the failures in the other parks have not been listened to here. There's been a huge lack of investment in the other two parks in Scotland. We hear all the time from people who live there that all they've had in the Trossachs Park is one car park and one infrastructure and a collapsed pier. So it's just been a bit disastrous, and we've seen the disasters over the summer. We do not want the same to happen here. And Sir Alex Ferguson would be turning in his grave if he saw what was happening in the other two parks. We cannot allow that to happen in Galloway. Huge costs of national parks, large quangles that are expensive to run and chew up most of the 10 million, and the fact that local people in both the other parks in Scotland are, quite frankly, not listened to. So I don't know if Councillor Dorward and the Labour group would be willing to incorporate that we want a thorough and robust review of the successes and failures of the other two national parks. Without that, we have no chance of getting the right thing for Galloway, which is what we're all wanting. And I totally agree with the Navanti group on that as well. The last thing, the expression of concern. I think it's unfair to say that the council shift went from that was a bad position to go from support to neutrality. We had to take that option because Nature Scott, we're being criticised here for Nature Scott failing to listen to elected members and the people of Galloway. But the fact that the consultation was flawed right from the start was not listened to. So we need to be careful about that wording. And lastly, I too do applaud the efforts of the Galloway National Park Association, but I think going back to what I've already said, they didn't look at the other national parks enough just so that we could make sure we could get that right for Galloway, and going forward we need to make sure we've got that 100% right. So I don't know if it's possible to alter the wording for the calls on the Scottish Government to incorporate some of what I've said. Thank you for listening, members.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So I've got one final speaker looking to come in, which is Councillor Juicy, and then I'll go back to the proposers.
Thank you, Convener. As the one who typed up this motion amendment that we have, it was actually supposed to be for a future full council. So that's why it's kind of worded like a proper motion rather than an amendment to anything. But we thought with what Labour have brought forward, we think that we can actually add to the Labour motion. If they would take the points on 1, 2, 3 and 4 into their motion, I'd be quite happy with, well, I think we would be quite happy with that. It's to give a positive destination or a positive, a phoenix out of the ashes of the National Park. The National Park is dead. It's gone, unfortunately. So with a lot of the work that's been done, what can we push forward here? And I think a Galloway Forest Park is maybe something that we should be trying to push here in a Forest Park Trust. So I would hope that the Labour group would accept our amendments or take our amendments separately to the motion, however they want to do it. But thank you, Kavira.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else looking to come in. So I will go back to the proposer, Councillor Linda Dorwood, just for any comments and to sum up where we're at.
Thank you, Convener. I've got a copy of what Navanti are calling a motion, and thank you for that. I mean, appreciate your sentiments and what you're doing. Now, you're saying bullet points. Is this the 1, 2, 3? I've got 3 bullet points, or there are numbers as well. So what numbers? Okay. Okay. You're talking about a trust, yeah. So what we've got in bullet point 7 is to make a strong case for investment into a coherent regional development strategy. I would suggest that we bring that back along with the options in your motion in a paper for discussion, if that makes sense. So it's covered in, rather than saying yes or no at the moment, we say we bring it back for a full council for discussion. Does that, nodding your head, does that make sense? You know, I think it's a lot of information in there for us to take in at the moment. And I think we need to look at that in greater depth as a council before we make a considered decision. Is that reasonable? Okay, I think I'm fine with that. And in terms of Councillor Drysdale, happy to add in an amendment to bullet point 6, which is to include, and again, Councillor Drysdale, could you maybe provide that in writing? It's in terms of looking at other national parks and providing an overview of how they're doing as well. It's not a problem at all.
I can do that. Thank you, Councillor Dorward.
Okay.
Yes, I will do.
So with that in mind, that's all for me. Happy to do, if we take that forward as a paper, take these suggestions forward, but don't adopt them at the moment, take them forward in a paper for further discussion at full council. I think we're happy with that. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. So can I just check, in terms of paragraph 7, it opens with expressing concern that the council shift, and then it ends with that there was a failure of, well, I can read out the whole thing, it's there for everybody to see, but you know, you've referenced making a strong case for investment in a coherent regional development strategy. It's not stated in that report that we would expect to report back to full council, so are you asking for an additional bullet point that using that wording to, so we would have essentially 11 points?
Yes, sorry, I was maybe more specific. I'm adding that as a request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just check with governance that we've got a note of that for the minute, and so that we're very clear in what we're agreeing on there. And while we're just check on that, I've got Councillor Hislop looking to come in, please.
Just a couple of things. Councillor Ingalls said, I can't remember his exact words, but strike while the iron's hot. Can we, or do we have the capacity? Notice Mr McMillan's here. He's got borderlands and various other strategies to come forward. Now, it's a future report again, as I said earlier on. What sort of timescales are we looking for this so that we don't lose focus? But I don't want to put the teams under such stress that next meeting isn't achievable and something else falls off the table. So what are we looking at timescales for this to bring it forward?
I'll pass over to Stuart, please.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Hislop. I was wondering the same thing myself, actually. So, conscious of the fact that Council is about to go into recess, and as there will be breaks in the political diet at Scottish Government as well. I think our first port of call in some of this will actually be as well, just to pick up on point 6 of Councillor Dorward's motion, is a lot of the seeking of a lot of the clarification of what is the intent of Scottish Government and Nature Scot in terms of the recommendations that Nature Scot were actually making within the reports as well, as a stepping stone, as a platform from which to bounce off from as well. And we don't know what that timescale is, so there's a little bit of uncertainty around that. But I would be more than happy to prepare a report for October on the initial sort of steps and pieces of work that we've taken forward to that point, but it might not be a comprehensive and conclusive report at that point. That might need to come back later on.
Thank you for that. I think if I may just come in and ask myself, because you know obviously there will be concerns on capacity. We do have an agreed council plan that we then get regular updates on that. I'm just having a quick look myself right now, and certainly one of the strategic outcomes, for example, in terms of economy, is looking at enhancing our region's natural capital benefits for local communities and businesses. You know, that's just one aspect of there. Is there an opportunity to take forward this as part of the council plan? I'm just pulling out at this point, but I am conscious we have got an agreed council plan, and are any of the actions that are being asked to propose already in train as part of the council plan going forward?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Convener, and a number of the sentiments that have been expressed in the motions and the amendments are absolutely embedded within the objectives of what we're trying to achieve. But the investigation of setups of a trust, for example, and the relationship of that trust with the likes of the Solway Firth Partnership, with the biosphere, etc., we can explore that a little bit further over the coming months for further reports.
Thank you. So I see, Councillor Gusty, you're looking to come back in.
It was just in reference to October. Would that be to E&I, or would that be to full council again?
I'll come back to yourself, Stuart, if you're able to answer that at this point. It may be that we need to take an action and come back with maybe a briefing or an update to all members on how this can actually be taken forward. But, Stuart.
Yes, I was thinking full council, which is October. E&I is much earlier in September. I would suggest September is far too early. So, yeah.
So can we take that as an action that we would update members appropriately? Thank you. Councillor Ingalls, sorry, I see your hands back up.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, sorry, I've thrown this in at a late part of the day, but it's really important from my perspective and from the Vantage perspective that our focus now needs to be on moving forward, not what's happened in the consultation, not what's happened with other national parks. The focus needs to be Dumfries and Galloway or Galloway and how we fill the void that's left by the proposal for a national park that has been binned. So my view would be that we need to focus on reaching out to contact the groups that we need to contact and look at forming that umbrella organisation that can pull them all in together to develop some sort of plan that we can take forward to develop the economy in Galloway. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. So I'm keen that we draw this item to a close, and I can see that the proposer is content with that as a way forward, I believe. Is that correct, Councillor Dorward? Are you quite happy to move forward? I do note that Councillor Drysdale has her hand up again as a third time speaker, so if it's very brief, Councillor Drysdale, I'll bring you in just very briefly, but I am keen to move forward.
I think I'm just a second time speaker, but thanks, Convener. I appreciate you letting me in. I think we need to be careful with our wording here. I don't think it's the National Park proposal was binned. The results of the consultation stated that, the people of Galloway and Dumfries and Galloway didn't want it at this time in its present format. And I think we all need to think as positively as we can. And I'm in total agreement with the Labour group and the Vanti group with regards to that matter. Everybody knows that. We need the best outcome for Dumfries and Galloway at this moment in time. But I think the Vanti are maybe channeling it a little bit too narrowly. If you speak to constituents, they'd be very, very happy, not just for a Galloway Forest Park. The word park's actually very negative at the moment in Scotland. They're really, really keen to involve the biosphere and all the other things that are so positive for Dumfries and Galloway. We've brought another horse event to the west of the region recently by pushing privately through the council and the great officers who helped us bring that to the area. There's a lot happening in the west. Please let's not exclude the Dark Sky Park and the biosphere. It is not just Galloway Forest Park. We have much more to offer. So, we can do something that's exclusive and unique for our area. So, I applaud what Councillor Dorward and her team are doing, but let's make sure we get the wording right. We have to be really careful about that, and we seem to be rushing it through, quite frankly. Thank you very much, Convener, for indulging me.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So I'll bring, finally, the proposer back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I think we're straying into solutionising, which is laudable, but not really where we need to be at the moment. And the first thing we need to do is actually obtain clarity on the recommendations from Nature Scotland, from Scottish Government. How would they be funded or supported? Once we have that information, which you said we will write to them to get that, we can then look at all options in a more, what's the word? Ordered manner. It's getting late, sorry. In a paper back to full council or whatever committee is deemed relevant. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So if members are content to move on, we've captured that, and I have checked with governments that they've got all the detail that we have discussed going forward. So are members content to agree with the amended motion going forward? Thank you. Item 18 we're moving on to is the notice of motion on digital schools strategy, report by Executive Director for Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. Before moving to the detail of the report, given the subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Education Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee so that we may discuss it? Are members in agreement? Yes, thank you. So we're being asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Stevenson and seconded by Councillor Wilson, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix. We've got Rachel Williams, our Quality Improvement Officer, available on Microsoft Teams to assist members. Oh, she's here. There we are. Welcome, Rachel. And so I will pass over the floor to Councillor Stevenson, please.
Thank you, Convener. I was actually thinking at one point there we wouldn't have to withdraw delegation from education. It'd probably be education committee time by the time we got here, so I'm glad we've moved along. So digital literacy is the foundation of success for young people in education, employment and civic life. While Dumfries and Galloway has invested in infrastructure and educator development, further progress is needed to ensure equity, consistency and safety for our young citizens, supporting both the pupil, staff and parents and carers to navigate the digital world. Drawing on successful strategies from the Scottish Councils, including our own, and resource information from both the UK and Scottish Governments, this proposal outlines a coherent, inclusive policy framework that extends beyond device and basic digital learning to ensure all-encompassing and cohesive elements are brought under one strategy. So this council has had a bring your own device policy for schools, whereby secondary school children bring their mobile phones, tablets and now their smartwatches to school to use for online needs within the educational setting. Since then, much research has been conducted around the world on the use of mobile phone devices and the concerns associated with online world and the consistent availability. Presented in the Protection of Children, Digital Safety and Data Protection Bill briefing paper that's about to have its second reading in Westminster, Common Sense Media Organisation informs us that children will receive, on average, 237 smartphone notifications a day. The effects of smartphone addiction on learning, a meta-analysis paper concludes that excessive smartphone use has negative impacts on grades. Further reports suggest improvement in grades when use is limited. These results range from further afield countries to councils within Scotland. And if you want to know just on average how much time a young person spends on a smartphone, tablet or watch, 12 to 15-year-olds now spend on average 35 hours a week on their devices, as reported by the University of Birmingham. It is therefore time that this council reassessed its bring your own device policy to ensure pupils are equipped with devices so that they don't have 237 distractions when they're needing to focus and concentrate on raising attainment. It isn't just enough to look at one policy. We must look at digital literacy as a whole strategy, promoting the positives from digitalisation, but also informing of the dangers and offering advice on how to tackle these. Having had many conversations with education staff, both locally and nationally, the one thing they have all said is when it comes to the dangers, it needs to be a whole family approach that happens. Some of the strategy is already being carried out, and as you'll note in the motion, there's a lot of commending what's already happening, and some is already being developed. The purpose of the strategy is not to change the direction, but to pull all that work under one policy to ensure education and community wellbeing members have oversight and scrutiny, and the public have a clear understanding of what this council is achieving and offering for its young citizens and families. You'll also note the family engagement and partnership working to deliver workshops for families. Many parents and carers feel overwhelmed and unsupported with what positives are available online, but also how to find out and avoid the negative risks associated with the online world. I've already discussed the time spent on mobile devices and the 237 distractions a day, but there is an even darker side. The WHO reports 1 in 6 children are cyberbullied, with many having suicidal thoughts. There's also been a 66% rise in self-generated sextortion images of under 10-year-olds. This is all within that bill briefing as well. And overall negative mental health has been listed in many studies. This is why part of the strategy involves partnership working with Police Scotland and asks the Community Learning Development Team to support parents and young people navigate the dark side of social media and the wider online world. It It's difficult to understand life through the lens of a young child who has never known a world that doesn't have an online element, having been the last generation, that's me, at 40, brought up without handheld access to the internet. My generation didn't have to worry about their online brand, as mistakes were rarely captured, and remembering childhood mistakes was even rarer. For our children now, mistakes are written down and recorded often and float around the online world for their lifetime. It should be of no surprise that this causes huge amounts of anxiety and depression in children whose brains are still developing. The issue surrounding mobile and online use for young people and children is much bigger than this council's remit. However, by ensuring we have a comprehensive and regularly updated digital literacy and mobile phone technology strategy brought regularly to members, then we can ensure we are doing our part in alleviating these issues. It isn't all doom and gloom either. We all know the effective and positive impact digital apps and programs can have when learning. It is important that we focus on this too and help push forward our learners by utilising the best that digitalisation has. That is why there is also items in this motion that aim to push forward such programmes, acknowledging the revolutionary changes that they can have on all learners and citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson, please.
Well, given it's rapidly approaching 6 o'clock, I'm just going to second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions, comments? I'll open it up. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. As Councillor Stevenson alluded to, there is acknowledgement of all work that's ongoing on this particular subject. I was just wondering if I could ask the Director, out of this motion, how much is already in play and how much as well as, I'm thinking like the very last bit about primary schools and high school and secondary schools, how much is within the gift of like head teachers anyway?
Gillian, you have to come in. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. There is a great deal of work, as my colleague Rachel and I have set out with the digital strategy already in schools, and this is timely, given that it is due for review. We also agreed our service plan, similar to the last item, that we have already agreed our service plan. Members considered that and agreed that last month. So this is, we threaded in through some of our priority work. So yes, there is a great deal of work ongoing. The technical world moves very quickly, and clearly we have the well-being of our young people at heart, and we are aware of tensions and opposing views in the mobile phone in school arena, and that's why we're expecting a statement from the Children's Commissioner, because we know our Youth Council have a position, we know that we've got an agreement with our school communities that we take a school-by-school approach. So in terms of being in the gift of head teachers, our head teachers have got a great deal of experience in working to develop an agreement with their school community, and having a blanket approach for Dumfries and Galloway was not felt to be right at that time. But things move on, and I think that in our recommendation we do ask for direction, or indeed to bring a paper back to Service Committee where we could perhaps explore this a little further. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Little?
It does. Thank you, Gillian, and thank you, Convener. But it's just one wee extra one. As we move on and there is this review in place, what is the possibility or capability of bringing all that within that review under one umbrella, as Councillor Stevenson is asking for?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I think it's a really pertinent question, because there is so much that sits under this umbrella. There's a vast body of work, there's lots of different policies, there's lots of different parts of different council plans. And so I think for me, the job is to review where we are already. There is there's a lot of incredible, fantastic work that is already taking place within our schools. We already have a large amount of curriculum work under the technologies banner that takes place in terms of teaching young people about digital literacy. And so it's about pulling all of that together and then seeing what reasonably fits under one banner, and then what reasonably fits under the separate different policies that we have at the moment.
Thank you for that. So Councillor Slater, I've got you looking to come in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that digital bullying in phones, I really have to ask the question, why don't they block the numbers? They can do that themselves. I think as well, I'm just looking at bullying in phones. This is why they, where are we here? That phones. Yes, one other thing I'd say, I have some friends in the education side, not in this area, and one of the main problems with schools is the parents phoning the children up on their phones. That's quite a common thing, I must admit, within the school. Whether phones should be taken out of schools, that's a kind of difficult one because some people need them for maybe medication, things like that as well. So it's a big, big picture to take in, and how do you actually solve it when adults apparently look at their phones every 6 minutes. So I really think that it's difficult to stop this at school. The only way you can maybe do it is to lock up their phones when they go into class. That's the only way I can think it could solve them actually using their phones. But as I say, their parents tend to phone them up quite a lot at school, so they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. So just, I'll just bring in a comment from myself. I'm acutely aware that our learners use our mobile phones in the classroom as part of their learning experience. So the motion is referencing establishing clear evidence-based mobile phone guidance. You know, I think the comment from Councillor Little about the autonomy of head teachers, all that needs to be taken into account, but certainly appreciate the comments of all. I don't see any other hands up in the room, so if members are content to agree the notice of motion as is. Yes? Thank you, everyone. So that takes us on to our final gallop through of minutes for approval, item 19. I'm hopeful that we have people in the room that can do this, but let's see how we get on. So the first one I've got on my list is the Annan Common Good Subcommittee for the 21st of May.
I'm certainly here, convener. I'm not sure if Councillor Jamieson or Brodie are still here.
I'm not sure if Councillor Jamieson or Brodie is online.
I second them. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Castle Douglas Common Good Fund. I believe Councillor Howie has left, but Pauline Drysdale, John Young.
I'll propose.
We've got Pauline. I believe, is Councillor Young on the call? Or anybody else that was at the Castle Douglas? We may have to come back to that one. Okay, and then Civic Government Licensing Panel. I've got a number of these, so I'll go through the date. The first one on the 4th of December. Councillor Jorward, are you happy?
To move.
Seconded. Perfect. The 9th of January.
Moved.
Second.
Also the 9th of January, I've got here for the Civic Government Licensing. Or the morning and the afternoon. So
Happy to move, convener.
Seconded.
Thank you. The panel of the 4th of March.
Happy to move.
Councillor Dryber, are you happy to second?
Seconded.
Thank you. The 16th of April.
Moved.
Pauline, are you happy to second? Or Councillor Ferguson? Thank you.
Happy to second. Sorry, convener. Yeah.
Thank you. The 6th of May.
Happy to move.
Seconded.
Thank you. And the 5th of June.
Move.
Seconded.
Thank you. Moving on to Employment and Appeals Subcommittee of the 6th of February.
Move.
And then of the 18th of March, the same committee.
Move.
Thank you. Kukubri Common Good Fund of the 21st of May. Councillor McFarlane? Thank you.
Because second.
and our local review body of the 31st of October.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. The LRB of the 3rd of December.
Moved.
Second.
And then of the 30th of January.
Move.
Happy second.
Thank you. We then have the review of Standing Orders Subcommittee of the 27th of May.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. And then Stewardship Area Committee of the 21st of May.
Happy to move.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. And then finally, the Tackling Poverty and Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee of the 1st of May.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Perfect. Thank you very much, members. So that takes us on to item 20, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to the need for a decision. You'll be delighted to hear that I have no further items of business. So thank you, everyone, for that mammoth effort today. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener.
Thanks, convener. Well done.